us, man. Yo, we doing another one, me and my boy Isaiah.
How y'all doing?
And it's been an amazing year. So this has been our first year. We've actually gotten monetized on YouTube, so we put a lot of effort into it. And then this has also been a good year just because of our trainings, the people that we're meeting, and our private money guys that we're helping. And so it's been a little bit of a reflecting for me as we go into the new year and set new standards. And so as I was reflecting, I found myself going through my YouTube videos and like going through all of my video notes and just thinking about, you know, all the stuff that we've accomplished and all the stuff we've done. And I was like, I wonder if they would want to see that too, just like I did. So me and my boy Isaiah, you know, we have this external drive, I guess you call it. We got this external drive and we put all of the videos in there. And so we're just running through the videos, you know, taking a look at them, and we want you guys to look at them, you know, kind of with us, you know, in categories. So, I mean, what categories do you think we should kind of go over?
Well, first of all, y'all, we have a lot of categories for you guys, but the ones that we have listed off for you guys would be our best and favorite interviews, some of our reflections on travel that we've done, because we did a little bit of travel this year together.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Property highlights, because we did pick up some more properties.
For sure.
We did do a lot of walkthroughs of the properties and showing you guys different properties on camera and things like that. And then, of course, a lot of free content for our IG Reels and also YouTube Shorts. And lastly, you guys' top 10 viewed videos here on This Is Me Taking Action channel. That's
what's up. Yeah, YouTube actually sent me the the analytics. And so we've had like 85,000 views all year long. So that's dope. That's dope. And also, if you're watching this, go ahead and subscribe and go ahead and like, guys. You know, our goal is to get to 5,000 before the end of the year. You know, we're pretty close. And so I'm thankful. We have a virtual assistant that's helping us out too, Sam, that's actually responding back to you guys and making sure we stay engaged and coming up with different stuff to help you all at the end of the day learn and earn and grow together. That's what we want to do right here on the YouTube channel. And but yo, let's get into this. So the first category is the interviews. We definitely had some dope interviews. You guys watch these videos right here, watch the interviews, and if you have any questions, drop them in below. But also let us know if you like this form of content and if we should do more of it in 2023. This first interview is with me and my boy Anthony Curtis when we got together at one of our Airbnbs for a shoot. Great day, it's your boy Swan Belcher. I got my guy Anthony with me, and today I just wanted to go through and have an interview with him, talk about how we met, the reasons why he might have signed up for, I forget what you signed up for. Signed up for a few things as far as training goes, what his business looks like, and some kind of struggles that he's had, and some successes that he's had throughout his journey. So, yo, appreciate you coming through.
Yeah, thank you for having
Actually been trying to get you on for a few weeks.
Yeah.
Maybe a month. Yeah. But introduce yourself, brother.
What's going on, y'all? I'm Anthony Curtis, real estate investor, originally from Waldorf, Maryland, down in Winston-Salem. We're really the Triad. Looking to do more deals.
In Winston-Salem? I thought you was in Greensboro.
What? I moved to Winston.
Okay.
That's why when we changed the address, I'm like, perfect.
Okay, yeah, that's what's up. Did you move into that subject to deal or something?
I moved into the condo that we bought, the townhouse that we bought.
Okay.
And then after you worked on it, flipped it, I'm like, I like the city, so might as well stay here.
Okay, super dope. That's what's up. So tell us how you got introduced to the business.
Okay, so I was at A&T in college. Might have been my second or third year, and I watched the Breakfast Club interview. Mark Whitten.
Okay, nice.
Yeah. You know, that's usually, it seems like a lot of people seen Mark Whitten. That's how they got introduced. But seen the interview, and I was like, man, you know what? I can do that. You know, so man, I took his course that he had, learned a little bit, then took action. Nice.
That's what's up. So after you took his course, how long did it take you to get your first deal?
My first official deal or just a transaction? The reason I asked is because I joined the Triad meeting.
Okay.
And, I was
RIA?
Yeah.
Okay.
The RIA, and I was able to network with people at the RIA, and I got a referral. You know, so at the time, the referral fee that I got was the biggest check I ever received. So,
let's talk about that real quick. So, what do you mean a referral fee?
Okay, so it was a lady that had a house
that
she was trying to sell, I didn't have no buyers at the time, but I got the address, started reaching out to people, and I was able to connect her with a buyer.
Yeah.
Now this was my first deal, so
Yeah.
it didn't go how it should have went.
Yeah.
But at the time, struggling college student, I was okay with anything.
Okay, so you were doing the marketing.
Yep.
You contacted the seller. You got the seller, committed to a price.
Yeah. So it was actually flipped. So I met someone at the real meeting. She had a property under contract. She needed a buyer.
She needed a buyer.
So
okay.
I was able to find a buyer for her.
Nice.
And that's how I got paid.
Okay, that's what's up. Okay, cool. I like this. Okay.
Okay.
So where'd you find your buyer from? Because at this time you said you just got started and you really didn't have a lot of buyers.
Yeah.
So how did you find this one?
Believe it or not, it was from another real meeting.
Okay.
So, at the time, they had like the cash flow game, the Robert Kiyosaki game.
Yeah.
So I met the person that had the contract at that place, and then it was a real meeting that I met the buyer at. I just connected the dots.
Okay, that's what's up. Now, how does this look? So do you just say, hey, A to B person, here's the buyer's information, call them and set this up, or do you enter into like a JV agreement, or you shake hands, or what happens?
So the proper way to do it, or the way I did it?
The way you did it, because I want to be super transparent. I don't like talking in theory. I like what actually happened.
Right. So this was my first real estate deal ever.
Yeah.
Right. So how we did it at the time was, hey, I'm gonna just send some people over to the house while you're there. If it closed, just get me on the back end. so I guess it was a verbal agreement. Now, how we should have done it was signed a JV agreement.
Yeah.
Agreed on whatever percentage we do, whether it's 50-50, 70-30, whatever you agree to, and then went about it that way.
Okay, let's break it down a little bit more. So she had the property under contract for how much? Do you know?
I don't know the exact.
Okay, cool. That's fine.
So
I just want to be clear.
mistake,
I just want to be clear.
Yeah.
So you didn't know how much it was under contract for.
Right.
Do you know how much your buyer purchased it for?
Nope.
Okay, so do you know how much she made in a fee?
I want to say like 30,000.
She made like 30,000. How much did she pay you?
1,000.
1,000. Okay. Was it a she?
Yep.
Okay. Now, was it Julie?
No.
Okay. Yeah. Julie is a great connector.
Yeah.
And anytime I go to the Rio, just like Julie's on it. Okay.
But
So-
this was my first deal ever.
I just like to be transparent because most people, when they're looking at the videos, they think everything is perfect.
Yeah.
But we're really talking from a place we just experienced this and we just learned from it. You know what I mean? So people think it has to be perfect when they do it, but it really don't. Like it's okay to fuck up, but just get through it. So that way you get through it.
Yeah.
So the first one you made $1,000 on.
$1,000. Yeah.
All right.
But biggest check ever.
Yeah.
At the time for me.
Yeah, because you was at A&T, senior year, junior year,
I want to say junior.
junior year. Oh, that's big.
Sophomore, junior.
Yeah, that's big. That's big. That's big in college.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah, that's life changing. Okay, so once you get the first check, what do you do then?
Yeah. So I guess we can go into my first deal after that.
Yeah.
So that just came from just networking, right? That $1,000. But when I took the course, he talked about absentee owners and direct mail.
Yeah.
So I was going to the county. I would pick a street and then I would just go through every single address to see which property address didn't match the mailing address.
Okay.
And that's how we find
Absentees.
owners.
Yeah.
Now, it probably was an easier way to do it, but I would go by each street in Greensboro.
Yeah.
And each house at a time. So.
And you did it like online or?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
We started sending out direct mail.
Well, hold on. What did direct? It's just 'cause I want to be super transparent. What did direct mail look like for you? Was that like a handwritten note and you licked it yourself and put a stamp on it, or what?
Somewhat, yeah. So I was typing them up.
Yeah.
I would put like multiple, letters on each page, so it might be like 3 addresses on one page.
Yeah.
I was cutting them myself, putting them in an envelope, stuffing them, putting the labels on there. The whole
Nice.
nine,
Nice.
the groundwork. I mean,
Yeah, I like it.
So,
And your mouth get dry from licking it so much.
all that.
Yeah, that's what's up.
Yeah. So a lady responded.
Yeah.
She said, "Hey, I got your letter. We are looking to sell." So I ended up going over to the house. Now at the time, I'm still in college. I don't have no car or nothing like that. So I'm using my roommates to get around and all that. You know what you gotta do.
So your roommate dropped you off.
Yeah, most likely.
That's pretty humbling.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Yeah, that's
it
pretty
was
humbling.
At the time, it was the bus, Uber, if I could, or a roommate, or a bike.
Right.
Whatever we had to do. I ended up going to the house. I threw a random number at him. they accepted it. Now I think I was using Zillow at the time to run my comps.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was just going off stuff I learned from the course I took, and just took action.
Okay, I like that. Yeah. See, most people ask me like, "Hey, do I need a car?" You know, and I was like, "Yo, like if you got to ask the question, you probably don't need it." You know what I mean? Like you don't need a car.
Yeah, nah.
It makes it easier.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
It gives you more confidence. But at the same time, because you don't, does that mean that you're not going to?
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely, man.
Yeah.
I'm a firm believer in like you have everything that you need to,
Right.
to get started and do what you want to
Right.
do. You know what I mean?
Right.
So at the time, I had to work with what I had.
Right, exactly. Now, did you end up doing that deal, the whole process yourself, or did you still get people involved at that time too?
So I got it under contract myself, and that's actually how I met
Kaish.
No, Jamel.
Jamel, okay,
Yeah, that
nice.
was my first time meeting Jamel. This was years ago. He
Yeah.
tried to bully me on the deal. But that's a different story, man. But I had it under contract, and it was some people I met from the real meeting. Terry Cuffey, Miles
Yeah.
Cuffey.
Yeah.
So yeah, and she was one of my first mentors too.
Yeah.
Miss Terry Cuffey. But I met them there. She said, "Okay, we'll come out to the house." They came out and they brought Jamel with them.
Yeah.
Jamel, you know, he in New York.
Right, he'll
so
be
he like,
right.
Yeah, he like, hey man, look, man, sell it to me for this. You know, and I'm like, nah, that ain't gonna work.
Right.
You know, so you know, he from New York, I'm from Maryland, so it was a little
Right, it's a clash.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a
yeah.
clash of personalities.
Yeah, but anyways, it ended up not working out, and he didn't buy it. But I ended up finding another buyer. I believe they came from the real meeting as well.
Okay.
So go to your real meetings.
Yeah, that's for
right.
sure.
But yeah, so we got the house under contract, found a buyer after some months.
After some months,
Yeah, probably about 2 months.
about 2 months. And so, how do you keep the seller good?
Well, I had a long contract.
How long?
So at the time, I did 60 days.
60 days.
yeah.
Okay, nice. That's what's up.
Or, you know, this was 3-4 years ago. So,
Yeah.
So we could have just kept extending it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, no. Well, I'm just trying to highlight all of the details, okay? Because this
Okay.
is the kind of like real life scenarios.
Yeah.
You know, because like on YouTube, we say we close in 14 days.
Mm-hmm.
So people they get afraid and say, well, what happens if I don't close in 14 days?
Right.
You get the extension.
Yeah.
Right. You have the hard conversation with the seller. Mm-hmm. Do you remember what those like kind of conversations sounded like, or like what it made you feel like
Yeah.
trying to have those conversations?
Well, you know, in the beginning, you only know what you know, right? So it's
Right.
like you don't know that it's a big deal to not be able to close or have to get the extension. You know,
Yeah.
you just going. You know, at the time, I'm just moving.
Right.
So I really didn't realize like how, you know, scary it could be for people that had to go and renegotiate
Right.
and all that. I was just like, hey, this would need to get done. You know,
Nice.
we gotta get the
Nice.
extension or we gotta get the price drop. That's just what it is. And
Now, hold on. What about the closing attorney? So you get the contract for the front, you get the contract for the back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What about the closing attorney? Because this is your first deal that you're actually
First deal.
doing yourself.
Yeah.
So like, who
Yeah.
you going to?
so I guess you already know where I met him at.
Oh, the RIA.
Real meeting.
Okay, nice.
Preston Nelson, man. So
Oh, nice. Yeah.
So somewhat funny story. I still wasn't driving at the time. So you know, I found the. Well, let's go back a little bit.
Yeah.
So with that first $1,000, I used that to open up my business bank account.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
I didn't know you had to put money into a business bank account to open it up. I needed like $100.
Yeah.
I didn't have it. So you know, just hustling and trying to make it happen. So what
Yeah.
happened was I went back home to Maryland.
Yeah.
And you know, me and my uncles, we sell ice cream downtown sometimes.
Yeah.
So I went to my mother. I'm like, Ma, I need about $300.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take this money, go buy some ice cream, and then go downtown and flip it. So I ended up making like $600. I gave my mother back $350.
Nice.
Yeah, so I knew the $1,000 was coming, so I'm like, I'm gonna pay you back regardless.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was just, I don't know. It felt good to me to be able to put the pieces together and use what I got to make money to open up the business.
That's for
bank account.
sure.
But anyways, back to the closing, right? So still didn't have no car at the time, so I had to catch the bus to the closing, which I'm cool with because at the time I made like $2,500 on my first deal.
Nice.
So yeah, biggest check at first was $1,000, then I made $2,500. But anyways, I'm on the bus. I think I passed the, you got to pull the string for the bus to stop. I passed the bus stop, so they like, yeah, man, you're gonna have to walk. But when I say that was the easiest walk I ever took, I'm like, I'm gonna go pick up a check for $2,500, man. So Yeah, that's how I got my first deal.
Well,
direct
that's
mail.
that's dope. That's
Yeah.
dope. Nelson is cool. He's actually a really big part of
Yeah.
of what I do too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll rock with him. His fees got a little expensive just because he wasn't looking to be a closing attorney anymore. He was trying to get more in the investment side of things. But did you have any kind of like hurdles? You know, because I know you're in college, so you're kind of just in like this, you know, forgive me, this like naive aspect of things, and you're just kind of walking, which is dope. But did you have any like kind of fears of like, hey, this isn't gonna work out, or this might not work at all, or no?
I was, man, like you say, I was naive. So,
Yeah, I love it.
So
Yeah, I love it.
watching the like getting the training and all that.
Yeah.
They said do this and this is what's gonna happen.
Right.
So in my mind, it's once I do this, that's what's gonna happen. So yeah,
I
wasn't too nervous.
I love that. That's honestly what I look for in a good acquisitions.
Yeah.
I kind of look for the. I don't like for them to have too much education. That's what made Caleb really good. It's because he didn't have any expectation other than what I told him. So whatever, you know. So if you can find somebody that can work for you on your team that doesn't have any clout of judgment already, they tend to perform way better than somebody who's already aware of the business.
Yeah.
You know, just because they don't know.
Yeah.
You know, that's like a clue to hiring, because I remember you wanted me to talk more about hiring, and I'll be listening. So at what point do you say, are you gonna like? Did you quit? Did you ever finish school?
No,
Why not?
man, I was doing real estate.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
So I say I went to school for a few things, man. To network, get an education, and
Yeah.
find out what I wanted to do with my life.
Yes, sir.
I feel like I hit all three of those.
All right.
You know?
So how soon after you got your first deal did you quit?
I did a few deals. So that the person that I bought the first deal with, right after that, I met a lady through direct mail that had like 4 houses.
Yeah.
And we ended up doing all those for her. So then, you know, the money started to stack up a little bit. I had enough money to buy a car and all that.
Yeah.
So once I was like, okay, I got some money. You know, I know what I'm gonna do the rest of my life, which is real estate.
Yeah.
And then I got the okay from my parents. You know.
Oh, did you really go ask them? And I'm being that transparent about it.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah. So,
you went to like what did that look like? Because I know, honestly, you know, in the generation that we're in, I felt compelled to go to college because of my parents.
okay.
Because I really wanted to go to the Air Force.
Oh, okay.
You know, but you know, parents put the whole we want you to be first generation to graduate in the family. You know what I'm saying? Your auntie on this side of the family, she's doing very well. We want you to follow her footsteps, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So instead of doing what I wanted to do, I actually went to college mainly because of my parents. And when it came to me making the decision for myself that I didn't want to be in college anymore, like instead of me telling them, I kind of just stayed away from the conversation and just ignored it as long as possible.
Okay. Did you finished or
No.
Oh, I never.
No,
did.
I made $100,000 in the car business. I left.
Listen, I'm out of here.
Yeah. So, you know, I just ignored the conversation as much as I could.
Yeah. Okay. For me, it was similar as far as like, you know, when you went to school, it's like, I want to make my parents proud and all that. So the first thing I had to do was realize whose opinion mattered to me.
Yeah.
You know, I love my whole family, but you know, auntie and all that don't matter. It's mom and dad.
Yeah.
For me.
Yeah.
Once they say, hey, look, this your life, you know, do what you want to do, you know what I mean? And I got the support, and I knew that they had me regardless of what decision I made, they was going to support me. That's all I needed.
Okay.
I'm done.
That's dope that they even had your support.
Yeah,
because
that's big.
that was such a hard thing to conquer mentally for me, because my dad was adamant, you know, that it was a dumb decision to not finish college.
Yeah.
I didn't finish. I still have 14 credits left.
Okay.
Yeah, but I just don't see a need to go back. I mean, that was just like I got what I needed out of college.
Yeah.
You know, what I needed at the time was to find more of myself and to become independent enough to feel like I can make decisions on my own and feel confident about those decisions.
Yeah.
That's it. That's what I needed out of A&T.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
And I always say, like, once I made that decision, that's when I truly started to live my life. Because it's like you making decisions based on how you feel and what you want to do.
Yeah.
So I tell everybody that was the best decision I ever made.
That's what's up. So let's talk a little bit about some subject to deals. Okay. So that's kind of the gray area where everybody's like, well, I don't know, and typically their first subject to or their second subject to deal, they'll sell them because they don't feel comfortable with the process versus taking them down themselves. That's just typically what everybody does. I don't know why. Okay. So at what point did you start, instead of just making cash offers, at what point do you say, hey, I'm going to make creative offers as well?
It came with the education.
Yeah.
So, as I learned more about the business and I realized what you could do and how to do more deals, it was a no-brainer.
Okay.
Because you can offer higher prices with subject to, you can get more creative, and that separates you from the competition.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, all day. Yeah, all day long. Yeah, all day long. Yeah, that's actually, it's one of my ways of, I don't want to, like you were saying, Jamel tried to bully the conversation. That's one of my ways of, because you can either be a hard negotiator, like that, just use them like bully aggressive tactics, or you can like negotiate smart and savvy. Like earlier today when we're talking about Gregory, it's like, I hope you get what you want. I really do. But if you don't, come back to me. Let's make some money together. Because in a lot of situations, I and other people will get a deal that we can't make sense out of until somebody comes along and makes sense out of it for us. So your first like subject to deal that you got a seller to agree to. Let's say that.
Yeah.
Okay. What did the seller say about this? Like, how did that conversation go? And then, how did you overcome anything that they had to say about it? Because I know it's weird.
Yeah,
it's weird, and nobody can understand it, and most people think it's illegal, and you can't do that. But like, how did that go?
So that one was, I guess that was like a lay down sale, really, because the seller came to me. She's like, I do not want this property anymore.
Yeah.
It was, I think she had bought it to be a rental property. It was too much for her.
Yeah.
She like, I just want to be out the deal. So right then, okay, I got the motivation.
Yeah. And
it's like, how can I best help this lady?
Yeah.
So then it's like a cash offer wouldn't work because she had the mortgage on it.
Yeah.
So how can I best help, this seller? And I knew you was heavy on creative deals and financing. So before I even got it under contract, I think I just called you.
You did. You did. You didn't have it under contract yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's one thing I stress too. I'm not trying to take anybody's deal. Like there's enough money for everybody. Yes. Like literally. And I remember that because it was definitely a trust thing, because the way Brian Elam does the closings with subject to, he don't allow you to assign them. And that makes people nervous. Because essentially it cuts you out of the deal, and that makes everybody nervous. Let's talk. I want you to talk about how we set that deal up. Okay, I want you to talk about how we set that deal up. Because did I even talk to the seller at all?
Eventually, I think you did.
Yeah, because so you got the deal, and she agreed that she was open. Right? Or did she even agree that she was open to allowing you to take over the payments?
She was like, whatever you gotta do.
Whatever. Okay. She was whatever you gotta do.
Just help me. That's what she was saying.
Okay. And then so that's when you call me. And so what did you learn through it? I want you to tell the story. I don't want to tell it.
What did I learn?
Yeah. Because what was the first thing that we needed? You remember?
You would need the balance and all the mortgage information, the monthly payments.
Was the seller cool with giving that information up?
Yeah, she was pretty open.
Okay, cool. So once we got the mortgage statement, I think you had sent it to my email. I had looked at it and I was like, okay, cool, this is gonna work out. Okay. And did the seller give you any pushback at all?
Not for that one. But I'm curious though. You said when you seen it, you said this is going to work out.
Yeah, because I didn't think it was going to work at first. Yeah. Most subject twos to me don't work.
Okay.
Yeah, most subject twos don't work, and they don't work because either the seller is too aggressive.
Okay.
She happened to be really easygoing.
Yeah.
If the sellers still need control of the property, if they feel like they have to make sure I'm making the payments, that ain't gonna work. Or if they feel like their overall objective is for me to come in and save them for a temporary amount of time or take the house back, that ain't gonna work.
Yeah.
You know, or even if the rate is adjustable, or I mean, there's just so many. It's just so many different things. You know, it's either the loan terms or the seller.
Okay.
You know, and so, you know, you were just flowing through you were just flowing, and I was like, oh, this is gonna work.
I mean, but because with that one, and then the other subject to deal that we did on Wendover, it's just it's an easy conversation. I'm just someone. What do you need? Okay, hey seller, this is what we need.
Right,
right. It's like
right.
I mean, it's simple. Either it work or it don't.
Exactly, exactly. And no, and I think it's okay. I think it's okay. Okay, and I'm just I'm talking about this because a lot of times when I'm talking people through the same exact scenario that you just had, they think that I'm like misleading them on purpose or something. Like I'm telling them instructions to set them up for fail. Like it's not like a trust thing.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm trying to get out of, like what that process looks like, because that's tough. That's because, like I said, the way I do it, there's no assignments.
Okay.
I don't do an assignment just because that's the way Brian Elam likes it. He doesn't like assignments on subject twos.
Yeah.
Okay. And so that's all I know. I don't, that's all I know. The first assignment that I ever did on a subject two, I got sued.
Oh.
And so that's when Brian stopped doing assignments on subject twos.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, what's the proper way to assign it? I guess for me and the listeners.
Well, you don't. Okay. You don't assign it.
Okay.
You don't assign it. You take a referral fee.
Okay.
You take a referral fee or bird dog fee. Okay. And there's no best way other than letting the seller know that you're going to bring in your business partner. So you find the seller, you guys come up with the terms, and you find your buyer, and then you facilitate the deal.
Okay.
So you can't, on the purchase agreement, you can put referral fee in the other term section.
Okay.
So you know how in the other terms for subject twos will say the seller agrees to leave mortgage in place. Right after that, you can't put your referral fee. Yeah. Buyer agrees to pay referral fee. But some people don't like doing that because then the seller knows how much the referral fee is, and you can't really keep it secret. Okay. And then if you have an addendum made, since there's an addendum between the seller and the buyer, she'll still know what the fee is. Okay. So you either just have to, the seller has to be cool with your fee, or you just have to trust your buyer. It ain't no. So, it ain't no around it.
Okay, so another question. So say I take over the property subject to, right? So I'm the buyer.
Right.
Now I want to sell
the trust.
Yeah. So,
you want to sell the trust? You want to sell the house?
Well, it's a deal and fail that I'm working on. Well, I'm probably going to take it over sub two.
Yeah.
I know I'm going to want to sell everything.
Okay, yeah. So you can sell the trust just like you can sell a business, because the trust is just an entity.
All right.
Okay. So let's say you take it down subject to yourself, and so you do whatever is required. So you bring money is actually in your trust name, and you close on it. You can sell the interest because there's a trustee and then there's a beneficiary.
Okay.
You can sell the beneficiary interest to your buyer for a fee.
Okay.
So essentially, there's no more title work that needs to be done or anything. It's just at the attorney writes up a HUD that says you're selling this company, this trust to this person for this amount. Okay. And so you have two options. You can stay the trustee and the beneficiary changes to them. So that way, if they stop making their payments, you as the trustee can come back in, interject, and make sure the payments are taken care of. So you don't get sued by the seller later because you're responsible because you did take it down. Yeah. You made that agreement to make sure the payments was going to get paid. Or you can sell the trustee interest as well.
Okay.
Does it make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's that I've done it that way before. I've done it that way before, where it's like there's $150,000 worth of equity in the house, but I can't refinance it because it's a subject to. And then also there were tenants in it, and they were making it hard for me to sell. So Brian was like, "Yo, let's sell the trust." So I got 70 grand for the trust. Somebody just paid me 70 grand to take over the trust, and they get everything that I got. They don't have to do no new insurance because the insurance is in the trust name, the property's in the trust name, the new trust paperwork goes into their name.
Okay.
The power of attorney is in the trust name, so it just all goes directly to them.
Okay. So when buying a house subject to, always do a trust, I guess.
For sure, always. Yeah, always. And so we do the trust mainly because of the bank.
Okay.
So like the escrow, the payment, insurance, taxes, interest. The mortgage is paying the taxes, and the mortgage is paying the insurance. So if we put it in the trust name and the insurance agent sends over the new insurance policy to the bank, it says trust, and then the additional insured is the borrower.
Yeah. Okay.
So that way it looks like this person, they just set up an estate. They just set up an estate for this person because he may be dying or something like that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So it doesn't trigger the due on sale clause. That's typically the reason why we're putting subject twos in the trust.
Okay. And then even in the trust, say we want to just sell the whole house, we could do that as well, right?
Yeah, we can sell the whole house. So like with Quell Cove that you sold to me, I took it over subject to, and then I determined that, oh shit, I can make 50 grand. So I just put it on the MLS. And then when it came time for closing, they said, hey, can you give me your trust docs to prove you're the owner? Gave them the trust docs. Technically, I didn't have to give them to them, but I gave them the trust docs to prove I was the owner. And I had limited power of attorney over the mortgage, so I just called and got a payoff and sold it.
Okay. And inside the trust, is it just you?
Well, there's a trustee and then there's a beneficiary.
Yeah.
So you choose. I'm typically, Sawan Belcher is typically the trustee, and then the beneficiary is one of my LLCs.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So yeah. So that's how I typically set it up.
Yeah.
Now, so let's say you partner with somebody. So let's say me and you, we partner and we create our own LLC together. So I'm the money person, you the boots on the ground guy. Okay. And so we create, S&A endeavors, right?
Okay.
You could essentially make a fee by selling it to S&A endeavors, right? And you still own the property because you're the trustee, and then you sell it to your LLC, and you own the LLC as well.
Yeah.
And that's typically what I do. That's how I got the Quell Cove deal.
Yeah.
So my LLC that purchased it, my money partner gave me the money for your fee, and to do the couple things that we did to it, and I still got paid, and I still got to own the property.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So that's how I suggest you set them up.
Yeah.
Instead of selling them to somebody else, you just sell them to yourself.
Yeah. Okay.
That's how I suggest you set them up. Yeah. And no, that's what's up.
Yeah.
Pay me for my coaching call. No problem.
Yeah,
We're good. But honestly, I wanted to have you on because you came to my office multiple times. Well, I know we've done coaching calls.
Multiple times.
Yeah, multiple times. You've done the mastermind multiple times. And so a lot of people will just do it one time. They'll get something out of it, and then that's it. And so, I wanted to know, seriously, what, why keep signing up for them? For real. Why keep signing up for them? And how has it benefited you?
Yeah. Okay, so one of the mistakes I used to make when I first got into business was saying I'm the best.
Yeah.
And this, it's a good attitude to have.
For sure.
But for me, it kind of affected how I work because I'm like, well, I'm the best, so I don't got to, you know what I mean?
Right.
But when I realized, okay, I'm not the best, but I have the potential to be the best.
Right.
It switched my thinking a little bit. So it's like, okay, to be the best, what do I have to do?
Right.
That's probably learned from some people that's really
that's better.
Yeah,
right. That's better. Yeah. Because I'm still not the best, but I'm definitely pretty good.
Yeah. So that was my thinking. It's like this guy, he knows what he's talking about. He knows what he's doing. Let's learn. Let's keep learning.
That's dope. I love it. I appreciate that. Yeah. Have you made more money since you started? Because the first referral deal was $1,000.
Yeah.
And then it was $2,500.
Yeah.
And then now, what's your biggest deal that you've done now?
So I've been in it for 3 or 4 years now. And honestly, my biggest deal came this year.
Okay.
Which was the flip. That was $40,000.
Which was the flip. All right, let's talk about this. Okay, it's the last jump right here.
Okay.
So, because you were afraid, in my opinion, to buy a deal. Okay, you were afraid. I don't know why. Because every deal you would bring me, you would say, "Man, I really want to buy it myself, but I'm gonna do this." But here's the deal for you.
Yep.
And so I appreciate those deals. But what made you change your mind about the flip that you finally took down?
The mastermind.
Yeah, okay.
Honestly, because talking to you and Jamel was just about going bigger, taking chances. So I'm like, while we was on the coaching call, I was walking the property, taking pictures to send out the buyers.
Yeah.
And y'all was just like, y'all put some pressure on me. I was like, Anthony, how many deals you own? I'm like, I don't own none yet. But it was just like, man, what am I waiting on?
Yeah.
You know, it's like I have the resources to put stuff together. I've been in it for a while. I know I can do it.
Yeah.
It's just about doing it. So the encouragement and, you know, just the pressure from y'all in the mastermind made me say, man, just go ahead and do it.
Let's go. What did it take to get ready? So, like, where'd you get the money from? And then, where'd you get the money from? And what were they looking for, the person who gave you the money?
So I went hard money on
You went hard money? Okay.
So from me, they needed, like, you know, bank statements and, you know, stuff like that, tax returns and all that.
Okay.
So
They needed bank statements for how long?
might have been 2 months.
Okay. So they needed 2 months bank statements.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted, what else? Tax returns?
Tax returns.
How many?
Man, you know what? They might not have asked for tax returns because
Okay.
it was hard money. So,
Yeah.
so for them, they just cared about the deal and making sure I got the money.
Did they make you do an appraisal? Pay for appraisal?
They did that. They ran their own numbers.
They ran their own numbers. Okay, good. Okay, so it sounded like they wasn't asking for a lot.
Nothing major, but they was asking for stuff I never heard of before. Like they wanted like a good standing letter.
A good standing letter from who?
They sent me the website. I just went to the website. And,
Yeah.
To be honest, that whole process, it was me not knowing anything and just figuring out as I went.
Yes.
As far as like how to get the loan and even to get the money for the down payment.
Yeah.
You know, it was just me using resources.
How'd you get the money for the down payment?
Credit cards, man.
Credit cards. That's what's up. Okay, so how do we get the cash off the credit cards?
Just went. So I had got the loans or the credit cards a little while back. I got one credit card and then
All business or personal?
all business.
All business. Okay.
And a line of credit as well.
Okay. Nice.
And that came from having good credit.
Yeah.
So thank God for that.
Right.
But,
Right.
Yeah. So I had a few credit cards and stuff out, and yeah, they told me what I needed. I went, got it off the credit card, took it to closing.
Okay, that's what's up. Oh, we're gonna
Yeah.
deep into this. Okay.
Okay.
So how much was the property?
So I bought it for $58.
Okay. How much was the rehab?
We put 15 into it.
Put 15 grand into it. Oh, that's good. Was that more or less what you thought it was gonna be?
That's what I thought it would be.
Okay, cool. So you put 15 grand into it, and when did the hard money guy said that they were going to cover the 15, or did you have to bring the 15?
So it was like it was in draws.
It was in draws.
So they gave me the 15, but it's like I use my own money, then they give it back, and I use my own money, they give it back.
Okay, so you use your own money to cover X amount of expense, and then you had to like take pictures, or did you have to give them receipts?
Yeah. So they would send out an inspector after I say, okay, bathroom 1 and 2 done, master bedroom done. They would send a guy out to take pictures. The guy would send them the pictures. Then they'd send me the money.
Okay, perfect. I like it. I just want people to understand.
Yeah.
Okay, so how long did it take you to get the? Did you have to pay monthly payments with the hard money?
So I did, but at closing they covered like 3 or 4 months. Like I paid 3 or 4 months in advance.
Nice.
So that helped out a lot.
Nice. Okay, I love it. So, how long did it take you to get the rehab done? Okay.
Yeah. So we bought it in October. We sold in February.
How much money you make?
40,000.
Made 40,000. Okay, that's a lot different than wholesaling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that was an amazing feeling.
Yeah.
But I think the biggest thing for me is that I had no idea if it was going to work.
Yeah.
Which might not be the best investment strategy, but I had no idea if it was going to work, and I really didn't know what I was doing.
Yeah.
But I was just like...
I think that's okay. Because honestly, every deal, even now, I don't know if it's going to work.
Yeah.
But having a certain level of faith to say, I got to make it work.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
it's going to work. You know, it's going to work. But every deal, literally, I just, I look at sometimes, I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to do with this.
Yeah.
But I'm going
Yeah.
to make it work.
No, that faith is everything.
Yeah.
That's not for real. That's what got me here.
That's
just faith. I mean, because without it, what you doing, man?
That's for
but
sure.
With that faith, you move with like a different type of energy.
That's for sure.
Like, man, whatever it is, we can handle it. We're gonna get it done. We gonna solve the problem. So that faith is everything for me.
That's for sure. Now since then, since you did your first flip, have you bought another one or picked up a rental?
So we buying some land right now.
Okay,
So,
nice.
Yeah, but we haven't we wholesaled a few, but we haven't bought anything else.
Okay, cool. Real quick, and then this will be the last thing. The land. What are you doing with the land?
Gonna resell it.
Just all right, like an assignment, or put it up on the MLS?
MLS.
Oh, nice. Okay. All right. Cool. So, I'm starting to like land.
Okay.
I'm starting to like land because nobody does it.
Yeah.
And so, if you can get, are you raising money or are you getting hard money?
It's cash.
Cash.
Yeah, it's
Okay. How much is the land?
10,000.
10,000. Okay. Cool. So you're using your own cash. Okay.
Me and a partner.
You and the partner. And then, what does the partnership look like?
We just gonna go on the deed together.
You're gonna so
Yes,
his name, your name,
Yeah.
or his company or your company. Okay, cool. And both of you guys just put 50-50 in. Okay. Any operating agreement or anything recorded that says what your responsibilities are, or
No. No, none of that.
no problem, no problem. And then so just as is, not doing nothing, just putting it back on the MLS.
Yeah.
When you guys said that you're gonna do the deal, what's the worst case scenario?
Worst case is you saying after we close? Or-
Yeah. Well, like when you were doing the numbers,
Okay.
what's worst case scenario?
Of course, it's if we're not able to sell it,
Then what?
I mean,
Like-
then we had to clear the lot, build on it ourselves.
Okay, cool. But you guys had that conversation?
Yeah.
I love it. See, I love it. See, I love it. Hey, well, because with partnerships, I never had that conversation.
Okay.
Like when I got in, I don't know why, but that never hit me. And you know, I had so much faith, it never hit me. Like, what if it went wrong?
Okay.
And but I like land deals just because they're the easiest wholesale deal that you can do. I mean, you take them down and just put them up, and you just wait. If it's a year, 2 years, 3 years, whatever, you just wait.
Now, do you think that's a good approach? Always asking yourself, what if it goes wrong?
For sure.
Yeah.
And I got that approach from one of my most recent best private money guys. He looks at every deal in the worst way possible.
Okay.
You know, and that's literally how he determines if he's going to lend on it or not. You know, because if he breaks even at the worst way possible, then he's cool with doing the deal. So if he don't make any money on the worst way possible, you know, and he doesn't lose in the worst way possible, he's totally fine with doing the deal. And so I start looking at every deal like, what's the worst case scenario, you know? And if it works, you know, if I don't make any money and I don't lose at the worst case scenario, I'm doing the deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so that's my new way of looking at it. I don't even look at how much profit I'm gonna make. I just look at the worst case scenario.
Now, do you do the flip side?
What's the best case?
Yeah.
I don't.
Okay.
I don't. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. I really don't. And that's just something I just adopted when working with Nick. I started working with Nick right at the events.
Okay.
Right at the events, that was my first deal that I did with Eastwood.
Yeah.
That was the first deal that I did with Nick. But every deal, I look at the worst case scenario.
Okay.
So if you had to look back at your last 3 years, you know, of doing the business, okay, what are like the top 3 things that you tell somebody new right now, you know, that you learned during that journey?
Yeah. Number one, which everybody probably say, is be consistent.
Yeah.
Yeah, with being consistent in like what you're supposed to do and what you say you're gonna do, what separates you from a lot of people.
That's for sure.
Because when I think back and I just think, man, if I would have did exactly what I said I was gonna do,
Yeah.
like nothing special, just what I said.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I'd be out of here. So yeah, be consistent.
Yeah.
Build a team.
Yes.
Building a team is extremely important. I'm kind of just getting into that. You
Yeah.
know? Like it's me. I got my VA. I got my guy Kais, and then I got my guy Will.
Nice.
So that's full. But build a team.
Yes.
Because you can't do everything yourself. You know?
Yes.
What's the quote? It's like, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together.
That's for sure.
I agree 100%.
That's for sure, man. I just remember I took you to California with me. Yeah, that was a good time. Yeah, that was a good time. Yeah, that was a good time. And what's the last point?
Number 3, network. Yeah, I would say network.
Network.
You know, because man, it's great people everywhere, and just being able to lean on, like coming to you for subject to, you know, or going to an attorney to figure out how to structure a deal or something.
Or going to Phoenix, my all-in guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just networking, man. It's amazing people out here that know so much, and they know things you don't know. So network. And then I guess on top of everything, I know you said 3, but believe in God.
For sure.
Keep your faith up.
For sure. I mean, that trumps all of them.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that trumps all of them.
Absolutely, man.
Yeah. You need big boy faith.
Big boy
You
faith.
need big boy faith to do this business, and the bigger your goals are, the more faith you need. We're just taking down this 8-unit, man. And God is so good, bro. God is so good. And we had to extend the contract twice.
Okay.
And I personally believe we had to extend the contract twice is because I didn't have enough faith when I got it under contract.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I like that.
and seriously, because the way I normally do my deals, I get them under contract.
Yeah.
And then I go out and raise money for them. And I got it under contract, but instead of raising all of the purchase and the rehab, I kind of skimped out and I went to a bank and I said, hey, I need you to finance this for me, versus doing my traditional way and having faith that I could raise $500,000.
Yeah.
And 2 days ago I had the faith for $500,000 and we'll close the next week. So it's like, what is, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Big boy faith.
Big boy faith.
Yeah.
Well, heck, yo, thanks for taking the time. And you got a last point?
Nah, man, because I'm just thinking like it's been 3 or 4 years, so a few things is popping up, but it's just like go big.
Yeah.
I mean, know what you want, know why you doing what you're doing. I mean, yeah.
Just go big, man.
Go big.
Just go big. Like $500,000 is easy.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah. Get uncomfortable.
Get way uncomfortable.
Because
Hold on. And what does uncomfortable mean to you?
Man, so at first I was thinking it was just like doing the things you're scared of.
Yeah.
Right. So like whether it's speaking in public or having them uncomfortable conversations with a seller or with a buyer, which it is. But then it's also getting uncomfortable could be like working longer than what you usually work.
Right.
You know what I mean? Or putting in extra hours
Right.
or learning something you
Right.
never learned before, getting around a crowd you never been around.
Agree. Yeah, if my wife isn't if she isn't upset at me,
Yeah.
that if she's not complaining, saying, "Hey, Sawan, you're working too much,"
Yeah.
ain't working enough.
Yeah, and then I realized when I got uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And I hope we don't go over, but when I got uncomfortable, that's when the biggest success came. Because
Yeah.
when I was the most uncomfortable was when I bought the house.
Yeah.
The townhouse, because I had no money. Like I had to go to credit. I'm doing Uber. I'm whatever I got.
Amen.
Whatever I
Amen.
gotta
Yeah.
do.
Amen.
But it had the biggest payoff.
You're right.
Biggest paycheck I ever got. And one more thing I want to add. Right?
You're good.
Is, a lot of times we figure out how to figure things out when our back against the wall.
Right.
And it's usually like going backwards though. So like say you get behind on your rent and you're like, man, I gotta figure out how to do it, or I gotta feed my kids or whatever,
Right.
but it's when, I'm back against the wall. So now I'm like, with that thinking and knowing that I gotta get uncomfortable, now it's let's press forward with it. So
Yeah.
like you say, let's raise $500,000.
Yeah.
It's like just pressing forward.
Yeah.
And getting uncomfortable.
So at this point, do you try to put yourself in an uncomfortable situation? Okay, that's what you're getting to. Okay,
100%.
give me an example of a way that you recently tried to put yourself in an uncomfortable situation in order for you to perform.
Yeah. So this number one.
Yeah.
Interview. I don't. You know what I mean? This
Yeah. Right.
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 I'm gonna do it. So this it's a property in Fayetteville that we're gonna take down subject to.
Yeah.
All in. Let's do it.
Yeah. All in. Yep.
Whatever is needed.
Yep. I
let's
love
get
it.
So getting uncomfortable, man, is the cheat code that I just unlocked.
Yeah.
Like I'm just realizing, okay, that's where the growth is at.
That's for sure.
I mean, so that's what I'm
That's
doing
for sure,
now.
bro.
Getting comfortable.
I do it to myself all the time.
Yeah.
And it's something I'm so grateful for the car business because I honestly believe without the car business, it would be so much harder for me to be uncomfortable. Because we had so much stress at the car dealership, and I was willing to stay there for years under that stress. That now, under my own stress,
Yeah.
it's just normal.
Yeah.
It's just normal to put yourself in a stressful situation financially, stressful situation risk wise,
Yeah.
stressful saying I'm not leaving my office or getting up until I get a deal on the contract today. You know what I mean? That could be stressful, especially when it's like 9 o'clock at night and you still ain't got a deal, but you know you're not supposed to call at 9 o'clock at night, but you call until 10, and then boom, at 10:03, somebody's like, "Yo, I just got off on my second shift job." And they want to talk to you, and you know what I'm saying, and you get a deal.
Yeah.
And so I think that's I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah.
That's a extremely good point, because I'm telling you, I personally try to make sure I'm uncomfortable.
Yeah, and that's where the excitement at, man.
It is. It is.
You know, that's where I thrive at.
Yeah.
Where it's like I don't know, but I gotta figure it out. It's go time.
Yeah, I love it. I love it, man. Well, look, tell the people how they can reach out to you if they got a deal, or if they want a JV, or if they just want to reach out and ask questions.
So I think right now the best way is probably through email. My email is Curtis, CURTIS, Way, WAY, props, PROPS, @gmail.com.
Coolio, and I'll put it out, and I'll put it in the description so they can reach out that way as well.
Okay.
And and I appreciate it, bro. I appreciate you coming through, man. Yes, sir.
You.
Yeah, you're a big part of my success, in my opinion, because that house on Quail Cove, that was a staple deal for me. Okay. You know, the house on Law Street, huge staple deal for me. You know what I mean? And then also the Wendover house too, because that was the first house. That was the first group home. So that was the first group home. So, we got 3 group homes now. Okay. And so each deal, the Quail Cove house, just because I found Miss Elrita and she still works for me, Law Street, that house is just everything to me, honestly. I love Law Street. Okay. I absolutely love Law Street. Yeah. We're killing it. We're killing it.
Man, I'm glad to hear
We're killing it with that house. Yeah. And Brittany was trying to buy it. Brittany Cousins, she was trying to buy it like maybe a year and a half ago for like 90, and I was like, nah, I'm not selling it for that. Yeah. And then recently, somebody else came up and said they'll pick it up for 160. Ooh. I know, right? Okay. I know. But the Airbnb, between the Airbnb and Adrian, because he's still there, bringing like $3,000 a month. Okay. Like net. I'm probably at like $2,100 a month, net after all expenses. Yeah. So it's just like. That's just a phenomenal deal for your boy. So I appreciate you. And but look, until then, remember, you don't need all 3 to do a deal. Time, money, and knowledge. You just need 2 to do you. Have an amazing day. Peace. Hey, great day. It's your boy Sawan Belcher. This is me taking action on Instagram. Okay, and today I got a big boy. Okay, I got a big boy today. He's actually one of the killers, one of the top players in our market, and actually in several different markets, which is different than what I do, which is why I wanted to bring him on. We were doing dinner yesterday, coming up with some strategies and talking a little bit, and I said, hey, I gotta get this, to you guys so you all can learn from him as well. So Jacob, introduce yourself, brother. Let everybody know who you are.
What's happening? Jacob Mullins, New South Property Solutions. I primarily operate right out here in the Triad. Live in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. I work that market as well. So just do a little bit of both, and here to kick some ass. Happy to have dinner with my man yesterday, just talking about some random stuff, and he's like, why don't you come in for a little bit and just see what I could do, see how I could give any value and help, for sure.
That's for sure. Yeah. So tell everybody how you're making money inside of real estate, okay? Because I know there's always so many ways to make money, and so
sure.
How are you making money in real estate?
So the biggest ways that we're making money is we're either wholesaling, we're wholetailing, we're flipping properties and holding rentals, just like most everybody else.
Nice.
Same thing you do.
Nice.
That's been how we're primarily focused on.
Yeah, and I just don't want to glaze over it because so many people are stuck in one path or even not doing anything.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. Yeah. So you're a very humble guy, by the way. Very humble, very humble. Okay, so when it comes to wholesaling, like what does your operation look like? When it comes to wholesaling.
So wholesaling, my complete team is it's in Myrtle Beach.
Yeah.
So I have, an operations person, a dispositions person, couple acquisitions person, controller, and then a controller assistant. Because you need that. The accounting is a huge piece. Like,
for sure.
I think you mentioned your mom's helping you out. And also, but anyway, that's pretty much what it is.
I mean, has it like always been like that? Has like wholesaling always been like the focus of the company, or
No. So primarily I focus on flipping, man. So
Okay.
every deal that I buy, and that maybe makes me more successful as a wholesaler because I'm very confident when I'm coming in and giving an offer.
Nice.
So every offer I get, I'm going to close it no matter what. So if I wholesale it, that's fine. My intention is to take it down, flip it, and do that.
Nice.
Or keep it as a rental, of course.
nice?
So I think confidence, is a huge thing. So anybody's looking for acquisitions, and you need to be very confident in any offer that you put in. For
That's
sure.
what's up.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
See, most guys, they just get caught up in the title. They start instead of saying, "Hey, I'm a real estate investor,"
Yeah.
right? They say, "Hey, I'm a wholesaler," and
Yeah.
there's nothing
Yeah.
wrong with knowing that you have that exit strategy, right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that's not who you are. You're
Yeah.
not a landlorder because you
That's
own
right.
rental property.
That's right. That's
You're a
right.
real estate investor.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
so
yeah,
I like that. So how
Yeah.
do you determine if you assign it or if you if you keep it for yourself or you flip it?
So
Is it like a formula or?
there's no formula, man. So if it's a heavy rehab, we lean toward wanting to assign that property.
Nice.
Like floor joists, things are pretty crazy, but we're not scared of it. But
Yeah.
a heavier rehab, that's going to be something that we're more than likely to assign. But if we do assign it, as I was telling you, I shift my focus. I'm not interested in making $3,000 to $5,000 on a deal.
Nice.
I just go ahead and if we're going to make 30 to 60 grand to wholesale it,
Yeah.
then that makes it worth it. You
Right.
know, I mean, and I'm telling you, if you switch your mindset to just saying, I'm not really into doing the $3,000 to $5,000 deals. I'm just going to go ahead and just make more money.
Right.
Then you're going to figure out a way to make it happen.
Right, that's for sure. That's literally the first step to making more money.
Yeah, you just gotta
I can make more money.
Yeah, you just
That's
go
it.
ahead and just do it.
Right, exactly.
Just
I
do
love
it. Maybe you have to renegotiate a little bit on the back end if it's not a good a deal, but you just go ahead and just make it happen. Man.
That's what's up. I love it. So if
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
mainly doing flips, like remodels to resell, and you're in Myrtle Beach.
Yep.
Sometimes when I call you, you're in Italy.
Yeah.
What does that look? What does that look like?
All right, so you have to have a good team if you're remote, So, I have a runner out here. Several runners and my contractors. They'll look at properties, but that is the number one thing that you really can mess up on when you're tying up a property. Like number one, most expensive thing that people will miss is structural issues.
Yeah.
So you have to have somebody that can at least identify, hey man, this is slanted way this way. Hey, we got a big crack in the brick. This is something that you need to, it's a good tool to renegotiate. They're also taking pictures of anything that's wrong with the property, but we do so many, we can analyze by pictures and we can kind of figure out what roughly it's going to take to get it done.
Okay, so check this out. I want to make sure I got this right. So you got a team down in Myrtle Beach,
Correct.
right?
Yeah.
So
Yep.
they'll do a lot of the marketing for you and also
Everything.
get deals under contract.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. And then are you getting the deal under contract before your runner goes out to take pictures for you guys?
Sometimes,
Or after?
sometimes it depends on the deal. Like, so if I got a really hardcore seller that's like, this is what it's going to be, and this is how it's going to be, and this and that, then what we're going to probably do on that deal is we're going to do a walkthrough before we tie it up.
Okay.
Because it's very important in our business to get good reviews.
For sure.
And you want to have it just, and honestly, you want it to be a smooth transaction for everybody.
For
it's
sure.
not just about killing everybody. It's making sure that they feel good about it, you feel good about it,
Right.
and everyone's happy in the transaction. So, but if it's an easier deal that we feel like we can just go ahead and lock up, we do it. We
Okay.
do it.
That's
And you have to be quick because I apologize.
It's okay.
Yeah, you got to be quick, especially in this market, because if you don't tie it up, guess what? My team's going to tie it up.
For sure.
Yeah. I'll tell you all out there, you don't tie a deal up, I'm coming after it for sure. But we unless it's a real rough one, we normally will contract before. We'll do a walkthrough. If we have to renegotiate, we do it at that point.
Very good. I love it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let's say you get a deal under contract. You send out your runner. Okay.
Yep.
What is he gonna take pictures of to relay back to your team so that you can know if it's a good deal or if you should get a reduction?
Okay, so pictures, and one thing I forgot to mention is smell. So cat is a hard thing to get out of a property. So cat piss, animal, smoking, all that takes into consideration. You can't tell that by pictures. So so they're there to smell the property, see how bad it is. They're taking pictures of everything. I want good marketing pictures. So you want if you got an iPhone, you put it, man, that 0.5 is just so sweet. You can get awesome views on my iPhone, but just, so we take outside pictures, side pictures, kitchen, bath. And it needs to be, this is important because you are going to, potentially be wholesaling this deal and you don't want to go in there 50 times. You need to go to the back corner of the room and then get a good wide picture of everything. And that 0.5, when you zoom out, if you have an Android, I'm sure there's something that, like that. But you need good, solid pictures of the whole room. Look for any cracks. You want to open the drawers, make sure there's no leaks. In the bathrooms, specifically in the bathrooms, you know this. We bought a lot of houses that are old and they haven't been taken care of.
For sure.
You got to look for soft floor all the way around the toilet and the tub. It's just a normal thing that happens all the time, So, and it's something that we can go back to the seller and maybe ask for a little discount because. And I don't require my people to actually crawl under the place, but it's really easy to open a crawl space door and stick your phone in there and take a bunch of pictures of the crawl space.
sure.
That's going to give us an indication if we have any rotten floor joists, termites, any moisture. Moisture is a big thing that's hard to get rid of sometimes. We always tell people to look at the ceilings and make sure any type of leaks, cracks. You just kind of look for anything. Oh, another big thing is like you want to know, are they new windows or old windows? Ask the seller how old the roof is, and a lot of times we figure a lot of that stuff out, but just verify and just see if there's anything that you notice that's wrong. I also like to take a picture of outside the neighborhood. I like to feel the neighborhood out. Sometimes even like a video, because if you got a really rough neighbor, that could impact your ability to sell that house if you're going to flip it.
For sure. So it sounds like about 75 to 100 pictures, maybe.
Sometimes we try to keep it to more like 30 to 50. Because 75 is just so much. But more is not worse. Us, we can get away with maybe taking a little less pictures because we just, we're just constantly buying houses. We buy, on a bad week, we buy 1 to 2 houses every week. On a good week, we're buying like 3 to 6.
Amen. Yeah, I love it. I love it.
So it's like we do like a lot of volume.
Nice.
For sure.
So I want people to understand. So that's why I'm kind of taking it slow here. So they take those pictures. And you're back in Myrtle Beach.
We're back in Myrtle Beach.
And 30 to 50 pictures on an iPhone, you're not sending it like that. So are they storing it on like a Google Drive for you?
Yeah, 100%. So we require either a contractor or our runners. They have to have a shared Google Drive. They download everything on a Google Drive, and then it just instantly shows up to where we are. You have to be in a place where you have Wi-Fi, so they might go back to their house or their office or whatever. But they download it on Google Drive. We look through it. We assess it. We have access to MLS, which is awesome. But PropStream, and there's so many tools out there where you can pull comps.
I love it.
So
I love it. Okay. And so we got these pictures. You guys got it under contract at this point. Okay. So before you determine if you're gonna take it down or if you're gonna assign it, okay, or whatever the case, whatever your exit strategy is. What are you doing? Are you looking at what the potential rents are? Are you looking at what does that look like?
So the first thing that we primarily what we look for is to flip. Because especially right now where rates are going up, so we look to see if we can make a minimum of like $30,000 to $40,000, and it's not a crazy rehab. We're doing the deal to flip. But if we can sell it again for that, 30 to 40 or 650, whatever. If we can wholesale it for that, or maybe just take it down and list it on MLS and do that. That's fine too.
Nice. Okay, I like it. So the easiest way to get you $30,000 or $40,000, that's the way you're going.
That's the way I'm going.
I like it. I like it.
And if we can make like 25 instead of 30, let's go ahead and not do the work and make the same money. You agree with that, right?
No, I do.
I just love not working and making the money.
I just hoteled one on Ashland. I bought it for 65, sold it for 125. And
it's a beautiful thing.
A beautiful thing. So that's really like a good strategy for me right now.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I love this. This is good. Okay. Now, at this point, since your business is mainly flipping, okay. I'm gonna ask you a question, and we're gonna figure out how we're gonna answer this thing. Okay. The money is always like the toughest piece for people to understand. Okay. Because when people are learning real estate investing, most of the time there's like a perception of, hey, we got to have pretty credit, we got to have massive reserves, and we're gonna go get bank qualified for a deal. But in this case, we're looking for a distressed property. Okay, so since your main strategy is taking down property, where are we getting the money from?
So, all right, money is easy. So, if the deals are a lot harder than the money. If you get the deals, the money's going to come. So you get a deal. This is the easiest. Like if I was new and I knew I had an awesome deal, this is what I would do. I'd market it and try to sell it, right? And what you do is just a little bit different than everybody else, right? There's a lot of people that really do have the cash, especially when you're new. So what you do is say, hey, I got this deal. I'm selling it for this amount of money, but I got a better deal for you. Why don't you put up all the money? for the rehab and the deal, and we'll split the profit.
Perfect.
That's exactly what I would do if I was trying to get in flipping. Or, obviously if you don't have to take it down and you can make 30, as we discussed, you take the 30.
Amen. I love it.
So, or 30, whatever, plus. But that is, if I was a new person, don't you agree?
No, I love it. Yeah,
The deals is what everybody wants. I can't tell you how many times, I talk to somebody and hey, I got this deal. And they're like, dude, you want some help with, funding that and everything like that? I was like, dude, no, I'm all good, but I appreciate you offering that, but I'll sell it to you for this price. But there's just so many times where, people get so tied up with thinking about the money, they lose sight of what's really important: acquisitions.
For sure.
All the time. You have to focus on acquisitions. The money will come, dude. It's not gonna matter. I mean, heck, you just did a deal where, you got 8 units and you got somebody to fund the deal, and that was from somebody you dealt with and
that was
previous transactions,
yeah,
right?
That was easy. It was actually easier than, because I was making it such a big deal because I never raised that amount of money before.
Yeah.
I never raised, it's $490, that was the amount.
Yeah.
And so I was like, but the seller actually had to encourage me.
Yeah.
Because I have bought a lot from this guy. He's like, why don't we just do this like you normally do it?
Yeah.
And I said, well, it's so much money. And he said, well, just go back to the basics.
Yeah.
He said, just do what you normally do. Don't try to do nothing different.
That's right.
And he really encouraged me, and it got me through. We did it.
Yeah. It's a mind block that most people have. You just got to go ahead and get over that.
That's for sure. I love it. So what does I've been getting a bunch of messages that say, hey, Sawan, will you JV, with me? Will you JV? And you just mentioned partner. Right?
Yes.
And so essentially JVing is partnering. Okay?
Of course.
So remind you that we're talking to a lot of beginners, okay, and some experienced people. But from a beginner's perspective, okay, what does it's all right. It's okay. If you got to answer something.
Nah, you're good.
Okay. From a beginner's perspective,
okay,
what kind of partnerships should they be looking for, right? When they, instead of pitching their cash buyer, just selling it, if they don't get the 30, right? What kind of partnership, what should their responsibilities be?
So especially if you're remote, Sawan, you got to have good contractors.
Yeah.
You got to have good contractors, and good contractors with money is even better.
Yeah.
So there's a couple different things. Like for me, I as we talked about earlier, you can get capital, but what I do when I JV with contractors is I will buy the property, they will flip the property, make it beautiful, and I show them we do the same thing every single time. I got my guys, my boys Ivan and Nasco out here, that they're actually partners in all the flips that I do.
Nice.
And especially from being in Myrtle Beach to coming out here, it's the best money that I've ever spent. They just take care of everything for me. And they're happy, they're able to be really successful. I'm able to be successful and not having the stress of dealing with contractors. Let's face it, Sawan,
for sure,
dude, it's like adult daycare.
For sure,
dealing with the contractors.
For sure,
I can do it, but I don't really want to do it, especially if I'm traveling and they want money, they want this, they want that, they want to do a halfway job and get paid all of it.
Yeah, and
it's such an aggravation. So for me, it has been very successful. That as we discussed, I give them half the profit.
Yeah.
And it's worth it.
So let's say, okay, great. This is perfect. So let's say you partner with these guys. Are they taking care of the insurance? Are they taking care of just the contractors? They're getting the dumpsters?
No. Contractors are not office people. So I have a team for that. Personal assistant. I got my transaction coordinator, which I don't think I mentioned that on my team, but I have a transaction coordinator. She takes care of all that.
Perfect.
Because you don't want to force a person to do. Everyone does certain things good. When you take them out of that and put them into paperwork, put a contractor into detailed paperwork, taking them away from what to do.
Nice.
Let the contractor do what a contractor does. They're going to analyze and do the numbers and see what we have to do. And sometimes we'll do full flips on properties. Sometimes it'll be just kind of just a base, clean up. And sometimes we just do nothing and just put it right on MLS.
That's for sure.
They decide all that, so they're going to handle all the contractors, get all the contractors paid. Yep. So we have a shared account. There needs to be some trust there, but you don't have to have a shared account. You can give them checks as needed, and that's what I would recommend probably to most people.
Yeah,
you don't just want to. Because and you got to make sure if you're new at this and you're in a new area. You need to look at the reviews on these people. You have to call references, and you know, if it's Ben Thompson that you're working for, and he gives you a reference of Jerry Thompson, it's a good chance he's his dad.
Well,
you know, so
is that how you got these guys? Is that how you found them?
No.
Referrals or
no. So this is actually, I got really lucky. I married a beautiful Bulgarian wife. They build them better out there, Swan. I'm telling you, man. My wife she's awesome. But anyway, she's got a lot of family out here, and so this is actually her family. So I was really fortunate to walk into a situation that is mutually beneficial for all of us. You know, like I have no stress when it comes to contracting. That's why I don't care. Like I look at a rehab, it's all jacked up. I'm like, yeah, let's do it, because I don't have to deal with it.
Yeah,
you know?
nice.
And they will do everything, and you know, they're very loyal. They're very good, and you know, in order to get that loyalty and everything, I think you got to pay for it.
Yeah.
You know, because contractors are a hot commodity. Everybody needs remodels, especially since COVID. Everyone's renovating their house and all that.
Yeah.
So I think what you really have to do is you have to get a good referral contractor. A great way to do that is call realtors too.
For sure.
Realtors. Yeah. So I just did a deal in Sanford. I never did any deals in Sanford. I called realtors and I asked them, hey, you know, who do you recommend that's an awesome contractor in your area? And they gave me this guy, and it turns out he was an investor too. So not only I found a contractor, I'm sure he would come up with money for deals if I needed it. But he was so good. A good indication of a contractor is when they go out there, they give you a scope of work that's just so detailed, tight, and right. Yeah. And you just look at it and you're like, damn, dude, this dude, you know, did his research and comes with pictures and everything. I sent this one guy out here to do a remodel on one of the apartments that I have. And my first experience with him is, dude, he drew a floor plan of the place. So he he texted me a floor plan. Yeah. He said, hey, this is what the plan is, and here's a scope of work of what it's going to be to get it done. Now, this guy was probably $3 to $4 grand more than the normal guys I use. Yeah. But because he was right on time, and I'll tell you, like my normal guys would have taken maybe 30 days to do this turn. Yeah. They did it in 2 weeks. Wow. So I was able to lease it quicker. Nice. And I did pay a little bit more money, but you pay for professionalism. Exactly. You know, so that's why I give them a portion of my profit, man. Yeah, that's for sure. I love keeps them in the game, keeps them happy, and everybody wins. No, and what happens when everything goes wrong? Well, you know, that's just life. I mean, I told you, like, I have a deal that was supposed to close yesterday where I was going to make like 300 grand, and I get a call the day of, like, it's supposed to close today, and you know, there's some title issues, and you know, may or may not close. Yeah. But I can't focus on that. I just got to focus on moving forward and just doing what we're going to do. In life, things can go wrong. You deal with it when it happens. But I can tell you, with contractors, and you're starting off, a little bit of money at a time. Yeah. Not too much. You want to. It's okay to get hurt a little. Just don't stroke them a check for 50 grand or 20, or you know, too much money out too quick is no good. Yeah. I like the draw system too. Yeah. So we typically, like, he'll write out a scope of work, and then like right in the, like 1/3 of it, I'll say, hey, at this point, you know, when this stuff is done, I'll give you X amount. Yeah, and you can pay for materials over the phone too. Yeah. So that, or like with those guys, they just have a credit card. You know? So, and you get with other contractors, something you have to watch too. I'm sure it's probably happened to you, but. So my accounting team in my office, they print out all the receipts from Home Depot, and if there's tools on there, I'm not paying for tools. For sure. You know, not with my boys, but if I have other contractors like working on my rentals, you know, you give them a credit card, you pay for something, you always see a couple Red Bulls on there, you see some tools, you see a new saw. Yeah. I'm like, hey man, this is getting taken off your check. I just want to let you know. You have to have your accounting team, or if you're doing it yourself, you need to look for that as well. That's for sure. Especially when remote. Yeah. You know, like me. Yeah, I love that. Actually, that's actually good. I didn't even think about that. Oh, dude, you know what happened to me? So, man, this is an interesting story. So, man, this guy, and he was getting away with it for a while before I had my controller and like looking at all this stuff like they've been doing the last couple years. Dude, they'll get gift cards. Yeah. So and it comes up, it's a charge on the account. It's like $100 gift card, a $50 gift card, 50. And then I look back and I noticed it, and I found like $1,600, this contractor that I thought was like really close to me. Yeah. And he was just taking the gift cards. That's crazy. Yeah. And then he was selling the gift cards, $100 gift card for $90 cash, like, you know, whatever. Yeah. So, but anyway, I mean, you know, there's a lot of bad people. There's a lot of good people too. Just watch your back. You know. For sure. Yeah. And that's one thing. I just don't like people to. I don't want people to like barter themselves down on the bad.
because it's gonna happen. But we gotta
gonna
stay optimistic. I honestly feel like just being optimistic makes things go better.
Dude,
you know, just having a positive outlook on everything's gonna go my way.
No question.
You know, it
No
goes
question.
smoothly.
Man, that's how I live, man. I wake up every day. I feel good about it. I
Yeah.
make shit happen. You know, that's what we were talking about, like wholesaling, man. Don't get so caught up. Just go ahead and just do it, man. Everything will just work out. You know,
Yeah.
just got to know that it's going to happen and make it happen. And it might take a couple times before you put one together, but once you do, it feels good. And
That's
Yeah.
what's up. I love it.
Yeah.
Last things last. Okay.
Yeah.
Give me, just for a little inspiration. Give me in the last, let's call it this market, in the last 12 months, give me your biggest deal that you've done money wise.
Well, the biggest deal is a purchase for rentals. Is
Yeah.
what we kind of talked about. It's just funny. You put yourself out there and you constantly say that you do real estate and you market and do all the different channels and you stay consistent with it. Sometimes there's actually two that I'm really excited about. So the rentals wise, one is a 26 unit in Greensboro. It's 26 townhouses.
Yeah.
I was fortunate enough to be able to put under contract for about $65K a door, and I've already actually got an offer for $1 million more than what I paid for it. And I don't know if I want to sell it. I may sell it because not many times you can make $1 million in one deal.
Amen.
So that is a potential to sell. And then another one is one that I worked on really hard in Winston-Salem, right downtown. It's going to be just an awesome location. It's going to be an Airbnb. And I'm just super excited. I got it at a really good deal. I feel good about it. And it's an honor to own really good location. So everyone likes to wholesale and everyone likes to flip, but keeping rentals is wealth.
For sure.
That's like making money when you sleep is what everyone's goal should be toward, because man, I know that probably when I'm like 60 or 70 years old, I don't want to hustle for the next wholesale deal or flip or, deal with any of that. At that point in time, like maybe I think, passive income, and then maybe as you're older, maybe lend money to some, a younger man like yourself or some other people out here. I think lending money would probably be a good thing. Other than that, man, I mean, we've been just really blessed. We've had multiple, 100K plus flips this year, which has been awesome. And
You keep saying blessed, so that I know you're a tither.
Oh yeah.
Would you say that would you say that that's like attributed to your success?
Yeah, I mean, I give in so many other ways. I help people. For instance, there was a girl in my office. She, I called her and her cell phone was off.
Yeah.
And I was like, what's going on with your cell phone? She's like, man, just hit a rough time. We had some unexpected bills and this and that happened. And I was like, well, let's talk to her a little bit. And I was like, well, how much are you behind on everything? She's like, man, it's about $700 or $800. And I'm like, man, that's too bad. I was like, well, I'll tell you what, come here a little bit later. I'm just gonna go ahead and just give you a check. And it's just little stuff that you do like that. And she was like crying. She was like so happy in the big scheme of things. That $700 or whatever $100 that I gave her, it just really wasn't anything to me, and it was her whole world.
Yeah.
And if you do that for the people around you, and everyone knows someone that needs help.
Right.
Whether it be bring a meal to the old lady across the street that maybe just lost her husband, or just you see a guy on the side of the road that maybe doesn't have any legs because he went to war or something like that. Just give that dude a little bit of money, or just help different people. But I think it's important to make money, but you do have to give back.
For sure. Yeah, that's for
in some way, shape, or form.
That's for sure. We actually have a 90-day challenge coming up. I do it every year.
Awesome.
Everybody on my email list, I'll send it out. Say, hey, we're starting a 90-day challenge. Want to see how tithing and offering can increase your your being,
I like it.
Becoming a better person and making more money.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I honestly think as believers, it's totally fine for us to be rich.
Yeah,
actually, that's our cup is supposed to run over. So that means we got too much of it.
Yeah,
we got to give some.
We got to give some.
Got to give some.
Got to give some.
That's what's up. Hey man, I really appreciate you coming on the channel.
Of course.
Heck yeah. You guys check out the next one. Okay, we got a great interview right here. With my guy Anthony, I'm gonna post above. And remember, you don't have to have all three to do a deal. You just need two to do you. Have an amazing day. Peace.
What's up, It's your boy JT Automation back on another video. Hey, thank you to each and every one of you all that have watched every video in this series so far. And now in this video, we're going to talk about disposition. What that is basically how you get in your money. So that is what you all wanted to know from the get-go. However, I still recommend, even if you landed on this video first, to go back and watch every video in this series because they build upon one another. And what could happen is that you jump on one video in the middle of the series, you go out, try to do that, and then you have all these questions and all of these problems because you didn't go through the blueprint. You guys know I'm a big blueprint guy, so go back, play this playlist, listen to all of these videos, and then put all of this together. I tell you guys all the time, the first investment you should make in yourself, the first investment you should make is in yourself, because anything that can make you a lot of money, which we all know real estate can also cost you a lot of money as well. So without further ado, let's get into it. All right, bro. Yeah. So disposition.
Yes, sir.
How do you define disposition?
Okay, so disposition is how you collect your bag whenever you acquire a contract on a property.
Okay.
Okay. Now the key is to have a contract on a property. You have to make sure that you have to make sure that you legally have rights to the property. If you don't have the property under contract, you don't have any rights, which means that you're not protected. And so if you were to make some money, that it could be taken away from you. Okay?
Does that include earnest money? Because people say that about earnest money too. I need to have a contract and giving them earnest money by this point.
For sure. You got to have a contract first and then you give them earnest money. Just like we're talking about with the due diligence. You got to have a contract first and then you say, hey, well, if you sign this contract, I'm going to give you the earnest money. Okay. You know what I mean? So the contract is you have to. If you don't, where a lot of people will go messing up is they will have a conversation with the seller. They'll get them all motivated. You know, they put that sauce on them. You know, they come up with an agreement and then they'll get scared and nervous. Yeah. And at that point, instead of signing the legally binding contract, okay, instead of having faith, crossing past that fear, right, of signing the contract and being legally responsible for actually purchasing it, right, they'll just start calling people. They'll just start calling people and say, yo, I got this deal, but they really don't. Yeah. And then next thing you know, they find a person, right, that wants to give them the money to buy it, and that person kicks them out of the deal because they wasn't legally protected by having their signature and a date on some black and white paper. So that's most important. I can't, I got a free contract as well, so I don't mind passing it out for free. I'll shoot you the link for that. But most important, once you get the contract, remember we have different ways of acquiring property, okay? We have different ways of making money on each of those ways. Okay. All right, check this out. So we got an assignment.
What does that mean?
Every piece of paper is sellable. Okay? Every piece of paper is sellable. You go to Staples, you buy paper, you buy it, right? Yeah. So if you have paper, you can sell it. Okay? So that's simply you getting the property under contract in one of those ways that we talked about, okay, and saying, okay, well, this is a cash deal for $100,000, okay, for whatever reason, it benefits me not to use my money, okay, not for me to own this property, right? It benefits me to find you, the cash buyer in this case, and say, hey, oh, you want to give me 120? That's fine. I'll go ahead and sell you this piece of paper, for the 20,000, the difference. I got it on a contract for 100. You said you're cool with giving me 120. I'll go ahead and I'll take that assignment fee, right, to give you this paper. So now you take my place. Okay. I don't go to the attorney's office no more. You go to the attorney's office. You bring your 120. Okay. The seller gets his 100. The attorney got a bag for me after you guys finish signing your paperwork. Okay. Like I said, you got to have it under contract first. The next way we're going to make money, okay, but you can assign any of those contracts. You can assign a lease option. You can assign a seller financing deal. You can assign a subject to. If you on paper, you can assign it. Okay.
But I need an attorney. So tell me, Is there any criteria you look for, or just straight Google real estate attorney?
Well,
and also for the people out there that anytime they hear the word attorney, they hear big money.
No. Nope. Think advisor when you hear attorney. Okay, think advisor. Think wise counsel. Okay, think partner. Think tribe. That's what you should be thinking. Because once again, back to the first video, we're thinking millionaire mindset. You know? Millionaires understand that I'm not the best at everything. You're way better than me. Matter of fact, most millionaires these days, from what I understand on computers, they don't really finish college. Okay? So they hire people that finished college. Hence a lawyer, attorney. So change your mindset about that. Okay? So the next way we're going to make money, okay, the next way outside of the assignment is we're going to find a tenant buyer. Okay, a tenant buyer. Those are for the seller financing deals and for the subject to deals. Okay, so remember on the last video, we talked about that seller that I bought the subject to deal for. I needed $7,000 to give to the seller, right, in order to take over the payments. He wasn't gonna sell me the property without me giving him the $7,000. He's already providing the note, right? So he wants some money. Totally fine. The way I get the money is by finding a tenant buyer. Okay, I find someone who wants to buy a property, but for whatever reason, right now they can't. So they're willing to give me a down payment to lock in their rights to buy it. They're willing to pay me monthly and take care of the maintenance. So with the tenant buyers,
hold on, we recorded?
Yeah, we good.
Yeah. So with the tenant buyers, for whatever reason, they want to buy your house, but they can't qualify for a loan, right? So think about it. Some people jump into entrepreneurship. They don't file their taxes. They don't make an LLC. They ruin their credit trying to get their business started up, you know, but they might make some money, right? But they just can't qualify right now. So typically those people will bring you a down payment, right? To lock in them buying the house, pay you monthly payments, right? So you can create cash flow every month and take care of the maintenance on the house. And then when they finally are, you know, able to get a loan in 1, 2, 3 years, right? They're going to give you a back end check. Okay. And that's how I made money on that last deal. So young lady is bringing $10,000 down. Okay. Yep. She's bringing $10,000 down. Like I told you, I got it for $89. She's buying it from me for $135. Okay, so it's a spread on the price. I had to bring $7,000. She's bringing $10. So there's a spread on the front. My payment is $401. She's paying $1,250. Right. So front end check, middle check, and then a back end check when she goes to get her loan. Right. So you can do assignments. You can get the tenant buyer for your seller financing and your subject to deals, and you can also. And the way we're going to maximize on our lease options, okay, that's when we actually get a property under contract by leasing the property out, is we're just going to sandwich lease those or assign them, okay? Meaning we're going to find one of those tenant buyers again. If we have to negotiate $2,000 down, then we're going to make sure we get somebody in for $5,000. You know, if we have to bring $3,000, we're going to get somebody for $8,000. Whatever, we're going to make sure there's a spread on the front, middle, and the end. And if we want to just assign it, okay, we can just assign it as well. Okay. Now with the realtors, over time, your system will get better with with finding that right realtor, because it is going to take a few. Okay. But the easiest way to start making money with your retail leads, by helping your sellers who want retail, who have retail ready houses, who are ready to sell right now, that you can't, do a creative financing offer on or a cash deal offer on, is to work with a realtor to get their house sold for them. So what I suggest people do is sell the realtors leads. Okay, think about it. Zillow, the way they help realtors, okay, is they find people who want to sell their house, and then anytime they want to sell their house, they say, hey, Mr. Realtor, here's this person that wants to sell their house. They're ready to list. Pay me for the lead. So you can do the exact same thing. Literally, for a lead that's ready to go, I got the appointment set up for them. Right, the house is ready. They're ready to sell. I know what they want to sell at. I set the appointment up for them. $1,000 from a realtor. Right, and $1,000 might not sound like a lot, but for a lead, all I had to do was talk to them and say, hey, oh, you do want to sell? Oh, great.
determine that, you know, they don't want any of my investor friendly options,
Yeah.
perfect. Pass it along and let them do all the work, and I get my $1,000 right now, and let them do their business, right? So I represent myself as the solution for their real estate needs, no matter what in the disposition, and that's how I make my money.
And you get that money up front. Reason why I'm asking you that is because a lot of people, they want to do these creative deals, but they're worried about how do I get my money? So in the past, I've seen that comment, okay, how do I ensure that I'm going to get paid if I tell this realtor, here's a lead, go do the deal, and they sell it and run off? So do you collect that money up front, or how do you ensure you get paid?
Okay, most realtors want to go by the book, and the way the book is written, they have to pay for the lead and not pay you for a referral.
Okay.
A referral will technically pay you more on the back end because, of course, if they have a $10,000 commission, then of course there's more room for you to make money.
Yeah.
You know, but on the front end, you know, it's a lot easier to just sell them the lead, to sell them the seller's information, to say, hey, here's their name, here's the phone number, here's the address, and I set up the appointment for you next Tuesday at 5 p.m.
Okay. Oh, that's great. That sounds like a business in and of itself.
It is. It really is.
People just gonna find off-market deals and pair them with realtors.
Exactly. So you got to. That's what Zillow does. So you got to. You got to generate leads either way. Okay. The goal of real estate investing is to be able to make money off of all the leads. You know, we call it no lead left behind. Make money on all of the leads. That's why I make more money than I did before, even though we was doing 110 deals, because I have a way to do business with everybody. No matter what you want to do. If you want to sell, if you want to sell today, that's why I said get the commitment. If you want to sell today, I can figure out something. Okay, I can figure out something. Now most people are gonna, want those bigger checks though. Most people will want the assignments, the $5,000, $10,000, $20,000 assignments. I've made a $30,000 assignment before. Most people want those. Okay, so let's talk about them real quick.
Before we get into that one specifically, my question for you is, what determines the disposition? Is it what the seller is willing to negotiate, or do you go into it saying, I want this as a rental, or I want this as a flip, or like, so for somebody watching and they're like, okay, we're getting into these disposition strategies, should they have the mentality like we talked about in the first video, that the seller, depending on what they're willing to do, that determines the disposition, or is it based off of what I want out of this?
So it doesn't have anything to do with you. Okay. Nothing to do with you. It's all about the seller. Okay. So let's say in acquisitions, you're talking to them and they say, hey, I'll accept your cash offer. Okay. You have to work with the cash offer now. You got to come up with the $100,000. It's worth $200,000. You got it on the contract for $100,000. You got to do an exit strategy to get them the $100,000. So in that particular case, the only thing you can do is assign the contract to somebody else for a little bit, of a fee, or use private money to take it down. That's it. Or if somebody agrees to subject to allow you to take over the payments, you got to work within that. So, but if you're not using all of the acquisition tools, you're never going to have a chance to do some of the other things. Like you can't have every deal be a cash deal, because otherwise you won't be able to sell a house on payments. Okay. You won't be able to become the lender, which those are nice checks as well. You know what I mean? So every deal can't be a seller financing opportunity, because otherwise you won't be able to do a flip and bring home a $70,000 check in 6 months. So you have to, in my opinion, as a real estate entrepreneur or real estate as an investor, right, who's trying to bring in checks, right, trying to bring in real estate consistent checks, you have to use all of them at the same time and roll with the seller however they want to roll. Whatever bullet they're willing to take, give them that bullet. Don't try to force anything down their throat. It ain't got nothing to do with you. Whatever their situation calls for, go with that. And then that's going to determine your exit strategy. Okay. Now, I will say I look at all of my exit strategies that I can use after I get a deal on a contract to see which way I can make the most amount of money off of. Okay. So if I'm going to make, let's say I'm going to make a $20,000 assignment.
or that same cash deal, I can raise private money and I can do a flip on and get paid $50,000. Well, I'm not gonna take the $20,000 assignment. I'm gonna take the 50. But if I have to do a flip and I only get paid 30 and the assignment is 20, it's gonna take me 6 months to get to the 30. It'll take me 2 days to get to the 20. I'm taking the 20. So I do look at all of my options to see how I can maximize a deal. Yeah. And I'm telling you, that's the secret. That's the secret. Everybody pitches wholesaling, but you're not a wholesaler. You're a real estate investor. Okay. You're a real estate investor, and you really have to look at every deal critically and think about, how can I get paid as much as possible on this one deal versus how do I get 10 more deals? How do you make exactly what you want in this one deal? And that's honestly why I started raising money. Because I'm like, my buyer, I'll talk about how to find cash buyers in a second to sell your deals to. But my buyers were taking, one thing I started doing was, after I would make this $20,000 assignment, 6 months later, I'd go check the tax records to see how much money my buyer made. And so when we were selling them the deal, we thought they were going to make $30,000 or $40,000, but the market's been on the uptrend. So when we thought they were going to make 40, they were making 70. When we thought they were going to make 70, they were making 100. I'm like, I just made $5,000. So that's too much meat on the bone. So now, who are you going to sell these deals to? Okay.
So I want everybody not to miss any of this game. So with disposition, we need a contract.
Yep.
That's the only way we legally have the agreement that I'm going to sell my property to him, or whoever you're dealing with is going to legally give you control of the property. Y'all agree to sell for this price at this date. And then you have to already know which one of the disposition strategies you're going to use in order to take this deal down. And like he mentioned, it is not based off of what you want, which I know might sound crazy, because a lot of you all are, I want to make $50,000 a month, I want to make $100 a month, but we're going to consider what can we realistically do and what can satisfy the seller.
Yes.
And think about all of the options that we have.
Yep.
Even if they want retail price, partnering with that real estate agent, getting that small referral fee. So yeah, I made $1,000 off of this instead of $100,000 off of this, but that was in the best interest of the seller.
Yep.
And we're in this business for the long run as well. So now that we're up to speed, we know we got a contract, we know which one of our disposition strategies make the most sense for us and the seller, so it's mutually beneficial. Now I need some money. So now you're gonna tell us about the cash.
So with the assignments, that's the quickest way to get to the bag. Okay. Quickest way. Now I will say, overtime, like we're talking about overtime, after you get all of these assignment checks and money's not necessarily like a pressing issue, you definitely need to start exercising the other ones. But the assignments are the quickest way with no responsibility to make money. Period. Okay. Who's gonna buy the contracts? Okay. People that need real estate are everywhere. literally. Okay, let's think about this critically, so that way I want to get you guys' juices rolling, because there's so many people.
And I want you to get a little bit more specific with it, because I do know that from you guys telling me that there is a stigma that they feel that a wholesale deal or assignment deal is looked at like it has to be something wrong with it. It can't be as good as a realtor deal for whatever reason. So when it comes to looking for these buyers, I kind of, if you can, tie it to that, because people feel like, well, how do I find buyers? But specifically buyers that are willing to buy from me, and I'm not a licensed realtor with Keller Williams or Remax or any big name like that.
That's for sure. So you remember the TV show Fixer Upper with Joanna and Chip Gaines? Mm-hmm. Okay, so before they actually got on the show, they didn't get paid to be on TV, right? They got paid to fix up houses and sell them.
Yeah.
Okay, now they had 5 kids. Okay, so it's like, well, where did they find the houses from? Like, how did they get their inventory? Because technically, if it takes a flipper, a house flipper that fixes them up, they remodel the house and sell the house, and that buyer has to come in and get their own loan before they get paid. 6 months. That's a 6-month process. Sometimes a year process. like, how are they finding these deals?
Yeah.
You know, how are they finding these deals and working on them? You have to have the opportunity. So the wholesaler in this particular point gives somebody else the opportunity to have a job. Okay. The person that provides the opportunity is a job provider. Okay. That's the best way for me to explain it. Literally, those people that you need are right in front of your face. Just like Joanna and Chip Gaines. I don't know how many people thought about that, but if you were in Waco at that time, you should have been calling them to buy deals.
Yeah.
You know, every time they walked one of their clients through a property, that was a wholesale deal.
Yeah.
They were walking them through a wholesaler's property. You know, so you have to find a way to have that inventory for them. So guys that fix and flip properties need it. In order to find them, all you got to do is drive. Once you see a person sign out there, JK Builders, whatever, you see a bunch of guys doing a full rehab, stop. Talk to them. They're buyers. Add them to your list, right? Yeah. You go on Zillow and you look at 4 rent houses. You're not trying to rent. You're just trying to get their phone number. It says, "Hey man, I see you're a landlord. Are you currently picking up more rental properties?" "Oh yes, great. What's your goal?" "I'm trying to get to 100. You got 50. Perfect. I'm gonna send you some deals." He's a buyer, right? You got guys like yourself who are entrepreneurs.
Absolutely.
The guys that are on EYL and all these other entrepreneurs, and they're making $500,000, $1 million in a year. They didn't realize they have taxes to pay.
I need real estate.
Real estate. They need real estate. Yeah. Okay.
Speaking for me, matter of fact, if you're watching this video, if you have deals in North Carolina, South Carolina, or Georgia, I'll put a link down in the description below, and you can add me to your buyers list personally. Yep. And if it's any good deals, I'll share them with the team. Yep. And hey, that's one resource right there for watching this entire video.
That's for sure. All right, buyer right there. So that's lead generation. Good job. So, I mean, there's so many ways to find buyer. You can call a property manager. And of course, they manage properties for landlords. So you call them, "Hey, are you looking to grow your, properties that you're managing?" "Yes." "Give me all your landlords' phone numbers." You know what I'm saying? You can go to Facebook groups and find these little niche groups who are all trying to learn real estate and find the buyers in there. So many ways to find buyers. You can go into the attorney's office where everybody's going to close their real estate deals. Just sit in the parking lot. See who pulls up. Boom. They're closing on a deal. Get their phone number. It is so easy to find buyers. Okay. There's buyers everywhere. Funeral homes are buying. Okay. Why is the funeral home buying? Well, they need land to put people in the dirt. Okay. They got to have the land to buy. You need to bring them the opportunity to buy. You see what I'm saying? McDonald's needs a place to build a McDonald's. Walmart has to build a McDonald's. So many buyers. So many buyers. Okay, and I just suggest whenever most people try to qualify buyers, but
I thought you having the money is the qualification.
Exactly. So I suggest don't qualify them. Just add them to your list, get their name, get their phone number. If you want to be conversational, you can find out what they prefer to buy and where they prefer to buy it. But I'm just making a list, and every time I get a deal, I'm sending it via email and text message. My deal, okay? I'm not gonna tell them how much I think the property's worth, okay? These people got egos. People with money, they think they know everything because they got money, okay? They figured out a way to make money unlike other people, okay? So they think they know. So don't tell them how much you think the property's worth. Just tell them, "Hey, I got this property at 123 Main Street. Here's a couple pictures. Here is the property tax records. Here is the GIS records. Here's the Zillow information on it. Make me an offer." That's it. I'm accepting offers for the next 7 days. Okay. I'm not taking the highest offer. I'm taking the best offer. I look forward to getting it. That's it. And literally, you'll have these guys in your DMs, trying to persuade you, trying to take you out to lunch, trying to give you money. Okay. Now, the way you structure your assignment, honestly, most people don't tell you this, but you can get your assignment up front, or you can get your assignment at closing. You determine the way you want to do business. Okay. Of course, your assignment is always going to be lower if you're getting it up front. Okay. So if you want to make more money profit wise,
you just wait until it gets to the attorney, to the attorney's table.
And I want to touch on the buyers even deeper. As somebody that I'm literally telling you that, hey, I look to buy deals every year. Talking to Sawan off camera, me and him gonna do some deals together. And I'm aggressively, like I said in this series, real estate is my retirement plan. So I buy real estate with every intention of holding on to it. So when I'm 80 years old and you guys don't want to see these videos, I'ma still be okay because I acquired properties throughout this whole process. But all of that to say, one thing that is 100% true is that I want to see deals coming in consistently. I only had, I had one realtor and one wholesaler. I was actively looking for buyers in my local area, which is now why I said, if you in North Carolina, South Carolina, or Georgia and have a good deal, check the link down below. But the wholesaler stopped sending me deals.
Yeah.
Right? I bought one property from her. They stopped sending me deals. The realtor never stopped sending me deals.
Right.
I bought 2 properties at retail price only because when I was ready to buy a house, the emails come every day. I'm sure it's automated in some way. I don't even really care. But the fact that she continued to send me deals, keep in mind now, I bought from the wholesaler. I just met the realtor, told her what I was trying to do. She started emailing me deals. Like he said, she didn't ask me for proof of funds. All she wanted to know, name, email address, what you're looking for.
Right.
Cool. Every morning to this day, she sends me emails of properties, which is why I bought, even though it's only 2 properties from her, one from the wholesaler, I bought double the amount of properties only because they consistently reached out to me. So I want you guys to know in a very practical way, don't just watch this YouTube video and don't take action. Literally me, and I know other people that buy as well. And when I ask them, how did you find the property? Oh, I reached out to so-and-so, they emailed it to me, and I used them because they always email me. So 100% adding people to your buyers list, and hey, even if you don't ask them what they want, that actually works, right? I'm living proof of that.
For sure. For sure. I love following up. Actually, I do my best to not just send deals to my buyers. I try to educate my buyers. I try to connect my buyers to my insurance guy. I try to add value. So that way, when it comes time to negotiation, I have more than just a deal on the line, right? They see, they see my fee not as just a fee for the deal, right? That's how I make more money as well now too, because they see just the value in me. Like, well, Sawan is so valuable, he's worth me paying more for. And if the fee is less, it's like, hey, we got to come up with something else because that's not what we're doing. That's not what we're doing. But yeah, man, that's how I'm making money. That's how I'm making money on them now. Honestly, this year my goal is not to do any assignments though, just because we're leaving so much money on the table. My goal is not to let anybody else make that money. I mean, I don't mind making the money with them, but I want to take part in some of that equity. So literally everything this year, no matter what the deal is, in some form or fashion. I just got some land under contract for $5,000. And I could have assigned it, but I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. But I'm just putting it on the MLS. And I'm gonna wait until it sells,
So talk to us about how is that possible, right? How is it profitable for you instead of let's say that land, if you got it for $5,000, instead of you could sell it to me for $15,000. Walk away with 10 today. How is it more profitable? Like you said, you don't want to do any assignment deals. For you to keep it for yourself instead of finding somebody that, hey, I'll take it. It's some meat left on the bone. I'll do something with it.
For sure. So literally, my job these days is it's just making connections with other people, okay, and providing a service to other people who have money, and I let them know, hey, I can pay you more money than what your money is making right now through these safe opportunities. So, people give me money. I find deals. I invest in those deals with everybody else's money. And then I'll make a even bigger check than what I was making before on assignments by using other people's money to buy it and by making them money, So just to help you understand again, I'll use other people's money from 401k, lines of credit, and cash that they just have liquid. They'll give it to me, right? They'll be protected by a deed of trust on that property and a promissory note, right? So when I go to sell that property, whenever that is, right, a part of those proceeds that person will get their money back, and they'll also get interest from that sale. So I'm really, the more relationships I make, right, the more money I'm going to have access to, which means the more properties I can buy, which means the more money I can make, and that's literally how I buy all of my deals. So I think right now we're on pace to do about the same that we did last year. So assuming we do 62 deals again, I'm going to buy all of them. All of them.
All right, you guys, so there you have it. Hey, in the next video, we're going to talk specifically about private money. You guys know that there is a live training going down, not a pre-recorded course, a live training. Sawan is going to be there to give you the game in real time, ask your questions in real time, and learn how to do this business the right way. All right, but stay tuned to the next video so that you guys can know some game on private money. The links down in the description below will allow you to tap in with Sawan, follow his social media, register for the training, see the other videos in his playlist. And until next time, to all my hustlers, stay hustling. JC Automations, I'm gone.
Yo, great day, people. It's your boy, Sawan Belcher. This is me taking action on Instagram. And today I got my guy, Tommy Holloway, with us today. He actually sold me this house that we're in right now. So I wanted to bring him on after the fact, right after we done the rehab, and just kind of interview him and his journey. So that way you guys can learn from all the things that he's experienced throughout his real estate career. And then also talk about what he has going on and how he's helping people further their success meeting other business entrepreneurs. So, yo, appreciate you taking the time.
Appreciate you, man.
Did you came from Raleigh or?
Yeah, well, Cary.
Cary. Okay, super dope. Introduce yourself, brother.
Well, my name is Tommy Holloway. I'm 24, from Durham, North Carolina. And yeah, man, I wholesale real estate.
That's what's up. Okay, so check this out. We had a little conversation before. We had a conversation before the cameras turned on, and I love that you're 24 because 24. I had just bought my first house, so you're already doing.
I just bought my first house.
I love it, and you told me how much you made, and just for everybody's sake, last year in the last 12 months, tell everybody how much you made, and we're gonna kind of break this down a little bit.
Okay, last year I did $246,000 in revenue, and I bought 2 rental properties, but one I'm keeping for myself, and the other one I had to sell.
Okay,
so
let's go. So $246,000. Let's break this down. So, did you just find out about real estate last year, or
no? Okay. So I got started in 2019, January 2019. I had an 18 machine business. I was selling my machines.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Then I was watching YouTube and I came across Brent Daniels' YouTube videos.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh my God, this is wholesale. And I was just like, wow, because I had read Rich Dad Poor Dad in college, and which I only lasted a semester. That's another story.
Yeah.
And so I was watching his videos and I saw a friend that was wholesaling also on Instagram. So I hit him up. He was like, yeah, use people search to find people's numbers and stuff like that. So it took me like 6 months to find a deal because I didn't come at it with a strategy. I was just like, whenever I saw a house, I would text the person or call them. So it took 6 months to get my first deal. It was like $10,000. I split it 3 ways, which was crazy. And then I didn't get a deal for the rest of the year.
Oh wow. Okay, so 6 months to get your first deal. Okay, and the first deal that you got, I guess, was it all like driving for dollars?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, super dope. I love it. So was that last year or the year before?
That was 2019. So
2019.
Yeah, 2019.
Nice. And so what changed last year though? Because that deal, if you had to split up 10,000, you only made 3,000 on that deal.
Yeah. So at the end of that year, I was running out of money. Literally had negative $900 in my bank account.
Yeah.
And then January of 2020, I caught the flu, and which could have been COVID, but I caught the flu, and I'm trying to jog my memory right now.
Yeah. So
So I'm sitting in my house, no money. My mom's house actually, because she was just taking care of me because I was so sick. And then I come upstairs one day and I see a voicemail from this number. This guy's like, my house caught on fire. call me back. He left me a text message, so I hit him up.
Okay.
And then
So you still have like marketing out there?
it's from texting I had did.
Okay.
Previously, I wasn't marketing at the time. It was like previous text messages. So yeah, I called him and then I met him out there the next 2 days, and he told me he was just watching the news and he saw his house was on fire, and he just called the first time. Researched,
Nice.
like buy my house, and then I got that deal for $80,000 and sold it for $110,000, and that just like changed everything.
Oh, that's for sure. Well, that's a lot different than 3,000. So that's like 30 grand.
Yeah,
Yeah. And you did that one on a true assignment?
Yep.
Okay, very cool. I like these big fees that you get, and you just do an assignment. That's dope.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of people like to hide those fees, and because people have some kind of limiting belief that people don't want to see you make money.
Yeah.
So that's dope. Did you think when you made that amount that you needed to hide the fee, or were you just?
No, I didn't. I just did it.
Yeah.
It just happened. And the crazy thing about it, the guy who I sold it to, he actually like flipped it another. Like he assigned it also for like another $40,000.
Oh wow, yeah.
Actually $50,000 because he sold it for $160,000. So I really missed out on an $80,000 deal, but I can't be.
Nice. I like it. Okay. That's something that happens all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially when you're just getting started.
Yeah, I was mad at first, but then I realized like, okay, it's kind of normal.
Yeah, it's completely normal. You can't count his money. You can't count yours.
Exactly. Yeah. So after I made that $30,000, I'm not ashamed to admit I got comfortable. Like I was just broke, negative $900 in my account. So I'm like, hey man, I'm not trying to see this go. So that whole year, I basically didn't do much. Like honestly.
Yeah.
And, except for like June, I did. Elijah Rubin, he did like that Closest Olympics.
Yeah,
and I
yeah,
submitted a deal, and actually did a deal with him. It was like a $19,000 deal. And then I decided to take it serious in September. So going into 2021, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do this. My roommate was on board to help me. He's like, I'm gonna call leads for you and everything. So like it took us 3 months to get our first deal.
Let's break this down. Let's break this down real quick, okay? Because honestly, at this point, this is the delegation. This is the delegation part, okay? And so my philosophy is you have to delegate to elevate,
Right.
okay? But most people, when something like this just happens, it's like, oh well, my roommate just volunteered. Most people don't see it as, oh, I hired, okay? Because that's really what you did. You hired someone. So what was you guys' agreement when he said that, oh, I'll help you, with your business?
Okay, so actually, he's the one who made me take it serious. I'm not gonna lie. He came to me. He was like, "Hey, I'm quitting my job. Like, I need you to let's do this." So yeah, basically made it. So he's like acquisition manager. I paid him anywhere between 10 to 20% per deal. That's how he said he's gonna do things.
Yeah.
And yeah, I funded everything, and we were both just knocking out calls, starting off, and then he ended up.
I want to be super detailed, okay? So when you say you funded everything, what do you mean?
I paid for callers, all the data, and pretty much anything that we needed.
Okay.
Just made it happen. And I started off like, I think I just put like 8,000 into it, just like
Nice.
to get going.
Okay, nice. Okay, cool. I like this. So you're spending $8,000 to get started, and you're investing in data, callers, and I guess software?
Yep.
Okay. So his responsibility is to
Just call the
the leads, and your responsibility is to get leads.
and sell
And sell.
and sell the deals.
And sell the deals. Okay. And so because you're willing to upfront the money, get him leads to call, okay, he gets them all under contract, okay, and you sell them. Because of that, he doesn't take half the pie. He only takes 20%.
Yep. Well, it started off as 20,
Yeah.
got lower as we built traction.
Okay. Why did it get lower?
Because it's not sustainable.
Right.
Getting into that much. It's not sustainable.
Yeah, it's not. It's not sustainable. So, okay. So, did he like that or not?
I'm sure he didn't like it, but he understood.
He understood.
He
Okay,
understood.
good, very good. So, see, that's funny because a lot of people feel like they should start commission wise with people at 20% because they want people to get paid.
Right.
I mean, that's naturally, what other people they want other people to be successful.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're the business owner, you shouldn't be. I mean, yeah, we want them to be successful. But selfishly, we want the business to be successful so the business can provide another happy day for the employees and the business owner.
Right.
Right. And so typically people don't like that. So kudos to you for figuring it out. So you guys you guys get this all set up. Okay, you guys get this all set up, and are you like holding meetings, or are you like
We live together, so
okay?
every day is talking about work pretty much. You know, what you got going on here. We need help with this. We need to do I need to call this seller for you to offer him a lower price so that he'll like your offer more. Just working together any way we can.
Nice, I like that. Whose idea was that?
I'm pretty sure I heard it in a YouTube video.
Yeah, that's really good. We did it all the time. So like, if you're talking to a seller and he says, well, somebody else will pay me more than that, you have your partner call them and say, hey, I'm with a different company, and they pay less. And so perspective is like, oh, that young man offered me a good deal.
Yeah,
That's really smart.
hey man.
Yeah, I like it.
It works sometimes.
I like it. No, it works a lot of the times. You just need to do it more. Okay, great. So you guys get this next deal, which is $30,000. He gets paid 20% of it.
Oh wait, no. That was first. That 30,000 was 2019 when I was sick.
Yeah.
We're all the way to September now, getting ready to start 2021, and so we're going 3 months strong, no deals, and then
3 months strong, no deal.
and then on Christmas we closed on 2 deals after the day after Christmas. So he did one for 14,000 and I did one for 20. So we ended off the year going into the next year with that 34,000.
Very cool, man. So what are you doing with the money? Like, I know a portion of it you reinvested, but are you like, you buying fancy cars, you
No.
reinvesting, what you doing?
Just straight reinvestment.
Just straight reinvesting?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yep, and then so we went into 2021 just staying consistent and just keep
What
going.
does consistent look like?
Just staying on top of the leads, like not letting anything go, not getting distracted. Yeah.
Okay, heck yeah. I love it, man. So, tell me about the deal where you're living in now, because a lot of people, when it comes to their own personal house, we get into wholesaling and we do a couple of deals and we have some success, but we forget to look at ourselves like we could live in the houses versus.
So through everything we talked about so far, I didn't pay for like no type of mentorships or anything like that. So I joined Pace Morby's Sub 2 program in like January, February. And that's how I learned creative finance, which is what you teach as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the house I'm in now, my roommate, acquisition manager, he got this deal too.
Nice.
It was a out-of-state owner. He hadn't seen the house for like 10 years. He lived in like Ohio, something like that. And he was willing to sell us the house. It was a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,300 square feet. We got it for $310. No money down, no interest. What else? In an 8-year balloon.
Nice.
So we
That's
decided to move into it. Our lease was in, and we were paying like $1,800 a month in rent.
So
it's
how
like
much is the mortgage?
$950 a month.
$950 a month. That's dope. That's dope.
Yeah,
So how did the numbers work on that seller financing deal, right? So if it's $310, what is it? How did tell me how you and the seller came up with that?
It was worth $310. That was the ARV at the time.
Yeah.
It was worth, so we paid full retail value for a house that needed work, but it was amortized. The payment $310 was amortized over 30 years, so $950 a month. We can easily work that out. I was thinking I was going to turn it into an Airbnb. And
Did he just didn't say anything about interest, so you just assumed?
no, yeah, he didn't say. We just didn't talk about interest.
Perfect. Yeah, perfect. I love it. And that's what's up. Why the 8-year balloon?
He didn't want to wait like 30 years.
Okay.
8 years was like, okay, we'll be able to refinance or something at the least.
Oh, then you'll be able to sell.
And then the crazy part about it, if you just go to Zillow, I haven't actually calculated the ARV by comping, but if you just go to Zillow, it says 427 right now.
For sure.
Yeah,
for
so
sure.
it's already some equity in it.
So are you gonna? Question. Now, because this is when it gets sticky for some people, because technically your roommate, right, has helped you find this deal, right? How did you guys structure that? Did you leave it? Did you keep it business?
Yeah, I paid him $1,000 flat.
Okay.
For getting that deal, because it's I'm not making any money from it. I'm spending money to get
Right.
this deal, so I just pay you $1,000 flat, and that's what you make from it. And I told him if I sell it within 5 years, that I'll pay him a percentage. I think 10%.
Perfect.
Of profits.
Hey, I love it. Those is real life scenarios, because most people are trying to move from wholesaling to real estate investors. Well, that's the smart thing to do. But when you start keeping them, it's really hard to pay your guys because
Right.
you're not making any money, it might look like you're making money on paper because you got a loan or something, but in actuality you didn't. So that's really dope that it sounds like he's a winner as far as.
Oh yeah, he's a go-getter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's dope. Is he still doing work for you now?
Yeah, he's still just same thing.
That's what's up.
Because he stays with me still, so.
Yeah, that's dope. That's dope. And so, do you rent the room out to him, or
Yeah, he pays half.
he pays half?
Yeah.
Okay,
Like I said, I didn't try to like overcharge him.
nice. Yeah, ain't no need to because he's making you money.
Yeah, so.
Bro, this is awesome. This is awesome. I love it. So, I know it sounds like this part of the business is kind of working for you. Like, sounds like you don't do a lot in that. Is that right? Or
Yeah, as far as getting the deals, like I think I might have did. I can't even count maybe 3 or 4 deals myself
Yeah.
out of that year, and the biggest ones were for him.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Nice. That's what it's always like that. Same for me. So, where are you trying to go now? Are you trying to stick with that? Or are you trying to do something different? Or
I mean, I have to be honest, man. I don't think I have a passion for talking to sellers. It's not fun.
yeah,
Yeah, so I'm pretty much just using the real estate money to fund my other ventures, like
Right.
other ideas I want to do. Might as well take the risk now. Worst case scenario, I fail, get it going again. So that's
Exactly.
how I look at it.
and I'm telling you, I really think the way you're doing it with your roommate is how you need to do all of the positions, in my opinion, in your business. Get your acquisition guy, get your what you have, get you a backup acquisition guy for him to train, and then get you a disposition virtual assistant, who can dispo your deals for you, so that way that can operate, without you having to be in a lot of it, because it sounds like you got a rock star. But I really wanted to connect with you because I love what you're doing as far as the bringing other people to connect with other influencers so they can kind of spread their message and help others learn the business too.
Another platform, Be
Yeah.
Live.
Yeah. What is it called again?
It's called Be Live.
Be Live.
Yeah, BEELYVE.
Yeah, nice. I'm gonna put that description right down below, and tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so it's an online marketplace where everyday people can come and book experts and celebrities for one-on-one video calls or virtual services of any type. It can be done through a live call or live anything that we want people to sell their services through.
Yeah.
So we just host it for the talent. We host their services and they can charge whatever they want to.
Yeah, I think that's dope. See, because one of my biggest reasons why I've had success is because of other people who do it better than me, but you really don't really know who. You don't really know who. So like, I spent a lot of wasted time trying to figure out who was right for me. You know what I mean? And like, who could I really trust? Who was actually doing the business? So to have like trusted people that are vetted, that have receipts, to already have a list of, hey, these are credible people that you can choose from. Straight value, because I know there's people that get scammed.
Yeah, and that's exactly why we created it, because it's like plenty of successful people all around the world with opportunities to connect with them. It's hard to find. You can DM them, email them. You're probably not going to get a response unless you're already somebody that's well known yourself. So just putting them all in one place is just going to make it easier for the guys at the bottom.
That's for
You got to pay for access.
Yeah, that's for sure. I definitely agree, man. Well, look, bro, I appreciate you taking the time, man. I just wanted to get you on, number one, so you can see the house, and number two, just so we can chat it up a little bit.
Do you want to tell them anything about the house, like this deal?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it. What'd you get it under contract for?
25.
Okay, and I picked it up from you for like 30. Was it 33?
32.5.
Okay.
32.5. So.
I feel like I paid more than that. But I paid more because of my private money costs. Okay, so when I'm negotiating to buy from a wholesaler, what I'm looking at is my money cost. Okay, because I'm not using my own money. So, most people say, hey, go find a cash buyer. So I'm quote unquote a cash buyer, but I'm just not using my cash. And it took me a long time to understand that the deal finder and the cash man was two different people. but the way they teach it on YouTube makes it seem like it's one person, but it's really not. So when I was talking to you and you told me about the deal right off gate, I knew it was a deal that I was going to be interested in because right now on average I'm spending, after repair wise, I'm about 55 grand a door right now. Okay. Depending on the neighborhood, I'm like 65 grand a door. But when you told me about the deal, I said, oh, okay, that might be reasonable. So, and I think I was out of town or something.
Yeah, it seemed like you sounded interested, but at the same time, it's like you didn't care if you lost it.
Yeah. Oh no, because I did. Well, I only sounded like that, number one, because I'm a good negotiator.
Yeah.
Okay. But number two is I try not to be emotional with these deals.
That's smart.
Yeah, because one thing that I teach my disposition guy is to get people's emotions involved, especially when we know that one buyer knows the other buyer, because there's not many buyers in the market. Let's be serious. There's not many active ones, so everybody knows each other. So if that helps you get their emotions involved to get the numbers up, hey bro, you know Jake is all over this, bro. Jake, bro, you know Jake, and people like that. So I try to be defensive with my negotiation and get your emotions involved in it before you try to get mine, because I know it's gonna happen.
And the thing you didn't know though, I was gonna sell you the deal with Earl.
Oh, I knew that anyway.
Cause
I knew that anyway.
It was one other guy. He was offering $2,500 more.
Yeah,
and I was like, no, I follow this guy, Sawan. I'm gonna go ahead and just sell it to him for the relationship, just so we can know who each other are. So that's why I just went ahead and just said.
Yeah, well, I thought that was powerful too, because I was like, okay, well, if he's selling, when you told me that, I was like, well, I gotta find a way to do business with him later. So that's another reason why we have this video. But my money cost, just to tell you about it, in this neighborhood, 3 years ago, you can't resell nothing in this neighborhood and make a profit. So like, I knew I had to have long-term money. I couldn't get like a private money note for the purchase and the rehab and then refinance them out in a year, because the comps, like, recent sales might not get me out of that loan. So I end up raising 55 grand on a 20-year note at 8%. I think that's what it was. I think it's at 8%. So my monthly payment on this to my private money guy is, I want to say, is right at 420. It's right at 420. And so I knew if I didn't Airbnb it, if I didn't short-term rental it, I knew I could probably rent this for like $800, maybe $850, because it's a 1-bedroom, 1-bath. And so I was like, okay, that's okay. But after I got the deal from you though, and I realized how decent, even though it's not necessarily, it's still in a transitioning neighborhood. Yeah. It kind of feels separated.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Especially like it's right off the highway.
Yeah. So I was like, oh, I can do this. I can make this on that Airbnb, a work B&B. Work B&B, that's what I call it. Just target business professionals. So I ended up putting 20 grand additional of my own money. So I ended up getting paid 24 grand to buy the house at closing. But I ended up putting an additional 20 grand into it, for the furniture and the extra little stuff that we did.
And it looks amazing, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, I hope he puts a clip of how it looked before.
Actually. So I really, if you didn't get anything from this, I want you guys to understand, number one, it's totally fine to delegate. Okay. Number two, there's no such thing as competition. It's only collaboration. Okay. Even though I know the guy and I've already met him, it's no need in trying to keep Tommy out of that, because we can all make money together. There's enough houses and enough deals for us to make money. Okay. And I'm personally an influence on his platform. Even though I have my own platform where I'm teaching other guys and doing one-on-one calls, once again, there's no such thing as competition. Literally, you don't need all three to do a deal: time, money, and knowledge. You just need two to do you. So we'll see you on the next one. Enjoy the B-roll. Peace.
So I would definitely say those are some of my favorite interviews. I definitely would say that Tommy's was one of my favorite. Seeing somebody basically my age get it into the grind like he did, even as a wholesaler.
And he pulled up with the Tesla and then took us on a drive in it.
Yeah, we didn't show you guys that part, but he definitely pulled up with the Tesla and took his hand off the wheel and
that was good.
It was great though.
Yeah, that was good. I like those cars, man.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah.
Now, we definitely had some wonderful times traveling this year from going to New York and Atlanta, but I think we definitely probably loved Atlanta the most.
For sure.
And that's where we had Idris.
Yeah,
we had Idris, and he had a wonderful interview, of course, with him. But you guys check out our time in Atlanta. We didn't include his in the interview because his was just so amazing from his story to the book and everything else in the third. We just had to show you guys. So check out these moments from Atlanta and New York.
What's up, guys? It's your boy Sawan Belcher. I got my guy Idris. We're here in Atlanta. I came down for my birthday and I figure, why not hang out with some fellow friends? So introduce yourself, brother.
Hey everyone, I'm Idris Talib, right here in Atlanta, Georgia, the pretty house guy. My man came in town.
Yes, sir.
He said we're gonna have a good conversation, so I'm just here to provide any value, answer any question. Hopefully we're gonna motivate some of y'all to take some action, because y'all make some of this money.
Amen. Hey, I totally forgot. That's what you're the pretty house guy. Okay, so that's funny because most of the time I'm marketing my company as we buy ugly houses, okay? And most people know that we buy ugly houses because we buy them at a discount, and that's how we make our money. Right. So help me understand, the pretty house guy. What do you mean?
Okay, so actually the name of my company is Pretty House Home Buyer. So instead of we buy ugly houses, we actually buy pretty houses. So in my niche, I like nice houses in nice neighborhoods in good school districts, no rehab.
I love it. That's actually my number one problem in my business is going over budget on rehab. So, honestly. So how do you make money though?
Okay, so actually I've kind of developed a hybrid strategy. So a lot of people, when they're looking at deep discounted properties, their strategy is either to wholesale the house or maybe they're gonna rehab the house. Yeah. So what I do instead is I play the margins game. So I look for upper end real estate. My average price right now is about $600,000-$700,000. Yeah. And then I'll put a contract on the house for cash. Most people think I start off with creative strategies. That is my third option. Okay. So I put on a contract for cash, which allows me to control the deal. Nice. Because I have to have equitable interest in the deal. Nice. And then I'm going to go see what the market is willing to pay for that house. And what I do is I leverage a lot of buyer's agents. Yeah. Because think about a buyer's agent. Every single person, a buyer's agent, all of their clients, they either have cash or they've been pre-qualified for a mortgage. Yeah. Okay. Nice. So then I'll match them up with properties. I'll see how much they're willing to pay for it. And then, worst case scenario, I'll go back to my seller and then I'll work out a spread. So I'll have the property discounted. But let's hypothetically think about it. If someone has a house for $700,000 and I tell them I have somebody who has $675 cash, they can close in 10 days after due diligence. Are you open to lowering your price by $25,000? A large percent of the time they'll say yes.
For sure, that's for sure. So you said you have pretty much 3 offers. Right. Okay, so your first one is cash. Yeah. What's your second one?
Well, the second one is still cash, but it's going to be with a pre-qualified buyer. Okay. Because when it's straight cash, you can close immediately. Right. With a pre-qualified buyer, you're looking at 30, 45, 60 days for them to go through the underwriting process. Yep. So that's my second option.
And then the third option is?
Creative real estate.
Creative real estate, nice. Creative real estate. See, I do that, honestly, I kind of do the exact same thing. So I typically make the seller a cash offer first, and if they say no, then I go to something creative first. Well, you said no to this. If I was able to pay what you want, would you consider this? So that's cool that you do that. Now, 600 and 700,000. That's I was telling Isaiah earlier. I'm trying to wrap my brain around that because most houses that I buy in Greensboro, I can pick them up for 60, 70,000. That's crazy. On the high end, I'll pick up something for 100,000. Right. So I'm trying to wrap my mind around 600,000. When it comes to comps, I'm just trying to understand. Are there comparable comps frequently where you can actually say, this is what the house could be worth or is worth right now? Well, not could be because they're already pretty. Right. Are you looking at comps or are you just, how do you determine what you can pay?
So what I look at, I look at comps.
Yeah.
And think about it, fortunately, I'm in Atlanta, so there's a lot of properties that are in that price range.
Yeah.
Now, I would adjust those price ranges depending on what market I'm in.
Okay.
You know, like if I was in Charlotte's about the same thing now.
Right,
The
it
prices
is.
have gone
It
up
really-
so
it
much.
really is.
But what I do is, my leads come from, almost all my leads are for sale by owners on Zillow.
Okay, nice.
So I go up there. The thing I like about it is because when you look at the ad, you know, they take pictures, have their description, but at the bottom they have their phone number.
Right.
So when they have their phone number, what do they want me to do? Call them.
Call them, right.
So it's not a cold call, it's a warm call. And that's really how I'm finding all of my leads. You know, I'll go up there. So what I do is to get the comps. Of course, you got the assessment, which really means nothing.
Right.
But then I'll look at PropStream, I'll look at Realtor.com,
Right.
and I'll look at Redfin. And because I'm not doing any repairs, I don't have to be exact with my comps.
Exactly.
I don't have to be on the money because I don't really have a budget.
Yeah, I love it.
So
What does your contract say? Does it say, I know, of course it has the price, it has the seller's name. What else is in your contract that allows you to do what you do during your, I guess you want to say, due diligence period?
all right. So this is what I'm doing. So I'm gonna give y'all a tip. This is what I'm doing. A lot of people don't do this. Typically, whenever you sign a contract to buy a house, it's an exclusive agreement.
Right.
Basically, the seller's agreeing to take the house off the market
Right.
until you close on it.
Right.
So this is what I'm doing. Instead of having it as an exclusive agreement, I have it as a non-exclusive agreement.
Yeah.
And the biggest difference is this allows the seller to continue to market the property.
Yeah.
But it gives me equitable interest in the property
Right.
to where I can market my interest in the property.
Right.
And my value proposition to the seller is I say, look, you can continue to market your property. If you bring somebody to the table before I do, great, you sell your house. If I bring somebody to the table before you do, great, you sell your house. Either way, you pay me zero fees, zero commissions whatsoever. The only way that I make any money whatsoever is if I bring somebody to the table to buy your property.
Okay, yeah.
And that's and I have that explicitly written in my agreement that this is a non-exclusive agreement. Seller may terminate the agreement at any time. Just give me written notice.
Okay, I love it.
And written notice can even be a text message.
Right, I love it. I love it. That's what's up. That's actually pretty smart. Like a lot of guys getting into the business, they kind of do the same thing, but they don't get it signed. And I think that's like the key to just get it signed. Just get the purchase agreement signed.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
You have to get it signed.
Right.
And another thing that does is, with it being non-exclusive, that eliminates the need for me to put down huge earnest money deposits.
Exactly.
Because I get hit with that a lot of times when you need to put $20,000 down, you need to put $30,000 down just to show that I'm serious about closing on this.
Yeah.
But then when I talk about it being non-exclusive and I explain it to them and I show it to them in writing, then that might be a deal killer for some of them. They don't want to do that. But for others, they're willing to say, oh, okay, this makes sense.
So how much earnest money are you putting down?
What do you mean?
Yeah, okay. Zero.
No. So look, now
I love it.
Now, especially when I'm doing options for consideration, I give them $10.
Okay. I love it. Why $10?
I should give $1. I don't know. It's just $10. It's just in the agreement, and I just give them $10.
Hey, I love
It
it.
can be anything. Another thing that I do is I do memorandums of agreement as well.
Nice. Okay, so when they sign the purchase agreement, do they sign a memorandum right afterwards, or do they sign a memorandum after you got your buyer in place?
So what I do is we do all that up front, but the thing about the memorandum, it needs to be notarized.
Okay.
So we usually try to arrange to go to my bank, get that notarized, and then what I'll do is I'll wait I'll have the purchase and sale signed, I'll wait 3 days, and then after 3 days, I'll go record the memorandum of agreement.
Nice.
So if we think about, let's just say wholesale.
Yeah.
With a wholesale, you put a house on the contract, and if you don't double close, usually it's an assignment of a contract.
Yeah.
Now remember, sometimes these individuals who are actually buying the house, they have to get financing from a bank.
Yeah.
Lenders don't pay assignment fees.
Right.
but they do pay release fees.
Right.
And that's why I have the memorandum signed.
Right. Okay, perfect. And I was just gonna ask, so just for everybody who doesn't know, okay, can you like in layman's terms and just in simple terms, like what's the purpose of a memorandum? Okay, and then you kind of explained it a little bit of why you use a memorandum, but just keep it basic. What's a memorandum?
So a memorandum is it shows that you have an agreement. It doesn't specify the details of the agreement. It just proves that you have an agreement. You have that memorandum signed, you have it notarized, then you take it to your county's recorder's office and then you record it. Now there creates a cloud over the title.
Bam.
So another thing that it does also is it will prevent the seller from trying to sell the property from up under you.
Right, right, and that's super important, especially if you took time to find one of these high-end buyers that got, that got their hopes up.
Correct.
Right, they're starting to get into financing and stuff together.
Correct.
That's super important.
Correct.
So at what point, okay, just so I can understand, at what point you get the property under contract, non-exclusive. You go out and you start shopping for buyers. At what point do you say, go back to the seller and say, hey, we're ready to go? Because it's still going to be 45 to 60 days. Because most likely they're going to bring a loan. What does that sound like?
You'll be surprised, a lot of people have cash now. So what I've been seeing is a lot of people, they're coming in from out of state, New York, California, they're coming down here with cash. But let's just hypothetically say it is somebody with a mortgage. I'll go and I'll present that, I'll talk to the seller and say, hey, we have a buyer. I'll say they are bringing in financing, and 9 times out of 10, they're fine with that.
Yeah, nice.
Because they're getting their house sold.
Nice.
Because a lot of times, they've been trying to sell it themselves for a while. So initially, what I've been noticing, and this is such a great time to be in this business, a lot of individuals who I contacted maybe in April, May, or June, they weren't interested in doing business with me. Now I'm following up with them because they've been trying to sell their house on their own, or it may have been listed with a realtor. They haven't been able to get it sold because our market has changed a little bit.
It is.
So now I'm coming back, getting these under contract, and I'm letting them know. I said, look, it may take a little bit of time, for everything to go through, but we will have a closing, contingent upon me finding somebody who's serious about this house.
Nice. I love how you're just open and honest with the seller. I think that means a lot to the sellers a lot of the times, because sometimes we'll get a bad rap with sellers because we're trying to sneak around and duck and dive versus just being so clear. Everything's out in the open.
Right.
Do they ask you how you're making money? Yeah. What do you tell them?
I tell them I get paid by the buyer, and then I tell them I will make a spread on this property.
Nice.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
I love it.
And as long as they're getting their price, they don't care.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. So instead of buying ugly houses, we can target pretty houses. Got that. Okay. Instead of quote unquote always having a cash offer, we can also make creative offers. Now, what does that look like? Because you would think that people buying $700,000 houses, $1 million houses, that they're not necessarily okay with taking over payments or you giving them payments. You think that they'd be financially stable enough? What does that sound like when you're talking to those people?
So, for something like that, now I will say I don't do a lot of substitutes this way.
Yeah.
Normally it's either a lease option or it's going to be seller financing.
Okay.
So a lot of it really depends on what is really the underlying reason they're looking to sell their house.
Yeah.
So what I found right now, especially for a lot of the nicer houses, you have a lot of baby boomers that are getting older right now. Yeah. They don't need a 5-bedroom, 3,000 square foot house anymore.
For sure.
All the kids are gone. It's just the Mr. and Mrs. in the house. They're getting older. They don't want to be walking up and down the stairs. Then just the maintenance of the house, keeping it clean all the time, the expensive utility bills of that nature. They just want to kind of maybe, maybe downsize or whatever. Right. But here's one thing. A lot of them are in retirement.
Yeah.
So when they're in retirement, one of your number one goals is to have an income stream. And that's one of my value propositions to them, because I'm like, look, you know, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, what are you gonna do with all this money once you sell this house?
Yeah.
A lot of them like, you know what, we're gonna put it somewhere for retirement income. In my background, I used to be a stockbroker, and I know they're either gonna put into a diversified bond portfolio or they're gonna put into an annuity.
Yeah.
And I said, look, why don't we use your house where you can become the bank? I'm gonna pay you a certain amount of money every single month, and then maybe sometime between now and the next couple of years, or whenever whatever's fine with you, I'll completely cash you out.
Okay, I got two things in mind right now. So you've mentioned this a couple times, and I want to break it down. I want to break it down so people can just understand from a granular level. You said value proposition. What do you mean by that?
Value proposition, basically all it is win-win.
Yeah, win-win. Okay, nice. Like, this is your problem. I have this solution. This is how you win, and I'm gonna win this way.
Correct.
Perfect. I think that's awesome. Second thing is, I forgot what it was, because I was really thinking about what is value proposition, because you had said it 3 times, and I forgot what my second question was.
Okay.
Jesus Christ, what was it? Okay, when people are selling a house for $700,000, and you said they're open to seller financing, do they have to have it paid off?
No.
No. Okay. So if they don't have it paid off, how are you structuring the seller financing in order for you to take control of the property?
That's the wrap.
Yep, that's the wrap. Okay, perfect. Explain a wrap for everybody.
So a wrap is, these individuals, they'll have a mortgage on the property. So let's just throw out some numbers, hypothetical. Let's just hypothetically say that their payment may be, I don't know, $3,000 a month to their lender, okay? So what I need to do is, I will create a new payment that's gonna wrap around that payment too.
Yeah.
So that's gonna give them the ability to pay the $3,000 a month, and then if they have some equity or whatever, I'll start paying towards that as well.
Okay, so you pay them or you pay the bank?
All right, so that is a great question. I used to always pay them.
Yeah.
However, I heard, fortunately this never happened to me, but I heard so many horror stories about individuals not paying their lender, and then, you know, there's a knock on the door, this house is about to be foreclosed for the tenant buyers who are in there.
Yeah.
So what I do now is I use a third-party company.
Okay.
And then I pay them. They're called a paymaster.
Paymaster. Okay, nice.
So I'll pay the money goes to the paymaster. The paymaster pays the mortgage. If there's any excess or whatever, because sometimes I will negotiate something that's higher than what their mortgage payment is.
Okay.
They'll get the excess of that, and then I'll get the excess.
Okay,
So that
nice.
means the mortgage is always paid.
Okay, nice. So they're like a mortgage servicing company.
Correct.
Nice. I need that. I need a software like that. Paymaster. It's like they have a website?
There's Paymaster. One of your title companies or attorneys may even be a Paymaster.
Okay, nice. I need that.
You could just ask them about it, and it's a nominal fee, but
Yeah.
I have my tenant buyer pay that.
That's what's up. So I was just about to ask you how you make money, right? So I think one of the biggest factors for me why I'm like so leery about like $500,000, $1 million houses, I'm gonna have a $3,000, $5,000 mortgage, right? And so I need to have a good way to make money.
Right.
Okay. How are we gonna make money? And I need multiple ways to make money because
Okay.
I don't like just one way.
Okay, you're going to get a hefty down payment. Usually, you're going to get at least 10%.
Okay.
That's your goal, is to get 10%.
Okay.
Okay, so if you're looking at 10% on a $700,000 house, that's $70,000.
Okay.
I want you to keep this in mind also. People who are looking at $700,000 houses, let's just hypothetically say they do have great credit and they can get financing from a bank. They're gonna have to put 10 to 20% down anyway because they're getting a jumbo mortgage.
Right.
So that's something that they're gonna have to do.
Right.
Yeah, they're gonna have to do that anyway, so they have the money if they're looking at houses in that price range.
Yeah.
Okay. The second way is obviously you're gonna make sure that the amount that you're charging them is more than gonna cover what you're giving the seller of the house.
Yes. Yes.
And then also, you have to have some money in reserves as well.
For sure. Now, how do you determine what you charge them? Like, do you just say, hey, I got this property on the contract for $600,000. Seller's giving me seller financing. I'm just going to charge $700,000. Do you just make up a number, or do you just go for the wood and say, hey, I'm gonna price it at $1 million and work your way down? I mean, how do you determine that?
So it really depends. So what I'll look at is I have to look at what are my terms with the seller.
Yeah.
Because if it's something like where I'm going to need a balloon payment within the next 5 years or whatever,
Okay.
the biggest thing I have to ensure is that the house is going to appraise, and these are all just calculations that we're trying to calculate or whatever,
Yeah.
you know, based off data, because we know the market can change at any time
For sure.
or whatever. All right, because if the house, I may have, let's just say the house is worth 700 today, and then I may be able to buy it for 750. It has to appraise at 750 at closing for them to be able to bring in new financing or whatever. So I'll keep that in mind. But let's just, some sellers, they're like, look, we'll just amortize this thing over 30 years.
Oh wow, do they really? Nice. Nice.
Not a lot,
Yeah.
but some will.
Nice.
Some
Very
will.
good.
And then based off that, then it's going to be substantially higher for what I'm going to offer to
Yeah.
my tenant buyer.
Right.
Now,
Now you're
another,
able to give them 30 years.
correct.
Right.
Correct.
Nice.
And it's going to keep going up in value.
Amen. Nice.
And,
I love-
and then for something like that, you know, I may just shoot for the moon.
Right.
Because eventually the house will be worth that amount.
Right, I love it. I absolutely love it. I need to try it more. I've been trying it slowly but surely. I've made some offers, houses that sell on the MLS for a little while, you know, making them a creative offer that's in the higher tax bracket. Most recently, the closest I got is yesterday. The lady just sent me, she has 3 mortgages on this house. The house is worth maybe about $800,000, and it's not necessarily bad, but it's not necessarily great. She owes $378, and she wants $100,000 outside of her mortgage, and she's willing to allow me to take over the mortgage. Okay.
Will she allow you to make payments on that $100,000, or she wants that up front?
And see, I was trying to get her to take the payments for the $100,000, but she wants the $100,000 up front because she wants to be able to pay off some small debt that she has, and then she also wants to be able to pay for some rent, you know, for at least a year, so she can just she's trying to be comfortable.
Right.
Now, technically, is there equity? You know, 478. You know, ARV's 800 grand. You know, technically there's some equity, but I'm trying to figure out how I can make this work.
I think you can do this because you're good.
Yeah.
So you said she owes $378. Is that just the first mortgage or all 3
So
mortgages?
the first mortgage is $310. Okay. And the monthly payments on that is like $2,000.
Okay.
The second mortgage is $60,000. That is a HELOC.
Okay.
Is an open HELOC. The available balance was like $20,000, but what they owe is $60,000.
Okay.
And then she has a small third position loan of $8,000. So the total payment is $2,450. Okay. Now I did look up average rents in the area, and this house could rent for about $4,000. So that's cool. But I was thinking the $100,000. Like, how am I coming up with the $100,000? And so I started shopping. I started shopping to see what buyers was paying, and I saw the 10% out there. But still, that would only put me at about 70 or 80,000.
Right.
So, and it's still not going to cover me in the front. So I was thinking, how do I come up with the $100,000 to get this lady this money?
I would target entrepreneurs who have deep pockets.
Yeah. So
what
when
I
you
would-
say target, what do you mean? How are you marketing to them?
So to them, a lot of times you have to market to them through their advisors,
Through their advisors?
attorneys and CPAs.
Attorneys and CPAs. Nice. Nice. So essentially go out and find local CPAs who have clientele who are business owners and entrepreneurs. And then I guess what do we say to them?
All right. So you have a conversation with them and just say, you know, I'm with XYZ Home Solutions or something like that.
Yeah.
So, you know, one of the common trends that I work with are individuals who are entrepreneurs, and I'm sure you see this all the time. You know, as entrepreneurs, they may have a lot of revenue in their company, but they try to write everything off, so the tax liability is real low. The only problem with that is your business may do $1 million, but you're showing $50,000 of income, but yet you're trying to move into $1 million home. According to underwriting standards, if you look at a lender's only going to allow you based on $50,000. You're only going to qualify for a $300,000 mortgage, even if you have an 800 credit score.
Right.
So what I'm able to do is these individuals are used to living in $700,000, $800,000 houses, but they're tired of paying rent. I have a way into where they can get into a house to where they can eventually own the house. And that's what I would like to talk with you about, to see if this may be any type of value for any of your clientele.
Nice, I love it. That was the perfect pitch. That was the perfect pitch. I absolutely love that. I call it home loans for everyone. I love that, man. So are you mainly just flipping them, or are you keeping them as well?
Most of them, what I'm doing, I'm flipping them.
Amen.
But now because man, I'm telling you, I'm jealous of you, man. all these doors you have, and I'm just thinking about the first of the month. So why I got to be?
Yeah, the first of the month is always cool for me. That's why I'm traveling at the first of the month.
Oh, man, that would be so. What you like 30 or 40 doors?
No, I'm at 60 now.
My God.
Yeah, I'm at 60 now, and I will say I'm selling a couple, but I'm not gonna drop below like 50 right now, because
Right.
my goal is to have 64 by the end of the year. So, yeah.
Like, to me, that's just beautiful, you know, because I have some passive income, but just every first month looking at your account and
it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. And we make money in different ways too. So we got the group homes, like I was telling you. We got some Airbnbs. You know, we got some rentals, and so all of the different incomes really like make a beautiful song. You know, they really do.
I love it.
Yeah, it's really nice. I'm grateful.
Yeah, that's my next move right there, is the focus in and hone in fourth quarter, bringing in massive passive income.
How are you gonna do that?
So what I'm going to do is, it's going to be the single room occupancy.
Okay.
And as a matter of fact, the thing about Atlanta, rent is going up so high.
Yeah.
For a lot of lower middle class, it's becoming unaffordable.
Yeah.
Like rent here is 2,000 plus. I'm talking about in the hood.
Right.
So individuals, they can't afford that.
Yeah.
So they're almost forced to live with someone.
Yeah.
So what I'm doing is, there's a problem, and I'm supplying that problem with a solution.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm doing, and I'm gonna have two models. One of the models is gonna be more high-end houses,
Yeah.
and we're gonna rent out the rooms. Some of these, I know people, they pay $1,500, $1,200 a month for a room.
For a room. Oh
Yes.
man, that's crazy.
In a nice house. My business partner, he has a house up in Lilburn, not too far. I think you said you have family in Lawrenceville?
Yeah, I do.
It's not, okay.
Yeah.
Lilburn's right outside Lawrenceville. Anyway, this house it's like a $500,000 house.
Yeah.
And then he's getting $1,000 and $1,200 per room.
Oh man.
And now he's finishing up his basement right now. He's gonna put somebody down there and charge him like $1,750.
That's what's up. Okay, so give me the full play on this. So they rent the room, and I guess they have common areas. I guess like the
Yes.
kitchen. And,
Yep.
Okay, and so how does this work? Or what expenses does that particular landlord have when it comes to renting rooms?
Just your typical expenses, utilities, cable, internet, stuff like that.
Okay.
Just your typical expenses.
So on a house like that, what are your projections? Are you have a $500,000 house, they got 5 bedrooms in it, you're renting each room for $1,200. What do you suppose that you'll net on a
Right.
house like that?
His house is a little bit different because he lives there. I can't
Oh,
believe.
yeah. Oh, that's
I
it.
can't believe his wife allowed.
Oh, his wife lives there too?
Yes.
Oh, that's amazing that he was able to get
I
out of
can't
the
believe that, but he convinced us somehow. But I mean, if we do the math, it's just let's see. Let's just conserve $1,000 per room, and let's just say you don't live there. Fortunately for him, he's locked in at 2.675 for his mortgage.
Yeah, the heat.
So his mortgage is real low.
Yeah.
But let's just hypothetically say, let's see, a $500,000 house. Let's just say your mortgage, look now, you may be at $2,850
Right.
with everything. So you're at $2,850. You're renting out each room. Let's say on the low end at, you may need more than that, because I was gonna say $1,000 per room.
Yeah.
So $1,000, that's
you at least need like
$5,000.
1,300 per room.
Yeah, I would say you need to go up. You need
Yeah.
to go up to at least $1,250
Right.
or $1,300 per room. So if you're doing that house, the master bedroom is probably going to it's going to be a premium.
Exactly.
So you may be able to get $1,750 off that, and then maybe $1,200 on the other 4. So that's 48, 17.
So essentially the goal with doing that, because you know, because my net per door is maybe like $400. So the goal of doing that is maybe to net, you know, close to 18 to $2,000 per house.
Right.
Is that what the goal is?
I would say so, because by the time you factor in all of your expenses or whatever,
For sure.
you should be able to walk away with that. And the thing I like most about it is it's just more hands off than doing Airbnb.
It is.
For my personality, that's better, because I'm not the most detail oriented person.
Yeah.
So for me, that's great. Now, I'm going to give you something else I'm looking into that I had no idea about. I've been hearing about a lot of people doing international Airbnb, like at resort locations like Dominican Republic, Cancun, Jamaica, Bahamas, and everything. And it just always turned me off, because I'm like, if I do Airbnb, I want to be in my city I can drive to. If there's any problem and somebody on my team drops the ball, I can get to it just like that.
Right.
The thing that I did not know about international Airbnb is that a lot of those locations are already furnished.
Yeah.
I had no idea they were already furnished. And because that's a huge expense for your startup costs, it's just furnishing the place. But once I heard that, I said, whoa. It really got me thinking. And to me, it makes sense, especially for places that I like to travel to.
That's for sure.
So that's something I'm strongly, considering right now. I haven't jumped on anything as of yet, but I've been looking.
For sure. Yeah, no, one of my good friends, he did a new construction build in Belize,
Wow.
which is like right outside of DF, which is like in Mexico.
Okay.
But he does the same thing. He lives in North Carolina, Airbnb, and he does pretty good.
Wow.
He did amazing. He had a whole campaign. So he bought like pretty much 5 lots.
Okay.
He built one, and then he sold the 4 lots to his friends, and he was in charge of construction, and his team manages the Airbnb. So of course he got like GC fee,
That's what
property
I'm thinking
management
right
fee,
there.
right?
So he has a free place.
Exactly. So
Because
his
if he
house
sold off those lots, he's paying for that. Now he got the management. He oversaw the construction.
Exactly. He killed that whole strategy.
Wow.
Yeah, he killed that whole strategy. But look, man, I really appreciate you sharing, man, because honestly, negotiating houses that are in the higher up, echelon is like not really talked about a lot.
Right.
So I definitely want to talk to you about that. And
Right.
so I appreciate you, man.
All right, so I'm going to tell you, this is my favorite niche in terms of somebody who's hyper motivated,
Yeah.
going through a divorce.
Yeah.
When someone goes through a divorce, they don't care about anything.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, so my personal house, I moved here from Charlotte. I negotiated a sweet deal.
Yeah.
A sweet deal. So when I moved here from Charlotte, I wasn't even doing real estate full time. I was in the financial advisory space. I chose my office in Johns Creek because it's a very affluent area.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I was doing for people was I was doing education planning for the kids.
Yeah.
So anyway, Johns Creek is very expensive. And I'm coming from Charlotte, and then, the house I was looking at was like $3,000, $4,000 a month for rent. I said, I'm not paying $3,000, $4,000 a month in rent. That's crazy. So I found this other house. It was in Paulding County. The house was 7 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms on 8/10 of an acre, okay? So the guy, and we just thought everything just matched up. The guy is from Huntersville, which is a suburb of Charlotte.
Oh, for sure.
He lived in Huntersville.
Yeah.
But the people who were staying there before, they just kept getting behind. They weren't making up their payments. So he was a motivated seller. So what I negotiated with him was, it was a lease with an option to buy, but check out the terms. He bought the house, it was new construction when he bought the house.
Yeah.
So it's the cheapest that it ever was, whatever. His mortgage, PITI, was only about $1,500 a month. Okay?
Yeah.
This house, I negotiated a term with him, a lease with an option to buy. It was gonna be $1,500 a month, but the option price was the balance of the mortgage.
Oh, nice.
So I had no incentive
Right.
to ever buy that house.
Right.
It was the balance of the mortgage, okay? So we moved down here in 2013, all right? So with my business, I was in mental health, and I had a physician group. So our medical practice, we're in Raleigh, Charlotte, Greenville, South Carolina, Columbia, South Carolina, Williamson, South Carolina, Atlanta, as well as Marietta, Georgia.
Oh yeah.
So we were booming.
Yeah.
I mean, we were doing between 60 to 100,000 a week.
Oh yeah.
I had a payroll of over 300 people.
Oh.
I mean, we were growing that thing like crazy and everything. So with me, I'm traveling everywhere. I'm going everywhere. I'm in Raleigh, I'm in Charlotte, I'm in Greenville, I'm here, there, everywhere and everything. And then, you know, I kind of took my eye off the prize or whatever. You know, things between my wife and I weren't going well. I was trying to make up time, spend time with my kids. I have another son that lived in Raleigh, North Carolina, who I used to go see all the time or whatever. So I was just pulled in so many different directions or whatever. But anyway, my wife and I, you know, we decided to separate and we're going through a divorce. So I ended up getting a condo in Midtown, which isn't too far from here.
Yeah.
I still had my house there, had all these offices and everything. And then that's when, you know, the hammer just went down on me. You know, I was in my condo. I'll never forget, it was President's Day 2018, February 20th, at 2 a.m. I hear this loud knock on my door. Boom, 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 boom. And it just startled me. I'm like, who's
right.
you know, knocking my door?
Right.
You know, I thought it was some drunk white boys. But he said, boom, 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 Fulton County Sheriff. So I answered the door. 3 huge guys. I'm already 6'6". These guys look like they should be playing for the Carolina Panthers or for the Atlanta Falcons with guns pointing right at me. I said, whoa, what's going on? They said, let me see your hands. So they handcuffed me. I said, what's all this about? So you got 2 warrants for your arrest out of South Carolina. One was false statement by a medical provider. The other one was obtaining property under false pretenses. So basically, 2 of my officers was committing Medicaid fraud. So I go down to Fulton County, which we're in Fulton County right now. I go down, so I'm arrested. I'm there for about 7 days, and then they pick me up and they take me down to Greenville, South Carolina. So I'm still not understanding everything that's going on. I go to my bond hearing. I'm thinking I'm just gonna bond right out. My bond's probably be cheap or whatever. The Attorney General from the state of South Carolina showed up. He said bond $250,000 cash. And then I said,
get out of here, what?
Right.
What?
So fortunately for me, the judge was like, it's gonna be a surety bond. It doesn't qualify for a cash bond. So when I go back to my cell, I'm making phone calls, calling up all these bail bondsmen and everything. No one wanted to touch me.
Why?
Because I'm not from South Carolina. I've never lived in South Carolina a day in my life. I've only lived in North Carolina and I've only lived in Georgia.
Yeah.
So they didn't want to touch me if I was a flight risk. But I was telling them, I said, look, this is a white collar crime. I've never been in trouble in my life other than speeding tickets. I have no reason to run from this. So they gave me a condition. They said, look, if you can have one of your blood relatives come down and sign you out or whatever, you know, we'll do it at 3%. So 3% of 250 is only 7,500. And then, I'm calling my family and stuff, and this is crazy. My mom and her husband happened to be in Charlotte.
Yeah.
And Charlotte's only an hour,
Right.
15
Super
minutes,
close. Yeah, right.
to Greenville and everything.
Right.
So I call my mom, tell her what she needs to do. Silence. What's going on?
Right.
Basically, my mom doesn't want to come do it.
What?
So then, you know, I'm stuck in jail or whatever, and then I had to make a phone call, which was very difficult. I had to call my ex-wife.
Yeah.
So I told my ex-wife everything that went on and everything. The benefit of my ex-wife was her and her family are from South Carolina. We're still legally married.
Yeah.
So the bail bondsman said, you know what, we prefer a blood relative, but instead of it being 3%, it's gonna be 10%. So my wife was on one of my accounts. So I said, you know, just withdraw the $25,000.
Yeah.
So she withdrew the money, I bonded out and everything. So I retained an attorney, and we did a plea bargain with the state. So the plea bargain was, you have 6 months to pay back $400,000.
Oh, wow.
So what I found out was the way that they were committing Medicaid fraud was we used to do our billing with electronic health records.
Yeah.
So basically, our physicians and therapists, they would document everything in our electronic health records, and I'll bill directly from the health record. So some of them got smart.
Yeah.
So they're like, he bills directly from the health records, and I get paid per health record.
Right.
So they just start putting in notes.
Start putting in notes. Yeah.
But they weren't seeing the patients.
Yeah.
So it's Medicaid fraud all day long. I couldn't fight it. And the reason why I couldn't fight it is when you have a contract with Medicaid, you sign a letter of attestation basically saying that you as the owner are 100% responsible for every single thing that goes on in your business.
Right.
No matter what.
Right.
You're held liable to us. I couldn't fight it.
Right.
So with that being said, I said, okay, I'm just going to have to pay back all this money. But then
business still going?
I had to shut down my business. That was another condition, so I had to shut everything down. So I have zero income now. I mean, I have some savings, or whatever, but my expenses are high.
For sure.
I still have my house, that 7-bedroom house in Paulding County. I still have my condo. And then when I was in South Carolina, before I had my hearing with the judge, I had to stay in South Carolina for 2 months, staying in hotels.
Yeah.
And it didn't dawn on me to just get a daggone Airbnb. That would be a lot cheaper than staying
at the hotel.
But nonetheless, man, I went broke. And then my wife and I, with our house, going back to what I was talking about, I said, man, I just give it up. I don't care.
Yeah.
Things were just so.
Now, what year was this?
This was 2018.
2018. Yeah.
In the house, and I just totally walked away from it. This house had over $300,000 of equity.
Oh, you was mentally done.
Yeah, I was I was, so I go to, so that was February 20th. I left, it was like April when I could go back to Atlanta.
Yeah.
And then my hearing was November 7th, 2020. And here was 2007, it was November 7th, 2020. So I'm going to court and everything. And, my attorney is, just singing all the great stuff that I've done and everything. And I said, look, I just need a little bit more time. So the judge asked the attorney general, what do you recommend? Then he said, I recommend he go to jail. So they sentenced me to 5 years.
Wow.
So boom, just like that.
Just like that.
Them handcuffs hit me so fast.
Man, that's crazy.
The wonderful part about that whole experience, though, is it was kind of like an inflection point in my life. Because when I was in prison, I didn't have anything to worry about whatsoever.
Yeah.
And what I did was I used it as an opportunity really just to kind of just focus on myself for once in my life.
Yeah.
And I started thinking about, okay, when I'm in there, because my background is engineering, finance, healthcare, and real estate. I said, what can I do when I leave?
Yeah.
Because I left, I had nothing whatsoever. Like, I'm telling you nothing. When I walked out of prison, I had some hand-me-down khaki pants. One of the correctional officers, he was 6'9", I wear size 15 shoe. He had an old pair of shoes, some little old beat up Air Maxes. And I had this big shirt, I had a bag with a bunch of books and stuff and everything, all right? So I said, the thing that I know that I can start from scratch is real estate.
Yeah.
My mom had sent me $300, like a Walmart to Walmart transfer. So I go to Walmart, $300. The first thing I buy is one of those prepaid Samsung phones from Straight Talk Wireless.
Yeah.
I buy their unlimited, it was unlimited minutes, texts, and then maybe data or whatever. That was another $55. I buy that and everything. And then I was off to the races. Now I'm in a new state, I'm in Columbia, South Carolina. I've never done any real estate there whatsoever. So I knew I wasn't gonna be able to get a deal like that. So I needed some cash flow and everything. So I was just trying to, I'll do anything, as long as it was legal to make some money. So I go to it was a staffing agency, and they pay you every single day just so I can get some liquidity up or whatever.
Right.
And I was asking, I said, well, how much do you make or whatever? They're like, well, you'll make about $70-something, but after tax, it's $55. I said, we working the whole day and only making $55?
Right.
So I had to get creative. So instead, I remember I used to pay my guy who put out bandit signs $2 per sign. Fortunately for me, I had access to a car. One of the correctional officers let me drive one of their cars. So what I did was I called up bandit signs and I said, who puts out your signs? And then how much do you pay them? And I just undercut the market.
Yeah.
I said, I tell you what, I'm willing to put out these signs. Just give me $50 for gas money and $1 per sign. I made $1,000 in 4 days.
Nice.
And that's what gave me some liquidity just so I could, I bought a computer, bought some clothes, bought some stuff like that. And then when I wasn't doing that, I went to the for rent section on Craigslist and Zillow, and then Facebook Marketplace.
Yeah.
And then my pitch is what you hear me talk all the time on Clubhouse. I did the same thing. I'll say, hey, I'm looking for a long-term lease of at least 2 years. Is that something you'll be open to? And then, a lot of them say, oh, yes, no, maybe, or whatever. If they say yes to that, I said, okay, assuming all my payments come in on time, would you consider selling to me at the end of that term? If they say yes, I've just described the lease with an option to buy.
Right.
And then I know this from previous what I used to do with the real estate, I throw an ad on Craigslist. Good credit, bad credit, no credit at all, rent to own your home in this award-winning school district.
Boom.
And I got flooded with calls.
Boom.
And that's how it took me 3 weeks to get my first deal.
Nice, nice. And how much you make on that one?
I made $8,000.
$8,000. Hey, that's dope.
And I've never looked back.
That's what's up. So from the time it took you to get out of jail to getting your first $8,000 check doing that deal, how long did it take you?
Oh, okay. So I got the first contract after 3 weeks. That took me probably about another 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay. So what about 2 months? Mm-hmm. About 2 months.
But let me tell you something else which is interesting. So when I was in prison, everyone, real macho and mean and everything or whatever. And then everybody in prison has a nickname. So I tell everybody, I'm the pretty house guy.
Yeah.
Pretty house guy. What? They think something funny or whatever. But one thing that I learned about guys who are incarcerated, they respect people who are smart and who know how to make money.
Yeah.
So what I did was, and I'm sure a lot of you have read Rich Dad Poor Dad.
For sure.
Rich Dad's first lesson is the rich do not work for money.
Right.
And this was crazy. So when I was in prison, because my custody level was so low, I was on work release. And with work release, you will go out and you can make money. And you watch movies about prison, we made like 30 cents an hour, right? No, man, they paying them guys between $10 and $15 an hour.
Yeah.
But check this out. The prison acts as a staffing agency.
Oh.
Now you're in prison.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You gotta pay room and board. Yeah. You gotta pay room and board. You have to pay like your washer and dryer.
Yeah.
They do provide you with the food, but anything extra, you have to pay for that. And you in prison. But nonetheless,
you pay for commodities as well?
Huh?
You pay for paper towels and
yes,
toilet paper?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yes, I pay for all that. So check this out. So I didn't like the jobs that I was working. I was in a factory, it was cold, and I was just thinking to myself, this is not gonna help me in life. So what I did was, I declined that, and I went into the classroom in prison, and I taught for the GED. So I studied engineering in college, so fortunately I'm academically gifted. And when I was there, we broke the record for the guys getting their GED. I was there for 2 years. We broke the record in the state of South Carolina for everybody getting their GED. Because I could relate to them.
Yeah.
I could relate to the guys.
Nice.
Because a lot of times, you're in math, you're like, when am I going to use this mess in real life? I could show them when they use it in real life.
Exactly.
I made it relevant to them. I used to get the Wall Street Journal every single day. I say, y'all, this is a publication that millionaires and billionaires read. I say, flip through the pages. What do you see that's in common on all these pages? We see all these little stupid charts and graphs. I said, let me ask you a question. If millionaires and billionaires are looking at these charts and graphs, what do you think you need to learn how to do? Read these charts and graphs.
Yeah.
And that's how I got them interested in learning, especially the math portion for their GED and everything.
Yeah, math is extremely important.
Yeah.
Extremely important. Yeah, that's one of the things that I forget who made me see value in that, because I didn't see value in school at all. Mm-hmm. But when they made me see value in that, that opened me up, just like what you did with those guys. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's awesome, bro. Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you for bringing up that story.
Yeah.
I totally forgot to ask about that.
No.
Yeah, that's dope.
Cool.
That's actually what I'm about to name the video. That's actually what I'm about to name the video.
Yeah.
Out of prison with $300, $8,000 in 2 months or in 60 days. Or
yeah, I love it. Like, I'm actually writing a book. I'm gonna call it
Let's do it. Yeah.
From Prison to Profits.
Yeah.
Hold on, Prison to Profits. Hold on, Prison to Profits with Pretty
In 60 days. You okay? Yeah, but the story is great. Yeah, we gotta have the story. Yeah. Can you put that story in the beginning?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, because that's perfect. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, that's awesome. Are you working on your book?
Yeah, so I have a quick way to write books. I've written 2 books.
Oh, okay, nice.
One book is called Pretty Profits, Pretty Fast with Pretty Houses.
Yeah. Do you like record yourself or?
Damn, there you go. I tell you this, I'll offer this to you for free for whatever. Look, what I'll do, here's the quickest way to write a book. Have somebody interview you.
Yeah.
And you know the material already.
Right.
And then we send it to an editor, let it,
Right, let them write it out.
copywritten or whatever. You put some call to actions or whatever.
Yep.
After chapter 1, go here, figure all that stuff
Yep.
out and everything. But here's what you do while that's done, because that might take a week or 2. Before you do that, you can do this now. Get you a dope looking book cover. Put your face on it though.
Yeah.
Because some people, they don't have their face. Put your face on it. And just have a dope looking, now you can pre-sale your book.
Yeah, nice.
And then because what happens is
I'm actually writing a book, so this is like perfect.
your authority level. Oh, all right, so what's the root word of authority?
The root word of authority? Author.
There
yeah.
you go.
Yeah. Nice.
Authors have authority. If you wrote a book, you must be somebody.
Right. Yeah,
Write a
right.
book. It could be a horrible book. Here's another thing. A lot of people, they put a lot of pressure on themselves where the book has to be perfect. Ain't nobody really gonna read it, honestly.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
But the thing is, it just puts you, it allows you to get interviews.
Yeah.
It allows you, there's so many different things or whatever. Another thing that you can do, even for your real estate or whatever, maybe write like a little, a 20-pager about how you help your sellers and everything. So when you finish meeting with them or whatever, hand them the book.
Oh, nice. Nice. I like that. I like that.
They're not throwing the book away.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
But just think about how many people they're gonna meet with. You got a damn book.
Right.
Come on,
right.
man.
And they're probably gonna leave it on their coffee table.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's dope. That's dope. I need more books. So we have 2 children's books right now. Like one is it's called I Am, and then and it goes to the alphabets.
Okay.
So essentially, I am athletic. I am brilliant, and then it goes through the alphabet. And then the other one is what I've always wanted to be, and it's this little. It opens up like this little girl is in class, but she's asleep. And then the teacher wakes up and says, "Hey, you're never gonna be nothing if you don't pay attention." And then she starts going on in her mind about all the things she wanted to be.
That's interesting.
So, and it's all entrepreneur stuff. So those are the 2 books that I have. But I want to do something like for,
No, I love that. There's, I forgot who it is. It's somebody who really teaches you how to just make so much money with children's books.
Yeah, I need more books. Yeah, I need at least like 20 books. I just haven't found anybody to consistently help me with them. Yeah, my wife says she helps me with them, but she really don't.
Right.
But yeah, I need like 20 books.
Yeah,
So,
man, you got me, brother. I'm gonna go ahead and finish. I'm gonna do this book this weekend.
Let's go. Yeah, let's go. For real. Yeah, I'll put mine up on KDP on Amazon.
Yep.
Yeah, on Amazon.
So-
and they do all the.
I'm gonna tell you a crazy story. So I put this. I wrote this book called "Make Your Money Great."
Yeah.
All right.
Make your money great.
Yeah, make your money great. Don't keep up with the. I should have changed that, but it said, "Don't keep up with the Joneses. Become the Joneses." What I should have said was, "Make your money great. Don't keep up with the Joneses. Let the Joneses keep up with you."
Oh, okay, nice.
And basically,
Yeah.
the basis of the book is how to.
What's up, man? How are you? Yeah.
The basis of the book is how you can actually create financial abundance in a financially responsible way.
Yeah.
So basically, people like all this, especially here in Atlanta, they like all this fancy stuff and everything, but you can actually do it in a responsible way.
Yeah.
Like, for example, we always hear about NBA, NFL players going broke or whatever.
Yeah.
My recommendation, because I used to play basketball at NC State, a lot of my teammates went pro. And if I was advising somebody who went to the NBA or NFL and they're making all this money or whatever, because the first thing they're gonna do, they're gonna go buy an expensive crib, they're gonna buy a crib for their mama, for their sister, for their baby mamas and everything. But instead what I'll tell them to do, I said, look, what I want you to do is, with your signing bonus, I want you to go buy you a multifamily.
Yeah.
Use the cash flow from that multifamily to pay the debt and get a mortgage on all these homes you're buying for everybody.
Yeah.
So therefore, if you get hurt, now you have an asset that's going to pay for all those places.
Right.
Every year when you get those big checks, I want you to buy you another multifamily.
Right.
And that will be, so no matter how long you play,
Right.
when you leave the NFL or NBA or whatever,
You got cash flow.
there you go.
Yeah, you got cash flow.
It may not be the same standard of living you're at, but
Right.
an extra
But it's
40,
income.
50, 70,
Amen.
80,000 passively coming in,
Amen.
you know you're not going to be destitute.
Right.
Right.
And so tell people how they can find you and then
Okay.
how you can help people.
Okay, you can find me every social media platform, The Pretty House Guy. So just THE Pretty House Guy. In terms of how I can help people, I do show people how they can create multiple streams of income buying nice houses in nice neighborhoods without cash, credit, or rehab projects.
Amen. That's what's up. That's what's up. I need it. Well, look, man, remember, you don't need all three, time, money, and knowledge to do a deal. You just need two to do you. We'll see you on the next one.
Right.
Peace.
How's everybody doing in New York City today? It is just amazing to meet all of these wonderful faces and actually with the voices. You know what I mean? Because a lot of y'all, I know y'all by voice, but not by face in real life. So it's amazing. Man, this is amazing, man. RB, you didn't tell me you was gonna turn up like this.
I'm trying, sir. I'm trying. I want to be like you.
Absolutely. Well, my name is Byron, also known as Byron the Investor on Clubhouse. And I got a wonderful panel of people that's going to be sharing a lot of information. And you know me, I believe in no stingy energy, so we're going to give it all away. How about that? So we got my guy Brandon. We got Mary in the building, we got my guy Swan, and we got Sean in the building. And we're gonna turn up. So I'm not gonna even waste a whole bunch of time. I'm gonna get straight to the value. So, how many people in the building right now, by a show of raising hands, know what wholesaling is? Know what wholesaling real estate is? Okay, so I just wanna kind of get it. Okay. And how many people absolutely have no idea? Okay, all right. So we're gonna start with y'all. Is that all right? We're gonna start with y'all. All right, so here's the deal. Brandon, if you can do me a favor and just give us, in your opinion, what is wholesaling real estate for the people who don't know?
All right, perfect. So basically for the people that don't know what wholesaling real estate is where you're finding a distressed situation, a distressed homeowner. Some people may say distressed property, but it's more so about finding a distressed situation, okay? Because there's a bunch of properties out there. Once you find that distressed situation with that homeowner, you're going to go ahead and make some promises, okay? You're going to promise these four things. I want you to write these down, okay? They're called selling your benefits. All right, write this down, guys. Save money, risk, and time. It's called SMART, without an A. SMART. Save money, risk, and time. This is what you're going to be doing for them, okay? You're also going to be paying for their closing costs, and you're also going to be doing this in a timely manner between 14 and 30 days. So what you're going to be doing is you're going to be contracting this property using a simple purchase and sale agreement. You can get that from your realtor, depending on whatever state you're in. Or you can just contact me, or Byron, or anybody on here. And once you do that, you're going to go ahead and find yourself a buyer that can buy this property for a little bit more. All right, so I know you guys have had a long day, but my biggest deal this year was at $70,000. Who here would like to make $70,000 in one deal? Let's go! 1, 2, 3! Let's go!
Tell me this though, Brandon. On that $70,000 deal, did you pick up a brick? Did you pick up a hammer? Did you pick up any roofing material? Anything like that?
Nah, the only thing I picked up was his Gucci shirt afterwards. But listen, to be honest with you guys, in all reality, we just solved a huge problem. The homeowner was actually in a nursing home. And what we did is we visited her at the nursing home because it was really hard to get a hold of her. Nobody really knew what was going on with the property. The property was actually owner occupied. So when we pulled this list, it was saying that she was living in the house, but she really wasn't because she was in a nursing home. We found a relative using skip tracing, right? And once we found that relative, we found out that she was in a nursing home. We visited the nursing home. Very, very lovely lady. We told her what we was trying to do. And, you know, we leveraged with her and basically helped her through that pre-foreclosure process. So through that, we were able to accomplish many things, right? The property was just sitting there decaying. We were able to put some money in her pocket, and now, you know, the investor rehabbed it, and there's a beautiful family living there, so we're helping everybody. So that's the answer to your question.
Shout out to my women in the building, man. We got some, where my women investors at right now?
A lot of women, absolutely.
You know, I definitely want to pivot because, you know, once we start talking about the wholesale space, right? You know, a lot of times the women, right, feel like this is, you know, it's a man's game, right? And so I just want to give a special shout out to Mary, right, for stepping into the space, right, and dominating in the space, right? And because we believe in no stingy energy and we ain't got no hate in our spirits, we definitely want to congratulate Mary on all of the success that she's having in the wholesale, real estate wholesale space. So Mary, can you speak to what it's like as a woman approaching this particular business?
Okay. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of guys in this field, but you just have to be, you know, you just have to know your stuff. You have to do honest business. You have to deliver. My biggest deal that I did for wholesale was $162,000.
Okay, I like that.
I never met the owner. I never met the buyer. I never saw the property. And I just got all my information, got all the right information, delivered all the right facts to the buyer, and I delivered it. And that's it. You just gotta be honest. You just gotta be straightforward. You can't lie in this business, and especially when you're delivering to buyers, you have to, you know, give them all the right information, and you have to build relationships.
Talk about it.
I actually got the deal through a real estate agent who I built a relationship with, and I only spoke to him one time on the phone when he gave me the lead, and I was able to act quick. Give him my company information, let him check out my website, and he was able to deliver the deal. And I closed the deal in like 2 months, and that was the easiest money that I made.
And you say you never saw this property?
I never saw this property. I saw a picture of it on Property Shark. I'm lying. I did see a picture of it on Property Shark. I actually, 8 years ago in that same neighborhood, it was by Ocean Parkway. It's in Brooklyn. 8 years ago, I actually sold another property. I actually sold another property on 7th Street, same area. I made like $80,000.
Wow.
Yeah, a wholesale.
Hold on, so you said this property was in Brooklyn?
Yeah, this property is in Brooklyn.
Because I get so many people from New York that say, man, this doesn't work here. I can't put bandit signs, there's no grass.
I didn't put a down payment on the contract. I used the buyer's money to execute the contract.
So
the contract
this is what happened when people ask me all the time, Brandon, I know wholesaling is sexy right now. Do you think it's too saturated? What I tell people all the time is, I bet I could find somebody right now in your market making 6 figures. So here it goes. If you guys live in New York, she's literally over here making over $100,000 in your market, where you could have really got that deal yourself. So I want to take it down the line real quick. So what's your biggest deal?
$125,000.
Man, $125,000. Give it up for Sawan, guys. Man,
You just gonna say that and pass it.
yeah.
Just so everybody understands, you're not necessarily a wholesaler, okay?
She just told me.
Wholesaling is just the exit strategy. You are a buyer, okay? You are a buyer, and that's the way you're representing yourself. So when you're talking to these sellers out here, don't just say, hey, I'm gonna wholesale it.
She just texted me that he's teaching
That's
us
not the
about
way
his
you do
program.
business, all right? But the way you do business is you get good at talking to people. You create some kind of skill that you do repetitively over time to help negotiating and get prices down low and help reason and persuade, okay? And then you create relationships where you can help them make money, and then everybody will reciprocate, okay? In this business, the attorney, the state, the Fed, contractors, appraisers, surveyors, you're responsible for all of their livelihood by finding deals. So you're needed in this market today. Make sense?
That part right there. What's the question? What's the question?
What was that biggest deal?
Oh, the biggest? Jesus.
Nothing.
Yeah, I close a lot of real estate. The biggest, I don't know, it's been like 60, 65K. You know, but see how I wholesale, how I run my wholesale business. I'm about volume, right? So I like to do a lot of 60Ks, right? Or a lot of 30Ks or 10Ks, right? So, you know, Milwaukee, and I'm from New York, guys, so salute to Mary, because out here in New York, you know, it's difficult. I'm just gonna say that, right? It's difficult, man. So I actually elected to wholesale real estate 700 miles away from my market, where I actually buy and I hold the real estate. A lot of the deals that come through my wholesaling business. So salute to Mary for doing it locally. But yeah, man, it's about volume, man, for me. And Milwaukee is a smaller type of market, so that, you know, 160 it's not unheard of in that market, but you know, the spreads are a lot smaller in that market.
Absolutely. What's your question?
What has changed with you guys nowadays that the market has increased so much?
You know, yeah, that's a great question. I want to explain that.
This is the wholesaling. Like, I know nothing has changed. Nothing changed in a certain way for you guys because you do it on your market value. You purchase the property on the market value, right? What percentage are you purchasing?
So here's the deal. I want to explain that real quick. Here's the deal. One thing about wholesaling, right, is that. Gotcha. So I'm gonna put that definitely tip. But here's the deal, though. Here's number one thing you want to know. We're dealing with only about 3 to maybe 7% of the home selling population at any given time, right? So that's number one. Number two is we're interfacing directly with the seller. What does that mean? Some sellers are keen on everything going on in the marketplace, and some of them are just kind of like, fix my problem, right? And so if you can fix their problem, in a lot of those cases, we are kind of immune in a lot of ways to a lot of the market fluctuation, as so to speak. So what happens is, in a lot of times when the market either goes up, goes down, whatever may be happening in the marketplace, we're still gonna make money. We're just probably gonna make more money, if I'm just being real. But I would definitely love for Mary to tap in on that, if you don't mind, from in this particular market.
New York market. I live in New York.
All right, so like 10 years ago, or even less, we've been doing this 15 years. So brownstones, I used to wholesale brownstones, 4 stories in the style for $300,000, $400,000. Yeah, you know, Bushwick, 6 families, 200. Those types of numbers. The numbers just get, market went up. Now brownstones are what you can't find at less than $1 million. I can still find it for 800, but you can't find it for less than $1 million. Some people. So now, I mean, my investors now, they're buying them for 1.1, 1.2, and I'm still getting them for 800, 850, maybe 900. So it's like our spreads are still, yeah, we're still making money. It's just the amount is higher, basically, and then the retail is even higher. Now, what? 4 stories are going for like 2 million, 2.2, 2.5. Clinton Hills is crazy. Fort Greene is crazy. So Park Slopes, yeah, these areas.
Yeah, and it's crazy because like in Texas, it's like exact opposite. Like we don't, you know, because our market is kind of stable, right? We don't get a lot of like crazy fluctuations in our market. We're kind of stable, so our spreads are nowhere close to 100,000 on average, right? We probably like on average maybe about 15 to maybe 30, right? But we just focus on doing a whole bunch of them. You know what I mean? So that's kind of like where we are with that. But you had a question?
Now, I say I'm an investor. I'm not a wholesaler in New York. And then my company, Elite Properties, they're actually investors. They actually buy. So I have the proof of funds. I have the backing of the buyers. So, I mean, I act as the buyer. I show up as the buyer. Make the offer as the buyer. So and then I have an attorney who's a credible attorney. Michael Aluni, who's a great attorney. And Michael Aluni, he has 2 offices, one in Eastern Parkway and one in Queens Boulevard, in Queens. Yeah.
Sign the contract to your investment.
I do a contract with me, a contract signed at Yale. Yeah, I use because you know a lot of like the volume, the numbers are so high, so when you have to put down 10%, like $80,000 on an $800,000 house, I mean, I'm not putting that down. So I'm gonna use the buyer who wants the property and let him know, have my attorney send him the assignment and tell him that, listen, I'm using your down payment to execute the contract with the seller. And that's how we're gonna do it. If you want the deal, you want the deal. But my buyers, they already know the deal. So, hard money lenders, if I'm buying properties myself, yes, I use hard money lenders. But my buyers, yeah, everybody uses other people's money.
So I wanted to talk real quick on the actual risk associated with wholesaling. The only risk that you truly have is the money that you're spending for marketing. So when we talk about marketing, it's really more so buying the data from either PropStream or whatever the case may be, skip tracing the data, which is finding the phone numbers, and or then finding out how you're going to contact these people. So you can either do direct mail, bring this voicemail, text messaging, cold calling, PPC, Facebook. So that's really the only kind of risk that you have when you're doing that. So to answer your point, we're not purchasing the property, okay? So a lot of people ask, well, what about the down payment? A lot of the times, depending on your state, for example, in Florida, my contract, you have, I think, 3 business days to give the earnest money deposit. Well, in there, I can also go ahead and choose how many days it takes. All right, so sometimes I'll put 10 days. Working with my title company, I'm not sure if it's like that over here, but they already know what I'm doing, so they don't hassle me too much about it. Just to what Byron was saying as well, we're dealing with who we're dealing with. So we'll put down $100, $10, whatever the case may be, so we're not really losing that money. So let's just say we were to lose that money. For example, we also have what's called an inspection period. With that, if you do cancel within that time period, you get your money back. So that is when you're marketing to find this actual investor that's gonna buy your property. So there's really not too much, risk going on when it comes down to this.
I definitely want to pivot to Sean. Sean, what would you say is some of the biggest hurdles that new investors run into when they jump into this particular investment space?
That's a great question, Byron. Biggest hurdles? A lot of times it's not even the practical application. A lot of times newbies get in their own way, get in their own head, right? As a new wholesaler or someone looking to break into that business, you're considering or you're concerned about fear, right? What if I don't close this deal, right? Is this person gonna sue me, right? Am I gonna lose my, down payment money, or, right? So a lot of times, you guys probably be looking for something practical. A lot of times you guys are in your own head or in your own way. The business is mechanical. Right? It's 2 aspects. It's finding deals and selling deals. It's a simple model, right? But oftentimes newbies, we make it hard. You guys make it hard because you're getting into your own way. So I would say it's the biggest hurdle a lot of times, Byron, is the person himself.
Awesome. And that is 100% true. It's definitely a mindset piece that a lot of people run into. But I want to pivot to Sawan real quick. Sawan, after you do that 1, 2, 3 deals, right? What would you say is the issue with people converting this particular business from a side hustle to an actual business? Can you speak on that?
Most of the time it's going to be that you didn't document what you were already doing. Because like when you first start, you're just practicing, so you don't really think about, hey, let me make sure I'm recording myself, talking to someone so I can train someone later. So because once you hire your first person, which is probably going to be your co-caller, so that way you can have consistent leads, and they say, oh, well, do you have any phone calls for me to listen to? Oh, dang, I didn't do that. Oh, well, can you tell me how to use this, your software? And then you have to spend your own time training them on that software versus you playing back a video that you already recorded previously, right? So right now what I can say is documentation is everything, and that's one reason why you see all the cameras looking at us, because we're trying to document our journey so we can learn and teach and grow, and it'll be easier, in 10 years because we have so much documents. So that's one thing that people always kind of skip over, but they never think about. It's just documentation, okay? And like I said, you're gonna have to hire. Anytime I have a deal flow problem, I hire. That's the bottom line. So if our deal flow is off, if our lead flow is off, I'm missing somebody on my team. Anytime I realize that our average rents, okay, are lower than they should be, or we're collecting less rents, it's my team. It's my team.
You know, so I need to either hire somebody new or I need to train, recorrect, and you know, work on my systems and processes for measurement. So,
I want to pivot to Brandon, if you don't mind. So, Brandon, tell me this. What is another thing that you feel blocks people from automating this business? Because a lot of people look at this business from hustle, right? Can you speak to some of the issues as to why people can't automate this business and make it to where it just flows on its own?
Yeah, so many people want to fire their boss, but they never want to fire themselves. So many people want to fire their boss, but they never want to fire themselves. And that basically means, you know, that you're the bottleneck to your company. You know, that bottle's trying to go ahead and just come out, but you just right there at the neck, you're not letting yourself, you know, let your business flourish. So a lot of the times you gotta also put other people in position to make mistakes. Okay? And I know you guys are probably looking when someone was like, oh, hire somebody, but don't worry, if you're making $10,000, $20,000, trust me, there's VAs out there that cost $3 to $4 to do what you do. Okay, I talk about this all the time. You just need to be Phil Jackson. For those people out there that know about basketball, you need to be Phil Jackson. Okay, you can find a Michael Jordan, you can find a Scottie Pippen, you can find people that are good at what they're good at. You just gotta be a good leader. You know, so, and I also really want to talk about this really quick, guys, as well, because when it comes down to the foundation of real estate, this is a people's business. So it's cool that everybody's talking about, you know, funding, crowdfunding, syndication, commercial, this, that, and the third. But it all comes down to talking to people. And if you want to learn how to talk to people, run a wholesaling business, because we're out here doing 100 calls a day. I can promise you right now, if y'all want to do a role play with me, let's get it going.
I got a quick question for Mary on this. So tell me this, because a lot of people discount the power of interfacing directly with people, right? And they discount the skill sets that you pick up and the amount of opportunities that you pick up by just interfacing directly with the public. So I want Mary to speak on how she was able to not only just by being in the wholesale space, scale up a real portfolio, right? But all of the other things that go along with just being able to get direct to seller, get that deal at that discount. What are some of the opportunities that it opens up for you, just for long-term investment strategies?
Sorry, as far as like wholesaling, getting property.
Absolutely. So being able to get properties at a steep discount from sellers, what kind of other opportunities does that open up for long-term investments?
Well, being able to get a rental portfolio, being able to find the deal and do the burst system. Absolutely. I mean, I got like 25 units, and I was able to do that by wholesaling in New York and wholesaling in Philly and being able to get that money and buying and building relationships with hard money lenders, building relationships with other wholesalers. I bought my first property when I found it on Craigslist. I used to get deals off of Craigslist. You guys used to get deals? Yeah, I used to get deals off Craigslist. I bought my first 2 properties in Bridgeport, Connecticut off of Craigslist. And just being able to call people and relate with them, talk to the sellers, have outside conversations, and build a relationship. Once the seller trusts you, that's it. Whether you're a broker, an investor, an agent, a mortgage person, once you get that trust and you know what you're talking about and you deliver, that's it.
Absolutely. And I would yes. Jump in.
So just to expand on that, okay? So my wholesaling company, that wasn't the first thing that I did. In college, I rented out like a 3-bedroom apartment, furnished the other 2 bedrooms, rented those 2 bedrooms. I stayed in one. You know, I lived in college for free. Okay, so it starts there, and then you build on it. And then next, I worked at the car dealership, got a financing deal. And I got my first financing. Second deal financing. Third deal, I couldn't get financing, so I sold paper. Next thing you know, I'm doing a creative deal and I'm buying house on lease option. Next thing you know, I'm talking to sellers and I'm taking over subject to properties. Next thing you know, we're selling 100 deals. Now we got buyers who are having problems supplying consistent work with their contractors. So we start doing their trash outs. Now we got a trash out company. Now I got 4 rental properties tenants don't want to cut grass, we're getting code violations. So the tenants ask us, can we cut the grass? We charge them more rent. You see what I'm saying? This is not like a one layer. That's why I say, don't say wholesaling. Don't say wholesaling. Don't say wholesaling. I'm trying to bring it. Okay. Let's go on 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's go! You guys gotta be on fire about your business. While you cherry pick the very best ones for yourself. And I mean that. I mean that. If you want to come to Greensboro, I can show you it's real. You know?
I definitely got to hear from Sean on this, man. I got to let him tackle that question, man. Because I think a lot of times people, when they look at wholesalers, right? When they look at wholesalers, like, oh, okay, yeah, just that thing. You know what I mean? Nah, like, it's where all of the opportunities spawn from. And I just want people to fully understand that. Sean, you want to tap in on that question?
Yo, I think, man, that point, I mean, how you gonna put me after Sawan, first of all? Jesus Christ, man. All right, but to the point, man, wholesaling is a great way to find deals, right? What you do with those deals, your exit, as someone just mentioned, is up to you, right? I actually keep a lot of the deals that come through my wholesale business. I'm a buy and hold investor, guys. I'm not a wholesaler, but I run a wholesale business, right? Because I buy from myself. No one can dictate how fast I can grow my rental portfolio. Because at the end of the day, I'm not looking to trade my time for money. So as I get more deals that come through the wholesale business, and I can stack another $1,000 of rent, $1,500, $2, $3, $4 grand, that's just more time I have with my family, man. You know what I mean? That I don't have to physically do anything for money. So think about wholesaling that way.
Good question, Sean. What type of deals typically come through your pipeline? Is it just single family homes? Or do you get some commercials that come through there?
Yes, sir.
Do some apartment buildings come through there?
Oh, you already know, man. If you guys follow me on Instagram too, I just put out, some apartment buildings that we have for sale in Milwaukee. But yeah, we get them. Single families, duplexes, 3 units, 4 units.
Cars.
Yeah, well, no, not cars. These are all property. But yeah, man, we get all type of stuff that come through the funnel. And the beautiful thing is I can pick and choose what I want to sell and make active income on versus what I want to keep, man, and just add to the legacy.
Wow.
Over here.
Great question. All right, so the question was, considering I wholesale real estate out of state, who's in the market, right? Who do I have in the market? I got a small militia in Milwaukee. No cap, like for real. If anybody travels down to Milwaukee with me from anywhere in the country, you guys will see who's on my team in that market. I mean, property management, we got 3 property management companies, right? Contractors associated with the property management companies, right? Title companies, attorneys, insurance companies, like handymen, process servers, realtors. I got a small army down there. You know what I mean?
So real quick, we only got like 2 minutes left, so I want to make sure I get this off real quick, and I want to share some tools. So what's your question, ma'am?
So my question is, what do you all do, not when you're wholesaling, because you can do other things, what do you do to get your cash-in buyer when you're building your list? You're established now, so you have folks like Mary does, that she already knows who she's going to sell this deal to. But what do you do in your market to get your end buyer when you're starting out?
All right, you ready? All right, so what you're gonna do is you're gonna go to Craigslist, Facebook, OfferUp, it doesn't really matter. You go into your market, you take a picture, you find a picture of a distressed property that looks like the houses in your area. You're gonna create what's called a ghost bandit sign, all right? You're then gonna go ahead and Google the median sales price of your market. So for example, in Florida, it's $260,000. So I'm gonna take 50% of that, post this picture of this distressed property on Craigslist, Facebook, or wherever, and I'm gonna go ahead and say that I'm selling this property as is, looking to close, yada, yada, yada. You're gonna get a whole bunch of cash buyers contacting you. You then want to go ahead and get a Google form, have them basically, go through a vetting process, because a lot of these people are gonna be us wholesalers trying to get more deals. So you want to find the actual people that are buying properties, and once you do that, you vet them, and that's why I love cash buyers. I've had cash buyers that I've made over six figures with, which is really important that you build that cash buyers list, because at the end of the day, with a homeowner, you can only buy the house one time. With a cash buyer, he can make you rich. So I actually did want to talk about KPIs with Byron really quick before we got 15 seconds. So actually, never mind. What do you want to do? What do y'all think we should talk about? Let's ask the people. All right, KPIs really quick. So Byron, write that down.
So KPIs are key performance indicators, you guys. Key performance indicators. And I also have a couple tools also that I want to share because, because this is important. I want to make sure that you guys understand that you need to be driving for dollars, right? It's a couple different apps you can use, right? You got Deal Machine that you can use, right? You have PropStream. You have REI Drive, right? That's a new company that I'm working with, helping get out there right now. They're still in beta phase, but they have a very competitive price right now, and they offer way more features than Deal Machine. So you definitely want to tap in with them. Who else? Can we share some tools? Can we just pass it out? Go ahead.
I say for skip tracing, understand that you as a bill finding company, data is like one of the most important things. So you need a good place to house your, data, and so you can keep it, because data from 10 years ago, from 6 years ago, I'm still using it. So data needs to skip.com to get the phone numbers.
If anybody, because we already out of time, y'all. So look, if anybody needs, hold on. If anybody needs some additional tools, I will put together a tools list. Just text me right now. Everybody write it down at 713. Okay, 713. Because we out of time, y'all. 429. Yeah. Breakout room 2. 429-0169. And just text me, and I'll see you.
Hey, look, if we're gonna see you in the breakout room, okay, we're gonna see you in the breakout room.
Yeah, I got way more.
Yeah.
Man, I love that. I love that Atlanta one. That was good. That was actually, in my opinion, that was really the inspiration for exactly what I want the motorcycle videos to be.
Really?
Yeah, that's like traveling, because we went with the family. We traveled, had the bike, was having fun.
Now I think about it.
Yeah, I traveled the bike.
And ironically, I just happened to be in Atlanta at the same time. We didn't necessarily plan to shoot. It was like we were just both there.
Right.
And
I knew you was gonna be there too. I was like, yo, I'm going down to Atlanta. You wanna go? He's like, well, I'm gonna be in Atlanta.
We'll be there.
Well, great, bring your camera. Because I think you just bought one camera for the carry-on.
I had a small flight. I had my small light with me.
Right.
That's actually one of my most favorite little travel kits, because I just had one camera, the monopod, a good little light that could be for my main key light, and we're fine.
Yeah, that was
great.
That was perfect, man. That was perfect. The next category is the properties. There's some deals that we've done.
Yes.
So on total, we're actually shorter than we typically are, but we've done about 50 deals now. I think we're done at 48. We got a couple more in escrow, and we'll see if they close out before the end of the year or not, because 2 of them have probate issues. But yeah, so we're closing out at about 48 deals for the year, and I just want to go over some of my favorite ones. We'll show you some videos of ones that we actually got on video. But some of my favorite deals was my favorite deal is the apartment complex. Okay. At the end of the day, that's my top favorite deal. I've never done a deal so big. I mean, generally we usually close in like 3 weeks, 2 weeks, but this deal was $375,000, and I don't know why I thought at the time of me buying it that the rehab would be about $100,000. I'm just thinking $100,000 is gonna get it done. But after buying it, I realized this is 8 different houses that I have to rehab. So the $100,000 budget turned into like $200,000. And but by far, I've never had that opportunity to raise $600,000 to do a deal, and to do a deal this big. So that's definitely by far my favorite deal. My second favorite deal would probably be the 4 unit.
Okay.
Probably be the 4-unit, honestly.
Which is probably my favorite.
Yeah. I like the 4-unit. So the 4-unit, I call it my boutique hotel. That's the mission and goal of it, is to have 3 units operating as an Airbnb. 2 are operating as Airbnbs now. I need to rehab 1. And then the bottom unit, because of the limit on parking space, I was going to turn that into, it still hasn't been done yet. I was going to turn that into like a common area. Vending machines, have like a little TV down there, maybe a couple computers for the guests to come down and use, Be like another little profit center, but also just kind of add to the ambiance of things. So that's probably my favorite one. And it's not even favorite because of how it looks or anything, but I purchased it inside of a partnership. I was gonna refinance it, but then my partner, he said, hey man, how about the entity just holds the note for me? And so that was like the easiest refinance of my life. I just had to sign a couple papers and it was done. And so I like everything about that one. How much equity we have, the cash flow that comes in, that was a good one. I like that one. I'm gonna say, you haven't seen my third favorite, okay? You haven't seen my third favorite, but it's these 2 duplexes that I purchased in High Point. And they're side by side to each other. I picked them up for $50,000 each, and I just bought them, got the people out of there who wasn't paying, and sold it. Made $80,000. So that's probably gonna be my second. That's probably gonna be my third favorite deal. That's probably gonna be my third favorite deal. I like holding on to them, but I like not having the responsibility. I like just getting my bag and walking sometimes too. And so that's why I like that one. So 4th is gonna be Pear Tree. Yeah, 4th is gonna be Pear Tree, the superhero house.
Beautiful house, by the way.
Yeah, that one's still pretty awesome. So the first month it made like $5,000. The second month it made $6,000, and so we'll see what it's doing this month. But that's a good house. Yes. Yeah, we took that one over Subject 2, which that house really inspired the short Subject 2 training, which has honestly been like my most successful, courses. That I'll put out. So by the way, let's go ahead and put in a plug. Okay, the next one is January 28th. Okay, Home Loans for Everyone Subject 2 training. That's where we show you how to buy houses without having to get qualified for a loan. And that Pear Tree house is a perfect example of that. So when you guys see the video of it, I mean, yeah, I love that house. Yeah, we make like $5,000 a month on it, and our mortgage is $650. Good house. Good house. And I got paid to buy it. I literally walked away with 20 grand at closing. So good one. And then my fifth favorite deal for the year is probably gonna be the Eastwood house, the Eastwood flip that I sold earlier this year.
Yes.
Yeah, I know it's been a while, but that one's probably gonna be that one's probably gonna be my last favorite. I was we made $45,000 selling it. That's great, but I learned so much through that. That was the first time we re-engineered a wall and put piers so we could take down a wall. That was the first time I GC'd a whole project like that, because typically I hire a GC to handle that.
But you were hands-on.
But I was hands-on. Yeah, I was hands-on. Right. And then and that was also like, the deal that wasn't supposed to be as good. I was only supposed to make 20 grand on it, but like I said, we ended up making 45 because the market just went in our direction. And it was a nice house. We got some good videos in that house. Okay, well, you guys, those are probably like my top 5 deals that I've done this year, out of the ones that you've actually seen. There's been a lot of good deals. This has been a really good money-making year. This has been a good money-making year. Our average deal size, went crazy. Our average deal size this year has been like 25 grand a deal. So, compared to averaging 8 grand a deal last year, I mean, we dominated it. So even though we did less deals than we did last year or the year before, our average deal size has increased. So, yeah, that's a blessing.
And I'll definitely say, of course, my favorite has to probably be Pear Tree, just because, the blue couch is iconic in my opinion at this point, as well as all the superhero themes. And then definitely, I would also have to say, well, this one wasn't this year, but Law Street. I think that's always known
Yeah.
Law Street. Law Street is
Yeah.
where I started putting in my bag in terms of recording and video.
Yeah.
So definitely those two.
And Pear Tree, I feel like you got to, most houses you don't go in before and after.
Oh no, I definitely got in
but
before.
this one, but Pear Tree, you went before, during, and after.
Oh yeah,
so you got to see the whole thing.
Yeah, I didn't see when Pear Tree smelled like complete cigarettes and smoke
Right.
and just was dark and
Right.
unhappy. But
Right.
now it has a lot of open feel to it, a lot of natural lighting to it. It is a great house, and I think even our last video with Jamel in there was just so great. Even though it was a gloomy day that day.
Yeah,
So,
right.
Definitely not. And speaking of which, we actually had some awesome free content this year. And I think we definitely got to showcase some of our favorite IG Reels and YouTube Shorts here. If you guys don't follow us on Instagram, it is at This Is Me Taking Action. And we've had some amazing free content on there. There's free content here, but if you just want some quick to the point, trying to hear something motivational and or get you off your butt and get you making deals, I think IG Reels is where you need to be at.
I think so too. Check out some of the IG Reels from 2022. Actually, one of those hit 500,000 views and 35,000 likes.
What?
Yeah, 3,000 shares.
I didn't know this.
Heck yeah. So check out those IG Reels right now, guys.
Here's how I bought this property with none of my own money. Here's how. So I found a great deal, okay? This is an 8-unit, $375,000, and in my area, $45,000 a door is amazing. Now, it was amazing because my realtor told me that after it's fixed up, okay, I could sell it or it would be worth $890,000. Now, all in all, because it'll be worth $890,000 and I've only paid $375,000, I got someone to lend me money out of their life insurance policy, including the rehab budget, so I can get the rents from $3,500 a month to $7,200 a month, and I'll be able to refinance in 12 months after I've gotten it all fixed up and withdraw tax-free money, about $100,000, so I can keep long-term. If you want to learn how to buy properties just like this, follow me right here on Instagram. When you're considering buying your next property, think about 2 different ways that you can actually buy your property. You can either buy it, number 1, being listed with the realtor on the MLS, okay? And then 2, you can buy it off market. It's kind of like a private sale. Now, both have their advantages and disadvantages. Number 1, with the realtor, you know that you're gonna get a clean title. You're probably gonna get a pretty house and it's probably not gonna need a lot of work. Or you can buy it off market, which means you're gonna save money because it's not gonna be a realtor's fee there. You don't have to deal with any competition, but at the same time, you might not get the best house. Okay, if you'd like to learn more real estate investing advice like this, definitely follow me right here on Instagram. Peace. 2 ways that you can buy a house without any of your own money, okay? Number 1, you can actually go to a seller who owns a house. The key is that they have it paid off and ask them to take their payments over time. Believe it or not, there's people in the market looking for people like you where they can have tax benefits by selling you their house on payments. Number 2, you can find a great deal at 40 or 50% of the market. There's a great opportunity right now, and have someone who has liquid, who needs to put it to work. They can make an interest off of you finding that great deal and be protected by deed of trust. That way you get 2 free houses. Follow me on Instagram so that way you can learn how to do the same. Today I wanted to talk about the easiest way, by far the easiest way to get into real estate investing, okay? We're talking about going from 0 to 30 days having a deal under contract and you're on your way to making money, okay? So there's 2 ways you can do it. Most people drive and look for ugly beat up houses, but there's a smarter way. Just stay at the house, okay? Pull up the Deal Machine app on your computer. It's just DealMachine.com. You can choose one area on a map and click every single house in it. Press that skip trace button in Deal Machine. Call and text message every single one on your list. Get the property under contract, lock the deal up, and then reach out to other buyers. And all they're gonna do is buy the rights to that contract from you for a fee. And in the comments below, let me know that you're taking the challenge, that you just downloaded the app and you're gonna get started today, because I look forward to seeing you at the top. Have an amazing day.
What's up, guys? Yeah, it's your boy Sawan Belcher. I want to thank you all for definitely tuning in right here on Instagram. But if you guys enjoy the comment here, you'll really love all of the education and the instruction that you get on the YouTube channel. We just hit over 3,000 subscribers, and actually we just hit a point where people are actually taking action with the information. I mean, almost weekly, we get testimonials of saying, hey, I just picked up my first Airbnb, arbitrage. Hey, I just picked up my first wholesale deal. Hey, Sawan, I just picked up a 7-unit, and I got it on the contract to wholesale. So I want to encourage you all to take the motivation here on Instagram over to YouTube so you guys can start implementing the strategies that we teach right here. See y'all on the next one. Peace. Someone asked me, what is the easiest way to learn real estate investing? They said, hey, should I get my license? I said, no. Well, they say, should I, go work for someone? I said, yes. Find someone in your market that's already doing real estate investing. You'll find We Buy Houses bandit signs, billboards, or just search on Google, We Buy Ugly Houses in your county, and the first people to pop up are typically seasoned real estate investors. You literally can go work for them for a decent period of time, okay? Not 2 weeks or 3 weeks, but work for them for a year or 2 years, learn exactly what they do, and then apply those principles to your own business. So for more real estate investing advice, follow me right here on Instagram. 3 of the softwares I used when I first started real estate investing as a beginner. Number 1 is Carrot.com. Okay, this is a hosting site so you can build your real estate investing business on. Okay, this allows you to get on the first page of Google through SEO, backlinks, and ranking. Okay, number 2 is Deal Machine, literally the best driving for dollars app that's out there, allowing you to build your own custom motivated seller list. Okay, so that way you can reach sellers that nobody else is reaching. And then lastly, Google Suites. Literally having a Google Suites email has actually had me to build a business and a brand that will last longer than me. For more real estate investing advice, follow me here on Instagram. 3 reasons why you should be buying property subject to right now.
You don't have to put the debt under your personal name. The owner of the property will keep the debt under their name, and you get the deed titled over to yourself. Creative finance, this allows you to get a property with no money out of pocket and no credit if you have terrible credit. And also, it's just a great way to buy real estate right now in today's market, especially with high interest rates.
Yep. This is the way I funded this Airbnb, is by buying a property by taking over a mortgage. We actually just shot a full length video on Jamel's channel. Go check out his YouTube channel so you can see the full tour.
At Jamel Gibbs.
Now look, I want to tell you about a little known secret, okay? It's called off-market marketing. All you're gonna do is find houses that need work, connect with them via phone or mail, and simply make them offers. You can get crazy discounted deals and make $5,000, $10,000, $20,000 checks all day long. Okay, now I'll teach you how to do this on my Instagram, so follow me. See you guys soon. If you can't qualify for a home loan, I got a solution for you. I literally call it home loans for everyone, investment loans for everyone. You see this house behind me. I actually bought it without using any of my own credit, any of my own money, and I actually got paid to buy it. And no, I did not have to bring my taxes to buy it. What I need you to do is actually follow me on Instagram so you can learn how to do the exact same for yourself. One way to find your next personal house to buy without using your own credit is to simply find out who in your area or what area you want to move into is behind on their mortgage. And the way to find that out is either buy a list from listsource.com or go straight down to your local courthouse and pull notice of default leads, and then make those people offers to where their house doesn't go into foreclosure by you buying it and taking over their monthly payments. In order to learn more about subject to real estate investing, follow me right here on Instagram. Check out one of the houses I purchased without having to qualify for a loan. Matter of fact, I purchased this house and end up getting paid $5,000 at closing in order to buy it. To this day, I still get paid to keep it, and if I ever didn't want it anymore, I could get paid to sell it. This house I actually bought by taking over someone else's mortgage, and I actually got a partner to run the equity play with me, and that's how I got paid at closing. If you like more real estate investing advice, follow me right here on Instagram. being a father of 6, we're coming up on Christmas time. I'm starting to think about you guys. So me and my wife, we're creating a new children's book this year that we're gonna launch on Christmas Day. And it's called What Do I Want to Be When I Grow Up? And instead of featuring firefighters or lawyers or police officers, we're actually gonna encourage our kids like we do to become business people and feature, businesses so we can start to train our kids to become entrepreneurs and marketplace leaders in the future. Okay, so if you guys are interested in business, finance, or making as much money as you want during a 30-day period, let's start with our kids. For all my real estate investors, to avoid burnout, what you need to do is number 1, hire people, and then also put systems and processes in place, and then use various tools to do things that you would normally do that you don't get any satisfaction out of, right? That can do it without you being there. When you start to create automations in your business and you don't have to do something in order to get the result that you're looking for, you will find success in waking up and it's already done. Okay, so automate and delegate to level up. Peace, y'all. One strategy that's working right now in every market that I'm seeing right now, work that you could do, is literally by finding sellers inside of your market who are behind 30, 60, or 90 days. You coming along to help them by catching up their payments and taking over their payments is working in every single market. That will allow you to own property, get depreciation, get appreciation, and cash flow from one single deal. Okay, follow me right here to learn how to buy property subject to. Here are some great real estate professionals that you absolutely have to have on your team. A real estate attorney that can help you make wise decisions when it comes to buying creatively. A realtor who can actually give you accurate data of what's going on in your market at the current time. Thirdly, an inspector who can show you stuff that you don't see that's going on wrong or right with your house. Lastly, a contractor who can help you fix it up, and then also a property manager who can help you manage the cash flow between you, your partners, and your tenants. Okay, now for more real estate investing advice, follow me here right on Instagram. One thing that I learned at the car dealership is literally one brake can cost you $500. What I mean is, if you're not consistent in marketing to sellers, making offers to those sellers every single day, you can miss out on an opportunity and it could cost you money. Be sure that you're consistent in your marketing and making offers. And for more real estate advice, follow me right here on Instagram. Now, if you guys want to see us have more free meetups like this, where I get my insurance guy, I get some wholesalers, I get some of my private money guys to come together and we all talk shop, let me know in the comments below. That's how I know what you guys need, is you guys just engage with us. Okay, literally, I had a testimonial from Derek, said that he raised another $90,000 and closed the deal today because of the private money course that he took in February. So we want to see guys like yourself, girls like yourself, buying real estate, okay, and making a whole bunch of money. Okay, look, so we're gonna see you at the next one.
realestatemoneymakers.com. Let's get in.
One of the best exit strategies in real estate right now when we're in a downturn is wholesaling. Essentially, wholesaling is when you market to motivated sellers, negotiate a great price or great terms, get that signed in paper, get that signed on paper, and then sell that paper to someone else. Now, the beautiful part about this is that when you do this on a single family home, you can make money by buying a property before you've ever even purchased the property. To learn more real estate investing advice, follow me right here on Instagram. This is me taking action. So what do you guys think, man? How do you guys like that? I really want to get you guys' opinion, like how you guys like to learn from us, because we have, I call them different TV channels. This is me taking action TV network, and then we have all of these different channels. We have the interviews, which are the podcasts. We have the real estate ride-alongs, which is on the motorcycle show. Then we have the properties where we're doing like deal breakdowns and kind of helping you guys understand how we're making money. And then we have just the general teaching and education. So we really want to know what inspires you guys? What do you guys like watching? What helps you learn best? You know, or what's just like entertaining to you guys that you guys want to see more of? Because at the end of the day, you know, we hold up a level of quality to our videos to help you guys, you know, learn what we're teaching faster and implement. So if you guys have a way that you prefer to learn from us, go ahead and drop that down in the comments and let us know so we can do that. What's your favorite way of like us doing videos and shooting?
I think my personal favorite way is, of course, our 15-minute breakdowns. I think they're always perfect. I think when we come in, we tell you exactly what's going on from the jump right into it, start laying out the bread, in my opinion, and the spread of the table, and we kind of round it off with some wonderful information that's really going to be motivational as well as getting you up into making deals.
That's what's up.
That's usually my favorite form, which is usually all our videos, but to be honest with you, I think it's just the ones that we say, hey, we're trying to help you. We're trying to get you to living the life that you want to live so you can do what you want to do, give more to it, give more.
Right.
And I think that's my favorite particular videos, which is pretty much all of them. But when you really go into your bag,
I like the travel ones. I like to travel. We gotta travel more next year.
Oh, duh.
Yeah, we gotta travel.
I think we need to beat Blue Nose Brandon. Y'all would have to. I think he was probably one of my most entertaining persons.
He was definitely entertaining. And I think Brandon has always been entertaining to me because every time you meet him, he's always a show. You know, he doesn't need the camera to be a show. He's just a show.
You know, and it's the best marketing I've ever seen.
Yeah,
it's one of the best marketing.
He's killing it this year. The B.O.B. guys they're killing it this year.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. By the way, we featured them in a book that I wrote, so I'm going to link that down below if you guys like to get your kids a book sharing entrepreneurship and the different things they can do within it, so we can inspire our kids to be, you know, business owners if they want to be. Just think out of the box, okay? They don't have to be limited to just being a police officer or a lawyer or a doctor. You know, there's other things that they can have fun and enjoy doing and get paid doing, you know, to do what they enjoy. So definitely check that book out if you guys, you know, like to inspire your kids or family members that way. But man, we gotta definitely do more travel. Now my theme for 2023 is all work and no play. So if I'm traveling, we're getting paid to travel. So if you guys see us traveling, just know wherever we are, we got paid. Thank you.
To end this year off, y'all, this is you guys' top 10 viewed videos here on the This Is Me Taking Action channel. We've had some awesome videos. It might not be our top 10 favorites, but these are you guys' top 10 favorite viewed videos. We love you guys. Thank you guys for tuning in for this entire year. We've had a wonderful year. Like you said, awesome travel, a lot of money made, and just awesome video and more content coming even in 2023. So enjoy these last 10 videos, and we can't wait to see you guys next year. And hopefully you're taking that Real Estate Made Easy course or the Subject to Home Loans for Everybody webinar.
Or the Raising Private Money, or the Raising Private Money.
We have too many things to teach you guys how to make money. So if you're not making money, you have not taken the time to be taught how to do it. So join into those 3 and really 4 courses that we have for you guys, and we guys will see you into the next 2023 year.
Yep. Nice. If you want to learn how to flip houses using other people's money, you know, today's your day, okay? We learn how to find discounted property, how to flip it without no money, make 30, 40, even 60 grand on my latest deal on how to do it right here. But first, we're gonna kind of enjoy some of the fruits of the labor, and I want you guys to enjoy it with me. We're about to go pick up my new Escalade. Let's go. Yo, thanks for taking the time. You know, that's my new car that I got, a Cadillac Escalade. And really, I'm showing you the car because, not because it's what you should want, but it's more so, you know, what I want, you know, and that's really what real estate has done for me and my family. You know, really, it's just provided a way for us to obtain the cars, the house, the travel, the time freedom, you know, so we can do whatever we want, really when we want and with who we want. And I want to provide that to you. Okay, but first you need to know how. You need the 1, 2, 3. You need the shortcut to success. And that's what this is, okay? You need to get the knowledge so you know how to find discounted properties daily and consistently, turn those contracts into money, and then forget passing it on. Be able to find other people's money, to raise their money, to get their money, to do the deal that everybody wants, so you can rehab it, make it beautiful, and sell it and get huge profits. No cash, no credit, none of that. This is real estate the real way, making real profits so you can live your ultimate dream life, okay? Now, if you want to learn more of how you can get into real estate with no cash or no credit, find discounted properties so you can kind of live the dream life that you want, literally cars, trips, and time, go ahead and click below. Let's move forward and get it popping for you, okay? Have a great day. Let's get it. Hey, and we're back again, okay? This is the cat house. If you will rewind, I guess about, 4 months before this, maybe 5 months now. Man, time flies. But this is the cat house. This is the house that we had, purchased, sellers living here. There was 89 cats that we had to remove and do a full renovation on. And now we're not all the way done yet, but we're there. We're probably about 2 weeks away. We're getting done. And I wanted to talk to you about how we raised money for this property, for the purchase, for the rehab, made profit on the front, and we're gonna resell it and make profit on the back. And I also wanted to give you some other examples of how you can do the same strategy that I use, raise money from other people who have, liquid hanging around in a bank account or 401k, and how you can help them make money on their money while you maximize on real estate. So watch this right now. So great, all right? You see me, right? I got these deals, I'm doing these deals great. You're saying that you can use other people's money, let's call it short, OPM, okay? Q Dom Kennedy. Right? So we can use other people's money, but how do I find people that have money? So I'm not understanding. I have zero money, okay? I literally have $1,000 to my name. You're telling me that somebody's gonna give me $180,000 for a house, and they're not gonna look at my credit or look at my bank statements or not judge me for whatever I got in my past? Yes, that's exactly what I'm telling you, okay? Now, the people that you're looking for, they're looking for sophisticated investors. So I'm not necessarily saying that it's gonna be easy, okay? It's definitely gonna be hard, okay? You have to find opportunities to add value to them, okay? Now, I'm gonna give you a couple different scenarios about how I've structured deals, who I structured them with as far as the seller, why they were selling, so that way you can see why I got a good deal, and then the opportunity that I provided to my private money guy, those terms and how we structured it, so you literally can just copy and paste what I did into your business, okay? Now, the first one we're going over is this flip right here, okay? This is one that we purchased. Number one, the seller found us online, right? So I have an online website. I have two actually. One is Buy Triad Homes. The other is Sell My House Greensboro.com. So they came to the Buy Triad Homes website and put in an inquiry, said they wanted to sell. Great. Turns out she wanted to sell because she was behind on taxes, and the house, of course, had 89 cats, and it smelled pretty bad. And her husband was going through some respiratory issues, so they wanted to sell. Great. Okay. So I had that deal. It's in the best zip code in Greensboro, in my opinion, 27410. And I was able to negotiate a price that worked for her in the condition that it was in for $66,000, okay? Now, ARV-wise, after repair value, so after it's all fixed up, not in the condition that I bought it in, but after it's all fixed up, it's gonna be worth $275,000, okay? So think about this. The seller came to me, she found me via marketing, okay? I negotiated with her, now I have that opportunity under contract, okay? You need it under contract, just a simple purchase and sell agreement. If you need a purchase and sell agreement, just go ahead and click thisismetakingaction.com and you can find a free purchase and sell agreement that we give out, and I'll give you a free copy there, okay? And I got it on the contract, and then I started marketing it to my private money guys, okay? Think about the value that is. Hey, Mr. Private Money Guy, I got this opportunity. It's worth $270,000, all right? I can buy it, okay, for 66. What I need is $70,000 of rehab money on top of the purchase price. Actually, this deal was so good, my private money guy gave me 90 grand for the purchase price and 70 grand for the rehab. So I made money on the front, okay? So boom, you got the seller, you got the contract, you market it to your private money guys, okay? This particular private money guy found me through another website that I have, okay? Sometimes instead of me buying it, I simply assign my rights to the contract to other buyers. So I have another website for that, Triad Discount Homes. 3 years ago, this guy found that website and he knew I had deeply discounted deals on my website, okay? Finally, after he realized that instead of buying from me, he got tired of, hammering, managing contractors, dealing with realtors, dealing with buyers, dealing with appraisers. He said, well, man, forget that. I can make good money just by giving you, the hustler, the boots on the ground that's been doing this for years, because I've been watching you do this via social media. I could just give you the money and still make a good return on my money. So he reached out to me and says, hey, bro, look, don't sell that house. I'll give you the funds for it, okay? So he gave us, once again, 90 grand for the purchase. Remember, I got it under contract for 66 and 70 grand for the rehab, okay? So that's how I found that particular private money guy. And the way we structured it is a deed of trust, okay? A deed of trust secures your private money guy. So that means if you don't pay him back, he can then foreclose on you and take the property back. So most of your private money guys need to be secured by deed of trust. It helps protect them. And honestly, it's just right in business to do, okay? So boom, that's my first private money guy. I found him, using a website that I provided, through a service that I provided, Discount Properties, okay? Now my next situation, okay, I call it a situation because it's actually one of my friends. It wasn't me marketing or anything like that, just one of my college friends. His name is Kyle. He said, hey, Sawan, you're doing a bunch of deals, how can I get involved? What can I do? I said, well, man, I always need funds. Now this guy, he's actually pretty well off, still young, still my age, right? We went to, college together, so he's still my age. But him and his wife, they're engineers, so they make a good amount of money, and they don't have any kids, and they also don't have a house. So they're looking for tax breaks. So they said, well, if I could move this money from here to you, I can get a tax break, and then you're also gonna be making my money, and it'll come back full circle. So the first deal that me and him did together was an unsecured loan. Very small, less than 10 grand, 14% interest, what I typically pay. And we did a deal just like that. Say, hey, you give me 7 grand, I'll give you 8 grand back. Perfect. Now we've kind of worked our way up the ranks, and me and him, we just did a deal via sub 2. So this is the way it went. The seller found us once again on our website, and she wanted to sell us their house, and we was able to take the mortgage over to buy it like that, okay? We needed 10 grand to actually buy it, and then we needed another 18 to fix it up. Okay, so Kyle gave us all of those funds, supported by deed of trust. Okay, so that's how he's protected. Now we own the house, right? General warranty deed, and we're making those monthly mortgage payments. Okay, and we pay him a split on the rent. So we ended up renting it out for about 7 months. He got half of the rent, we got half of the rent. And then we also gave him a profit split when we sold it. So we picked it up, he gave us the funds for it, supported by deed of trust, split half of the rents for 6 months. And then at the end of it, he walked away with a 5 grand profit on top of the interest that he had got during the time of us holding it as well, and of course his initial investment. Okay, you see how this is working? You see how this is working? He's able to use money that he has, right, to help you so he can make money, okay? The seller needs to get out of situation, so they need you to offer them a quick solution so that they can get out of their situation, okay? So you see how you are literally the bearing, you're literally the bushing in between the two pieces. All you have to do is find an opportunity to present to someone else, and the money will find you. I typically tell people, in order to find private money, you must have some success in your expertise, because money follows success, okay? And that's honestly the next best way to find private money, guys. Think about it. Whenever you're doing deals and you're assigning them, you do a deal, you assign it, you do a deal, you assign it, your buyers are most likely using private money. And since it's backed by deed of trust, most of the times you're gonna have to shake hands, meet, or even see the LLC name that private money guy is working within, and then you can use that connection, right? You assign it to a buyer and you see his private money guy's guarantor on the HUD, you can use that connection to start a relationship, okay? And that's how I met the next young fella, okay? So this one we have set up a little differently, okay? He's down in Texas, okay? He has a $20 million a year company, just bukus of money, crazy, right? He doesn't see short-term gains. He's looking for long-term gains, and he's looking to move his money so he doesn't get taxed on it, okay? So instead of doing deed of trust on this one, we actually did an LLC. So he owns 50% of the LLC, I own 50% of the LLC. Triad Housing Group 1, okay? And we put a 1 on it because we only put 10 properties in each LLC, and then we create Triad Housing Group 2, and then Triad Housing Group 3, and so on, okay? So we create this LLC together. Now, every time I wanna buy a house, boom, he funds the opportunity. I make sure it meets his criteria as ROI, right? So we picked up a house for 12 grand. He gave me the 12 grand, okay? I put in 10 grand to fix it. He put in 10 grand to fix it. So now we're all in about 32 or something like that. The house appraises for 200. We don't sell it. We rent it out. It's rented out for 1,100 bucks, okay? And we literally split that rent every single month. And in this case, since we own it in an LLC, neither one of us really touched the bank account. So there you go. 3 private money situations, 3 private money, persons. That's how I met them. That's how we did a deal. That's how we structured it, okay? Now, I know it's kind of hard to squeeze in all the information in a little 5-10 minute video. So if you have any questions, go ahead and drop it below. But remember, you can do this, okay? All you need is a good opportunity, okay? That's really all you need. It's not about you. It's not about your credit. It's about finding someone, that needs your help, right? And the service that you provide is a quick, convenient sell on the seller side, and on the private money side is a protected investment that's gonna bring you 14% on your money, okay? Your 401k is not doing that, let's be serious, okay? So if you have any questions, reach out to me, okay? If you need one-on-one coaching, thisismetakingaction.com, and best believe I wanna help you make money in real estate, okay? So go out, make offers today, and have an awesome one, okay? Peace. Hey, I see you. Good job. Made a little 5 grand assignment check. Made a little 10 grand, 20 grand, 30 grand assignment check. I see you. I like that. That's good, okay? If you don't know how to do that, hit me up. I can teach you, but you can't do that forever, okay? And let me tell you why, okay? What you see behind me is the house that we picked up, okay? It's a duplex, an A and a B side in Greensboro, like 1 block over from the college. Now, I could have just, bought it and sold it and made a quick little, 5 or 6 grand. I agree. But look, it's 1 block over from my school, from A&T Aggie Pride, okay? It's 1 block over from my school. It's in my favorite zip code, 27406. Send me a deal, okay? Instead of assigning this one, I say, hey, look, it's in my hood. It needs a lot of work. It's a good deal, though. 33 grand, duplex. It's already rented out, $350 on each side. I talked to the tenants, they said they'll go up on their rent. let me tell you why you should stop wholesaling and start keeping them, okay? This property right here is an oil change. An oil change, you get it? It's an oil change. At the dealership, they sell cars, but 30 days later, 60 days later, you have to come right back to them and do an oil change. That car costs $20,000, the oil change costs $100. You're gonna get an oil change every 6 months, every 3 months, as long as you own that car, okay? So that's consistent checks, multiple times, over and over and over again. They only got one sale. One sale got them consistent checks. One purchase, rental property. You see what I'm saying? Look, this house right here. Consistent checks. You don't get that with wholesaling or rehabbing and selling, okay? You need to start keeping some of the opportunities that you come across so that you can make consistent cash flow every single month, okay? And then we say, oh, these people are just, these Mexicans are coming in, these white guys are coming in, they're buying up the neighborhoods, they're jacking up the rent. Let me tell you what I did with these people, right? I just told you that it was rented for $350, okay? I looked it up on rentometer.com. That's typically how I see what the average rents are. And since the college is so close, Rentometer said a 1-1, okay? A 1-bedroom, 1-bath can rent for $850 in this neighborhood. Of course, it's in the college. College kids, they don't know no better. They getting a refund check, they paying it, I get it. But these people, one guy's been here for 10 years, another has been here for 2. Instead of jacking it all the way up to $850, I say, hey, look, I'll replace the roof on it. It had 5 holes in the roof on one side, 4 on the other. I replaced the soffit. There was raccoons in the attic, okay? I painted it, made it look pretty, because one said he's looking for a girlfriend, right? It helped him out, right? And instead of jacking it all the way up to $850, I say, hey, look, bro, we're gonna have to go up to $550, and I'm gonna make the living arrangements better for you. So now it's $550 on each side, and they say, yo, that's great. That's a lot better than what I thought you was gonna do. And I love what you did with the place. We wanna stay. Where's my new lease, right? So then you get to determine, right, how the gentrification cycle is gonna go. Because technically, you know, somebody else might not have been that nice. It's still a good cash flow for me, right? It's still a good output for me as far as how much I had to put in. And it's great, right? I get to help my community by holding on to the property versus chasing a quick $5,000 check. And then Uncle Sam comes and knocks on your door to get 37% of it, okay? It's just something for you to think about. Forget that you can actually depreciate 100% of it for 27 years and bring your $2.5 million profit down to 40 grand. Forget all of that. It's about you buying your block, okay? Stop wholesaling so much. Stop doing it, okay? Stop doing it. Hold on to some of these properties, get 100 of them under your belt, and literally you'll be able to create income coming over and over again while helping your community thrive, okay? That's what it is. And remember, you don't need all 3 to do a deal. You just need 2 to do you. Have a good day. Yeah.
Eyes on the prize, yeah, I'ma get mine, can't take away my pride, cause this is my destiny, this right here, my life.
All right, so today we're kinda doing the walkthrough for the cat house. If you guys follow me at all, if you watch, this is the part where I actually show you the finished portion. So I try to do, you know, kind of like a before walkthrough and an after walkthrough, and then I'll do like videos in between, kind of like giving you teasers or what it looks like. But this right here is going to be a full walkthrough because we're just going behind the contractor to check to see, you know, what needs to be finished, what needs to be touched up right before we list. We're planning on listing next week, and I actually had to drop off the numbers because I had got some of those numbers from Modern Accents. You know how they target you on Facebook because they realize you do a bunch of house stuff. So they got me. They sold me. So I wanted to try these out for the first time because this neighborhood is actually a pretty good neighborhood, and you know, requires nice stuff. So we did some nicer upgrades to this one, and yeah. So I wanted to get some nice numbers to go on it too for the outside. So. You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised what small things like that, like what that does to the exterior appeal. So, yeah, man, this house is just completely completely changed. I'm gonna sit this down and then I'm kind of gonna show you more of it. We do gotta get another power wash done for sure, but let's start here. So these stairs were like all chopped up. You can see we kind of filled in some spots over there, and we used all the original bricks. So there are some bigger spots there, but nobody's gonna catch on to that. One thing I just noticed is kind of here where it slopes down. I'm gonna have the contractor lay a nice little sheet over that, and then we always go with the black gutters. There was like a big hole right there. It's just crazy. It's crazy. And this one, like I said, nicer neighborhood. So we seeded and put down some fertilizer, put down some cedar wrap on those. We painted those, did the roof, did the fascia, new what do you call it? Goodness, flower boxes. This right here was a bird's nest, okay? Just a little backstory about the house. These people had cats on cats on cats. They adopted cats. The house was inherited by their family. When they took over, they like adopting cats. So, you know, 10 became 20, 20 became 100, 100 became 200. So for the last 5 years, literally animal control comes by to just pick up cats to keep the numbers down. And then there's a feral cat lady that would pick up cats too. But this is our theme that we do in most of our houses, the black trim with the alabaster white. When I told my contractor to paint, I was telling him to paint the brick, but he didn't do it. And I came back and I was like, oh, that looks pretty good. So we didn't paint the brick on this one. Normally we would do black windows, but since the whole COVID thing, it took like 5 weeks to get it. So we just went ahead and rocked out with these. And I know how to grow grass. It was like a huge tree right here. So one big one, 3 small ones. This one was leaning on the roof. The big one was leaning on this portion of the roof. You know, this just turned out to be great. And I mean, really is a good size yard right there. This thing right here actually fruits good apple trees. Good apple fruit, you know. Yeah, this is dope. Got that from Amazon. Got all the lights from Amazon. Got to get the contractor to fix that. So that's one thing. Let me take note of that. He didn't get the basketball goal up. Okay, he's supposed to have a backboard on there and paint that black. He hasn't done that yet. All of this right here was just crazy with bamboo. I mean, you couldn't get back here. You didn't know this was here. I mean, you didn't know that over there was here. This was just jungle, okay? This was just absolute jungle. I mean, this is amazing to see where it is now. It's like one of the only things I kept that came with this house because it was so nasty is that grill right there. I'm gonna clean it up and take it back home. I'm gonna smoke something out. This chair, we gotta get rid of that. But okay. Look at that. That looks nice. Look at that. All of this right here was rotten. I mean, there was a hole right here. Really, there should be one downspout right here, because that's where a gutter meets. There should be a downspout right there. So we'll ask our contractor about that to see if that's in his budget. It's not a big deal, but that right there, when they overlap, it's going to be a lot of water right there, especially coming down from that valley where they meet. So we'll see if we can address that. But definitely the attic door is on our list. Got our roses popping out here. We kept the original rails, just painted those and kind of made them stronger. I don't want you to see my password. I don't want you to see my password so you can get in my house. Okay. Alrighty. This right here is kind of like unfinished. I don't really know what to do about that. Maybe I'll have them kind of come back with some black and just kind of pencil it in, you know, without like getting it super extremely dirty. All right, look at that. All right, nice. Small things people miss is like this little trim. Bam, that looks good. Ooh, vent covers. That's an easy one. We need some vent covers right there. We need light switch covers right there. Okay. Actually, I think I know why these outlets are actually out right here, because I think they were saying that we might need to replace some breakers or something like that. Some of these light switches, that's what I think it was. We needed to replace some breakers. But check it out though. Let me go back to the front. Because when we did this, there was a wall right here, and this right here was smaller. That over there was smaller. And this is where the cats were. So we ripped all of this floor of new subfloor, took all this sheetrock back, opened that up all the way to the ceiling to give it not just like a one big room open feel, but just a nice layout so you can kind of see the whole room. Open this part up, once again, all the way to the ceiling, gives it a little nice modern look. And then we did all new wood on the stairs because, like I said, that was holding smell. Okay, all right, see? So you gotta check your contractors. So bam, 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 we need that right there. And then we also need a rack in here. So the good news is I have a rack, but we'll need that right there. Appliances are supposed to be delivered to, this week. So there we go, some lights and some more lights. All right, check that out. Now we took the, these are all new appliances, all new cabinets, of course. We took those all the way up to the top. Now, I don't see the lights in here, so he needs to put under the cabinet lights. So that's one thing that we're missing is under cabinet lights. And of course the appliances, so you can check that out right there. Not bad. All right. The under the, this is the, under the counter, right there. Oh, we gotta get some bulbs too, so check that out. I got that from Amazon. Like I said, all the light fixtures came from Amazon. That's pretty dope right there. And then my last flip, my realtor said my light fixtures was janky, so I tried to do a little bit better, you know. And this one right here is nice too. I'll show you that. Super nice. Ooh, that's fancy. Look at that right there. Okay, they actually hung that on the wall. That's nice. All right, how do I turn it on? Let's see. Oh, there we go. You actually press this thing right here. Check that out. Wow. Okay. Okay. And that turns the fan on. Yeah. So it has. Wow, that's nice. People are gonna like that. Yeah. People are gonna like that right there. Okay. I likes that. And you know, as you can see, our theme is black. You know, gray. Keep it super simple. Modern lines. You see that right there? How we just try to, instead of doing the crown molding. Instead of doing the trim around the window, leave it blank, makes it look modern, okay? Small little stuff like that, it's gonna get you the bread, okay? Okay, this light switch right there is not rolling, so we need to figure out why, because there is a light right there. And that might be because of our breaker, but that right there is not coming on. This looks nice, see? All right, I got that right there from Amazon as well, so check that out. Bam, in there. Okay, there we go. This is actually the light and fan all in one combo up there. I got that from Amazon as well. These mirrors, I really like these. My wife picked these out. We got those from At Home, you know. And of course, this is just a little combo set that you can get from Home Depot. Nothing crazy. One thing I probably should have mentioned to the contractor, because understand that contractors have no style like myself. You see, I'm fashionable. Contractors have no style. So one thing I wish I would have told them was don't put this against the wall. Center it so that way it's not, it can have space there so that way it looks more modernized. So versus it just being all the way against here. So just something small. And then, okay, another small thing we always do, bam, all the way to the ceiling. That gives it just it makes it look bigger. You see that? Awesome. That looks great, actually. That looks great. Once again, we need another vent right there. Okay, we got to get some vent covers. For sport, I might actually see little stuff like this. I hate when contractors leave little stuff like this because nobody uses that. So I hate when they do stuff like that. Okay, nobody uses that at all. Yeah, I did that again. And in the future, whenever you do rehabs, You need to take out everything that's not modern. Nobody uses, cables like that anymore. And if they want to use them, then have them, their AT&T or whatever provider is gonna install those. So take those out. It just makes it look a little more modern and clean. This room, as you can see, had paneling in it. It didn't smell bad or anything down here. This is actually where the whole family slept. So we left that in there to give it that texture design and kind of give it some character. But all of this up here, we had to replace all of that because it was just a tremendous amount of mold. It was crazy. It was crazy. Now they're still working on this. I'm gonna have to get that straight. And then boom, boom, boom. I want this to be a little cleaner, so we'll make sure our guys come back and get that a little cleaner. Okay. Yes, this is looking good though. This is looking good. This is looking good. This is what you want to see. Now they need to add a fan right there though. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work at all. Okay. Look at that. Awesome. And once again, we paint the inside and outside of the doors. Just makes it all work. I'm gonna open this door here just so I can, since I'm checking stuff, make sure I get everything. Okay, screen door. Okay, let's open this right here. Okay, look, you see that little crack? They need to fill that in. Okay. On this side, see, they filled it in over here. See that? They filled it in right there. They gotta fill it in right here. Okay, so that's one thing. See, small stuff like that, that's how you get the money. Yeah, that's how you get the money. Okay? Because when people see stuff like that, they just think stuff was overlooked. You wanna, see the small things that nobody else is gonna see, so that way it seems like you really, you were really sharp about your business. Just like this return right here. This is a return for the HVAC. We just put a little casing over it, so that way people can't see it. If we would have left that open, they would have think we did poor planning and we didn't do good work, just because you can see it there. So new toilets, boom, boom, boom. Nice. Okay. All of these stairs are new. That looks good. Silver transitions, not gold. One time I remember this contractor put gold transitions. This makes it look older in my opinion. Okay, bam, okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Our HVAC guy probably could have went with something newer, but we'll leave that up to the buyer whenever they purchase from us. This bad boy's hitting the market in a couple days. Now this is trash. That could definitely look better. You see how that's old? That's trash. It's my fault. I should have did that. Okay. Great. And it looks like they're building the shelves right here. Bam. Nice. Very cool. Very cool. Okay. This is the master. There's the floors there. That is the shower. Bam. My wife picked out that mirror as well. Went with like a little bolder color on this one just to, say, hey, this is the master. Check that out. And that looks good with that too. Close that up so we can really see what's going on here. I got a question for you guys. You think we should put handles on that? I think we should put handles on that. It's going to give it some more character. And put some handles on this. Look at that right there. Once again, subway tile, nothing crazy. Loving that. I like this mirror right here. People don't like that. Okay. Yes, sir. And once again, that same beautiful fan too. This is awesome. As you can see, we use this wood plank paneling, everywhere throughout the house. It's waterproof. It looks good. This right here needs a transition. You can't see it. There you go. That part needs a transition right there. So make sure whenever there's a seam that splits the room, that you get a transition piece. So that way, it's just a small detail, because this right here is going to start people to trip over that, and they'll think that you didn't plan it out well. So, bam. And this is a light fixture. That light switch right there isn't going either. Look at that. It's not turning it on. You got to figure that out. Okay. Let me check this closet out. Nice. Nice. All right, there we go. Nice. Straight. Yeah, there was like HVAC running all the way through that. We deleted that. And also through the master too, we deleted that too. And there was another one running through here, and we deleted that. So that gives it just more space. Let's check out this light right here. This light right here is not going either. That's crazy. Gotta figure that out. But yeah, so we're literally just at the end of the road. As you can see, they took that old one out and put a plate on it. I wish they would have, just got rid of it completely. Because this right here is for those old window units, and we put brand new central heating and air in this. So, but yeah, this is the cat house. Oh, okay. This one right here wasn't working because we gotta press that. That's what it is. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, see, that's what it is. Okay. See, some stuff is finicky. I gotta know how to explain that to the realtor so they can best make sure they, highlight some of that. Look at this. I love this. We replaced all of this wood right here around the casings of the window. I mean, really just a great house and a great little neighborhood. This is the master bedroom. Not the largest closet, but for this neighborhood, this is a 4.2.5. And everybody else has a 3-bedroom. So, but yeah, one thing we also have to do too is put up glass. Okay, we're putting up glass right there in the bathroom. So there'll be glass doors, to help keep the water inside of the shower right there. So just a couple things that we got to do. I'm trying to say them off so that way I can remember them. Number one, the electrical to make sure all the lights come on, that glass, and then transition piece right here. Then we have to finish these shelves right here, and these shelves, they're gonna go all the way around here. So, or at least go all the way on this side right here. So those shelves, and then we want to replace some of the switches to make it look a little cleaner. Okay, already said these switches down here. Okay, and then we'll need to fill in those cracks on that doorknob. Okay, and then change this fan in here. Man, it's just small stuff now. It's just so great. So we're literally, days away from getting this bad boy on the market. So you guys will see this. This one is 1909 Medhurst Road. So you guys will see this popping up on the market here literally in a week. And we'll get some pictures of this bad boy on the 17th. Have it on the market on the 20th. And we'll rock and roll, guys. We'll rock and roll. So look, well, I hope you guys like the house afterwards. If you didn't see the before, check it out. I don't even think I had like the before because this house had, layers of cat poop in it. So we didn't actually trying to turn these lights on out here for the things. What are they called? I forget what they're called. The outdoor lights. You know what I'm talking about. But yeah, so I didn't get the actual before because it was just absolutely nasty, and this is one of the ones that we had to just like power wash it first. I was trying to save the floor and not spend a lot of money on that, so we power washed the inside to get the layers of poop up off the floor. Okay. Next time I probably would have just had them rip that stuff out. But we power washed the inside of the floor, which really did some justice to it. Okay, when I say it did justice to it, it really gave us, it gave the house a cleanliness for us to actually allow contractors to walk through. Because that was my first problem, that it was so nasty that contractors didn't actually want to walk through. And of course, if they don't want to walk through, they don't want to be here 24/7 to work in it. So but yeah, this is our project. We're gonna list this on the 20th for $265 You know, I probably could list it for $275, but the goal with listing it low is to be able to get a lot of attention on it and be able to move this fast right before the election. So let's get it. If you'd like to know more about real estate, we got the wholesaling course that's dropping. I do one-on-one coaching calls as well. So, you know, click in the link below. Or if you just want to get these videos often to kind of see what I'm doing, learn from my mistakes, you know, while I waste money and while I make millions, then subscribe to the channel. And then hit me with any comments about the house. Like, you know, tell me some bad stuff, tell me some good stuff. Check out the video before of how I looked, and kind of let me know what you guys would change and if you would buy this house. Okay, signing off. Have a great day.
So here is the recent project that we just picked up about 3 weeks ago. Now this one right here is a little different than most because you're probably thinking I did it the traditional way. I didn't. I didn't go use my own credit. I didn't go get pre-qualified. I didn't show any bank statements. I didn't wait 45 days. I didn't work with a realtor. I didn't do none of that. I went outside of the traditional route to acquire this property. And I even went outside of this property, you know, when you're looking at most investors, right? A lot of investors are looking at a property like this and saying, hey, 30% equity minus repairs, that's what I'm buying at. Nope, not me. Take a look at the property and I'll get a little bit more in detail about what happened here, okay? Boom. Your main priority should really only be focused on a couple things, okay? Now, when you're looking at the business in a whole, you have marketing, all right? You have acquisitions and you have disposition, right? Those are your big three. Okay, you are not a real estate investor unless you are consistently finding deals. Okay, so that means that we need a lead machine to be bringing in opportunities for us to consistently look at. Okay, we need an acquisitions machine so we can actively make those offers every single day and then follow up with it. Okay, now let me tell you why this is important. All right, the deal that you've been looking at. This house right here, we actually had in our queue for about a year, okay? Talked to the lady, build rapport, build trust, talked about condition and all those good things. And for whatever reason, she went to another investor to make a good decision, okay? You know, she thought that was a good decision for her. Turns out that investor, their solution was a lease option, all right? That investor put it under contract with the lease option, assigned it to someone else, and that investor got paid $5,000 for assigning that lease option to someone else. Let's just say 2 weeks later, the house was vacant, okay? The house got broken in, right? And then the tenant buyer moves in, right? Tenant buyer is unhappy. Now the seller is buying new appliances. Now the seller is buying new light fixtures and fixing the house up, what she was trying to avoid in the beginning, okay? She finds us merely 4 months later after that same tenant buyer hadn't made a payment at all, right? That's why you consistently have to follow up, because the day that you generate the lead may not be the day that you actually cure the lead and turn it into a deal. It might just be that seed to plant so you can start watering that seed. And then next we have disposition is actually making the money off the deal, okay? Now I want to take you from the beginning, okay? In the beginning, we thought this was going to be a sub 2, okay? We thought it was going to be a sub 2 because she owed a little bit more, and if you're looking at it merely at like a rehab standpoint, you're probably spending 40 grand on this joint. So I figured rental, right? Bought it sub 2. Came with about 3 judgments. No, you can, buy with title issues. We're not talking about that. But ask me any questions about title issues and I'll tell you how you can make money off of it, okay? Bought it with a couple judgments in place, and we bought it with an NC HUD loan that the seller, keep her payments up, okay? All of those problems is what the house came with. So yes, we did buy it sub 2, but the reason why we decided to turn it back into a rehab versus a rental is because of that city loan, okay? Most of the time, the city, they'll give people these loans to fix up windows, HVACs, and anything else important. If someone needs it, with the agreement that, hey, you're gonna stay here for the next 10 years and it's gonna be your primary residence, and then the loan will be forgiven, okay? Nobody ever pays attention to this stuff, right? until COVID-19 hits. And then HUD is actually looking to collect funds, right? And since HUD backs these loans, the state passes out these loans and the seller receives them, it kind of just goes down the line. So HUD is looking now because they need to receive some money since they've been passing it all out. Find out that this young lady doesn't live there, calls the city calls her, and then boom, right? So now we have to make an additional payment for that loan. So it kind of changes the perspective a little bit. So with you as a real estate investor, you need to, number one, be kind of marketing always, making offers always, but then you also need to have multiple exit strategies that you can make money on, okay? I would like to relay it to the car business. Car business had big checks, right? They had car sales, right? Then they also had consistent checks. They had oil changes. That's how they ran their business. They sold the cars and then the drivers came back and got their oil changed 30 days later and every 30 days after that. And your business should be the same, right? So when you're looking at your business, think about that, okay? Think about how many leads, what marketing do you have going every single day? How many leads are you generating every single day? How are you making offers to those sellers in 1 or 2 or 3 different ways every single day? And then do I have multiple exit strategies to make money off of each and every deal? That's how we maximize, okay? Now, if you need help learning how you can put these systems in place or get the knowledge or whatever, drop a comment below. I want to answer your questions, okay? And honestly, this is kind of fun for me. So if you need help with this, if you know somebody that might want to sell and you need help walking it through, connect with me. I'll help you make money. And so this can be you taking action, okay? Y'all have a blessed day.
Eyes on the prize, eyes on the prize. Yeah, I'ma get mine, I'ma get mine. Can't take away my pride, take away my pride. Cause this is my destiny, this right here, my life.
What's the best way to find motivated sellers? How can you talk to them properly, negotiate a fair deal for you and them? And then also, how do you make money off of deals like that? My name is Sawan. This is me taking action on Instagram. And today I'm sitting in, kind of one of my best deals, okay? When I say, best, I'm talking about numbers. I'm not talking about looks good, smells good, feel good. I'm talking about numbers, okay? Now there's only one deal that's kind of ever outdone this one, and that was a 60 square foot warehouse building that we got for 35 grand, unbelievable, and turned around and sold it. Probably should have kept it. But this one right here is a $260,000 house that we picked up for $63,000. And then we got private money to give us the money to buy the house and renovate it. So we make a front end check, we make a middle spread, and we make a back end spread as well. I mean, it's ridiculous. But these deals right here are not easy to find, okay? Everybody's probably thinking about, how do I even find a deal like this? Now, there's several methods to marketing for motivated sellers. And you as a real estate investor, you should be focused on marketing all the time, okay? I tell my students that every day you want to be generating leads, okay? So you should have some type of marketing machine that's always throwing off, on automatic leads every day, okay? So that way money can come to you easily, frequently, and in abundance, because I'm telling you that the leads are the golden nugget in this business, okay? Okay, number one, you can cold call, okay? But remember, a cold call is just a cold call. It takes a little time to warm them up, it takes a little juice to get them excited. You might have to do more convincing them, okay? Next, you can send out RVMs, which is just like a recorded voicemail. I typically have a female do those. You get more phone calls back, okay? But once again, that's a cold act, okay? You can also do like, bandit signs, okay? I like bandit signs. You put a bandit sign out there. We really buy houses with our phone number on the top, and we set them around hot areas in the neighborhood, like in front of a Home Depot, or in the best zip codes that we have, or even right in front of our rental properties, or where we're doing rehabs. That's a really good way to get leads, okay? But instead of working on some of the more colder marketing strategies, the biggest and the best deals come from people that are looking for you, okay? Now, you should be asking yourself, okay, so people are looking for me, how can they find me easily? Okay, now there's kind of two ways, okay? There's kind of two ways that work out the best for us, and I'm gonna share them with you right now, okay? Number one is Facebook, okay? There's billions of people, I mean billions, on Facebook, okay? And you simply throw out an ad, you target demographic, you target interest, and you target geographically, and they're able to find you from those ads that you pay, okay? Number two, you target them on Google, okay? Not just Google paid ads, that's cool, okay? Google paid ads is good. Facebook paid ads is good, okay? But the best is what they call SEO, is search engine optimization, okay? Now, imagine yourself, wanting a new pair of shoes, okay? I want some Birkenstocks right now, okay? So I click in Birkenstocks for sale, okay? And a bunch of different searches come up on Google, okay? Typically, we're gonna not go past the first page, okay? So now you should tell yourself, okay, me as a real estate investor, I'm looking for people that are looking for me. They're going to Google, they're searching to look for me. How do I pop up on the first page, okay? Number one, like I said, paid ads. Number two, SEO, search engine optimization. Okay, now that's just some fancy word. No, it's not, okay? What it simply means is Google recognizes you and your website to be credible, that people like seeing your website, or they wanna know kind of what your website pertains, so they know how to target those people and bring you web traffic, okay? Now there's a couple of different ways that we do it. You might do something different, and if you do, comment below and let me know what you're doing to drive SEO traffic, organic traffic to your website. Now, articles are like one of the best, okay? Now, when it comes to these articles, you wanna try to name them what people are looking for, like ourselves, okay? Sell my inherited house, insert your city, okay? Sell my house fast for cash, insert your county, okay? Can I sell my inherited house, okay? Cash buyers in North Carolina. Those are some keywords that you should be using in your titles, in your articles, and even for your domain name. Yes, your domain name does apply as well. So let me give you this, okay? So we have multiple websites, okay? We have multiple websites to target motivated sellers. One of them is buytriadhomes.com. Check that out, buy. Triad is my area. Homes are what they're selling. So one of those three words are more likely gonna pop up of a search for someone that's looking for me, okay? I'll give you another one. Sell my house fast, Greensboro. That almost sounds like that keyword, that long tail keyword that they're typing into Google. So that means that Google is gonna recognize my website as exactly what they typed in, so they're probably gonna refer my website as one of the first ones to pop up, okay? So number one, articles, okay? If you don't like writing articles, there's a ton of people that you can find. I hate to suggest Fiverr, but Fiverr is a great one. If you have someone local that'll consider writing those for you, awesome, okay? 500 words or more, and remember to stuff some of those keywords in there. We put out about 100 articles a month on our websites. That's not each one, but 100 total. We have several different websites. Number two, get your domain name right, okay? Have those keywords in your domain name. Buy Triad Homes, if you're targeting sellers. If you're targeting buyers, Triad Discount Homes, okay? If you're checking me out for coaching, this is me taking action, okay? These type of searches are gonna bring you the sellers that are looking for you, okay? Because think about it, when you're working a cold call, right? You gotta get them warm, you gotta get them wet, okay? These people that are looking for you, they're already hot, okay? And honestly, if you don't call them back within about 60 seconds of putting in the lead, they're already on to the next website, okay? Now, great, okay? You understand how to find the best motivated sellers in the market, SEO and paid ads, okay? Great. Okay, now how do we talk to those people and how do we kind of be humanistic and realize that they're humans, okay, and that they're going through an issue, and that we're their solution to solve their problem, okay? Now, if you're looking at this video, you kind of see this house. Let me give you the backstory. The young lady actually inherited the house. Well, excuse me, her husband inherited the house. She married to him a couple years later. They moved in the house and they had a couple cats, okay? They didn't have any kids that were in the house at that time, so they liked cats, okay? And then that 2 cats became 3 and 3 cats became 10, and finally they ended up having over 70 cats, okay? And this is where we found them. This is where they found us, I should say. 70 cats, you know? That's a lot, okay? That's a lot. So if you look through the house, you'll see that there's all types of cat markings on the walls, on the doors. Honestly, when we walked in, there was a bunch of cat feces, okay? And not to blame the sellers, because the wife is working every day because the husband is sick, okay? The husband is sick because, you know, the conditions here were unfair, okay? So these people actually need your help, okay? And they're looking for you. So when you talk to them on the phone, when they find you on the website, they put in their information for you to give them a call, you have to talk to them in a particular way and know in the back of your head that they need you and they need your help. They just don't know how to say it, okay? So you have to find a way to ask them why. And don't just get the surface level answer as, hey, I want to downsize because it's too big. So you can do different things like mirror the last 3 words that they say. So you want to downsize, and right after you repeat that, they'll go to explain, okay? So yeah, I want to downsize just because all of my kids are away, and it's a big house with a big yard, and I work all the time, so I don't have a chance really to keep up the yard, okay? Oh, it's hard to keep up the yard? Yeah, there's a bunch of bamboo in the backyard. There's trees everywhere. Actually, last winter, we had a limb fall on the roof. Fall on the roof? Yeah, it's actually a big hole on the roof, right? And we can't get insurance on the house right now, so that's really scary to me. So you see how if we mirror the last 3 words without asking them why, what's wrong, and sounding like we're questioning them, antagonizing them about their situation, we genuinely sound concerned, which allows them to go into their problem, okay? Now, that is just a small example of how we can help the seller, once they reach out to us, be able to help us maximize on a deal like that, okay? So great. You know how to attract the best sellers, okay? You know how to talk to them when they call you so you can humanize and really get down to the root of the tutor issue to solve it. How do we make the money, okay? How do we make the cheese, the cheddar, the bread? I need it, okay? There's a couple different methods that you can do, okay? And everybody knows that the best investment is from OPM, okay? Other people's money. We can get the property under contract and we can assign it, okay? So on this particular deal, we had people come in and says, hey, look, you know, I'll buy it from you for $95,000. I'll buy it from you for $90,000. Okay, how about after you buy it, you clean it up so that way I can at least get in and smell and breathe it, and I'll buy it for $136,000, okay? Yeah, we can assign it or we can sell it, okay? Now, let's say that you didn't want to just take the 30 grand assignment, okay? Because sometimes that happens. How do we get this deal? How do we get the big cheese? Because there's a lot of cheese on this deal. Like I said, it's a $260,000 house that we got on the contract for $66,000. So that's $200,000 worth of room right there. How do we get the big cheese? Okay, private money. It's all in the relationships. There's millions and millions and millions of dollars out here floating around waiting for you to call its name. Okay, the private money guy that invested in this house literally has about $5 million sitting in a 401k that he doesn't use, okay? So what we did is, he knows about us through the videos and from me talking about it and from other people as well. He says, hey, Sawan, that's a really good deal, okay? I'll lend you the funds for it. Matter of fact, I'll give you 90 grand for the purchase. I'll give you 70 grand for the rehab. So that way at the end of it, I'll charge you 14%. You pay me 25 grand and I get my money back. And then also you, Sawan, you're probably gonna make about 90 grand. Perfect. That's exactly how we do it. So we have to make relationships with people that have money, that don't know how to find deals like this, because that's the income driving skill here. Is how do we attract motivated sellers who need us, be able to talk to them, negotiate with them in a way that we figure out what their problem is and bring in a solution where they can win, we can win, and we can find somebody to win with, okay? This is how the recipe, this is how you make the sauce, okay? This is how you make the sauce. Now, if you need help putting any of this together, reach out to me. Let me know. I love doing deals with other people. I love helping people. And in a situation like this, where we get a chance to really help the sellers. Because with the money that we purchased the house from, they end up buying another house, right? Already rehabbed, okay? Smaller house, that's exactly what they wanted, with about an acre yard. So they're there in a new, fresh house, living a better life, while we're here taking care of some of the issues. But while we're getting through those issues, we're gonna have that opportunity to provide for our families, provide jobs, and make a lot of money in between then and now. So if you want to learn how to do the same, or if you just want to talk about it and just wait until the next video, that's cool too. But remember, this is you taking action. Great day, guys. It's Sawan Belcher. This is me taking action on Instagram. Check out the YouTube as well. But wanted to talk to you today why I love subject to investing. Okay, if you don't know, subject to is when you have a motivated seller and they're willing to let you take over payments for debt relief, right? So you're taking over those payments so you can invest in real estate, okay? This is a mega play, especially right now where we were at the top, and kind of still are at the peak of the market, right? We're at the highest. Normally cycles are every 8 years. We have been good. It's the last downturn was in 2018. It's 2020, right? So we've been due for a recession for a little bit. So subject twos are the way to invest, and you need to know this, okay? Why they're so good is, number one, you don't need credit. For millennials like myself, right? We graduated, we went to college like mom and dad said, we're on the way to wealth and riches. Who knew they were setting us up to have massive debt, right? To support the United States economy, okay? So a lot of our credits have tanked, okay? My homeboy is an engineer, his lady's an engineer, got his master's, massive debt. Between me and my wife, honestly, we got 100 grand worth of debt, so that takes a big play on debt to income. That takes a big play if you're just doing a bunch of deferments, or if you're even just not paying at all. So this strategy to own and not being able to use your credit, not having to use your credit, is crucial, guys. You don't need your credit, okay? Number two is you do need some money, but you just need very little, okay? Whenever we're doing subject to transactions with sellers, we're offering them debt relief, so they're not getting any money in their pocket. Closing cost is about $1,500 when we do it with Brian Elam. So we got us a $100,000 property for $1,500, right? A $250,000 property for $1,500, all right? That's great. That's great, guys. Next is these transactions are quick. I literally can go through my Podio. If you guys don't know how to generate leads, and that's a whole nother topic, but if you need help with that, let me know. Facebook is crazy for this. But I literally can go through all of the leads that I have, people that want to sell, go through and make 20 to 28 offers subject to, and literally get a deal on the contract today. I can send it over to our closing attorney, Brian Elam. They can do a title search and have it ready to close in 14 days. So literally in 14 days, I can have me a rental property, no questions, no nothing. $1,500. Let's go. Cash flow, right? And that sets us up for a high ROI, return on investment, right? Couple examples. right? 2128 McKnight Mill Road. Mortgage is $74. Mortgage payments are $530. Our partnership paid an acquisition fee of $5,000. We put $10,000 in it. Closing costs are at $16,500. Mortgage is $500. We got a renter that signed up today, by the way. She's paying $1,150. All right, so now we got a $650 spread, I think. Not good with math. $650 spread when we only spent 16 grand. That's good, okay? That's good. That's great, okay? Give you another example. My boy Anthony bought us this deal, okay? Seller already has a tenant in it at $1,000. Mortgage is $680. HOA is $17. Tenants were 2 months behind, and they refused to pay because of a high water bill. And the lady had already, spent $5,000 on these tenants because they kept complaining. So she wanted to get out of it, right? We paid a $6,000 assignment fee, $1,500 closing, $1,000 to fix it up, and to renegotiate the lease with the tenant. Boom. So we're $8,000 in, making $300 a month. Come on now. The tenants, by the way, the even better part is, okay, look, so on that Quail Cove house, the house is worth $150. My boy Eli has a house literally right behind it that he purchased for $150. I got mine for $90. $60,000 of equity, okay? The McKnight Mill house, right? House down the street, so for $130, right? We got ours for $74. 40 grand worth of equity, right? And our tenants are paying down the principal on it, so they can make us a fortune, okay? Crazy, okay? You need to get to this. Next, you can use any exit strategy you want. You're not limited, okay? Exit strategies go from rentals, so you can buy it, make a mortgage payment, right? Have a tenant come in and make cash flow. You can buy it, make payments, and turn around and sell it as is, a hotel. You can buy it, fix it up, rehab, sell it, and now you got a rehab flip. You can buy it, move it as is, and sell it on a lease option, okay? There's all the exit strategies available for this, right? Super important, okay? Next thing is, right? Remember that you got this mortgage, right? And they're PITI, right? Their payment, interest, taxes, and insurance, right? So that interest, at the end of the year, every year, you can write those interest you can write all the interest that you paid off on your taxes, okay? So imagine you having 5, 10, 15, 20 of these things, right? More itemized deductions for you and your company, okay? Next thing, since we can do this in a 14-day period, imagine how fast you could scale your portfolio. I mean, you literally can, buy 2 every month, 3 every month for the next 12 months. That's my goal, 30 in 12 months. And go from, 0 to 30 so fast. So if you're not implementing this, if you don't know enough about it, ask me questions about it. This is one topic that we're going to deep dive next week on our weekly group coaching calls. If you need to know any more, ask your questions below, or just go ahead and tap into the well on the weekly coaching calls, so you can get this instruction, guys. Subject to, I love them. I'm buying them. Matter of fact, if you got one, send me a deal. If you're currently holding one, drop a comment below and tell us how that's going for you. And remember, you don't need all 3 to do a deal. You just need 2 to do you. Have a blessed day, guys.
Great day, it's your boy Sawan Belcher, and today I got a very special one for you, okay? I got Miss Shawnee. She actually runs a local group home. I want her to introduce herself and just hear her story and how we met. And then also, I want you guys to learn if you have a heart and passion for people, and how you guys can change that heart and turn it into dollars by helping people, okay? Remember that every day there's somebody out there that needs your help. And then there's also somebody that's willing to pay you to help those people. And this is one of those things that I have a huge passion for, and that I kind of been keeping a secret, but we're ready to share. So, Miss Shawnee.
Hey, Sawan. Hello, everybody. I am Shantanika Brooks. Everyone calls me Shawnee because they can't get my first name together. So we just keep it short. But I am the owner of a Perspective New Day.
Amen.
Incorporated, and Perspective New Day Reentry and Rehabilitation. It's a nonprofit.
Amen. That's what's up. So me and Miss Shawnee, we met when I had this house up. At the time, I always buy a house with multiple exit strategies. And so, when I got this house, I bought this house by taking over a mortgage. Okay, so I did it. I bought it creatively. Gave the lady, like $40,000 outside of her loan, and took over her payments because she was having a hard time with drugs. And so when I got it, right, yeah. And so when I got the house, and I saw how big the rooms were, okay. I had I ran this little, I call it a little help operation called Mending Men in college, and I was like, man, this would be great for a group home. But I didn't really, I knew a couple group home operators, but nobody was really trying to mess with me. Nobody really wanted to do business with me in that area. So I don't know why, but people like to stick to themselves. So I put it up for a lease option, so like rent to own. And that's how me and Miss Shawnee met. I had put it up on Facebook and Zillow and all of these different places. And because I figured, well, hey, if I can't help anybody start a business, then I'll help somebody buy a house. Okay, so and that's how we met. So what made you look at this particular house that day?
So my story started March 31st.
Yeah.
And I actually talked to God about, getting started with this particular, I call it a ministry.
Yeah.
Because that's what it is to me. And I had a meeting with a girlfriend down in Rocky Mount, and she sat down and told me everything I needed to do to get started.
Yeah.
And the first thing she said, you need to find a house right now. And so I was like, okay, Lord, would somebody give me instructions? I don't want to sit on it. I want to move, because I understand that, your opportunity door can close
for sure
at any point. So
for sure.
I want to jump on it.
Yeah.
And so that day, I went to my mom's house. I was in Rocky Mount visiting. I was like, Lord, listen, I need a house. I said, just like you did for my other house in Greensboro. I said, I need you to do that just like that. So at that moment, I opened my Facebook, went to Marketplace, and this house was the very first thing that popped up.
Nice.
And I saw it leasing, and it said 10,000 down. I was like, I got it, 10,000, but I don't really do that.
Yeah.
I said, but nonetheless, I'm gonna call him.
Yeah.
And I honestly didn't even know if it was a real ad or not, because there's so many scammers. And I called, and I think I got your voicemail when you called me back.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, you said, can you be there tomorrow? I said, I'm there.
Yeah, I love it.
And so
now hold on, let's stop with this person that gave you advice.
Okay.
Okay. Now, did you know her? Like, was it a friend that was already running a similar thing, or did she work for her?
Yeah. So I've known her for like 20 years.
Okay.
But I didn't know that she was in this business.
Yeah.
And so with me, just asking God to lead and guide me on what I needed to do to get started. Facebook again, she had posted something about, I think, a graduation or something. I started reading. I was like, what? Said, inbox, girl. Can you? I was like, listen, this is what I want to do. I said, can we schedule a meeting? She was like, yeah, when you coming down this way? And I told her.
Yeah.
And so that's how that.
Nice. Okay, nice. So you meet with her, and she says, hey, here's the blueprint. Okay, and so she gives you the steps. Okay.
Yes.
She didn't say, because most people don't take action. Okay. Like, what about her giving you these steps made you say, oh, I can do it?
Well, for me, this is something that has been in my heart since I was like 14 years old.
Yeah.
And I knew that this was what I was supposed to do. I just, for all these years, had no idea how to get started, what to even call it in the beginning, because they weren't saying reentry and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Not until around 2007 when they started forming the reentry councils. And I was actually attending those meetings before they even had the reentry councils. And they were, what was happening was they were trying to prepare for all those 20,000 people who were getting out, who did 20 some years back in the 80s, the 70s.
Yeah.
And so they were preparing for their release.
Okay, so before you even like said, hey, I'm gonna go out and find a house, you were already like participating in the meetings?
Yeah. So,
oh, nice. I love that,
Yeah, that started in like 2007. The interest meetings, and so that consisted of a lot of the sheriffs, police officers, county clerks, judges, probation, parole, just and a lot of community people who just wanted to see what we could do.
So what kind of meeting is it? Like, where do you
Well, in those stages, before like I said, before we formed the reentry councils, it was just we were meeting at like the courthouse. We were meeting at different city buildings.
Yeah. Because I think this is important. Yeah. So I'm saying that because like most of the time, like God has to prepare us to be ready for something, and then when that opportunity shows up, we can actually do something with it. Absolutely. But if an opportunity comes up and we're not prepared, there ain't really nothing we can do. So I think it's kind of key that you were even, you had enough faith to even just start participating without having an idea of, where you're gonna go with it. So is an actual like organization that meets now?
Well, we have the reentry councils.
Yeah.
And they're in different cities. And serving different areas of the state. And there are still some areas that need reentry councils. Yeah. And I actually just spoke with the lady recently who's over our reentry council. And she was just telling me about the different areas that still need those councils.
Okay.
So,
I like it. So is there a link that you can give me so that way I can post in the show notes?
Well, this was like in 2007 when they were doing the interest meetings about it. I don't know right now if that's something that we can go and start back again for the areas that don't have them. Pretty sure it is. Yeah. But I can reach out to her today and I can get that to you.
For sure, I like that. So you're already having a little faith, right? Getting to know people, and then you meet this young lady. Well, you already know her. She finally tells you how to do it, and then you see the house. Okay. Do you go visit a lot of houses or just one?
This house was the very first house that I saw, and in my heart, I already knew this was the house that I was going to have because I just asked God to do it, just like He did the other one. Yeah. When I moved here, I was like, God, listen, I don't want to spend a lot of money going back and forth doing a lot of application fees or any of that kind of stuff. So, my thing is cooking. So the picture was a kitchen, and it was right kitchen. I was like, let me call right there. And that's the house I live in now.
Nice.
And so I knew that because I asked him to do it like he did the other one. I knew that this house was the house.
That's what's up.
And whatnot. So, yeah.
I like, so, okay, great. So you got this quick blueprint, and then for the end of the video, I'm actually going to have her share, a quick 5 steps of how, if you have a heart for the business, then we want to provide those steps to you just so we can inspire you to help you take action on that. But really, so I keep hearing you say re-entry. Who's our client that we're helping in these scenarios?
We're helping justice-served individuals. Yeah. Men and women who come out of prison. Yeah. We're trying to get reacclimated back to society.
Okay, perfect. So now, how do we connect with whoever we need to connect with so they know we actually have a house that we can provide housing to them?
I would say start with the Reentry Council because everyone that gets out, they're going to connect to Reentry Council because they provide different services. They're like a resource hub. Yeah. That connect with community partners like NC Fit who provide medical services for people who are getting out of prison. Yeah. Like Killen, who provides mental health assessments and therapy. Yeah. For this population.
Now, do they want you to have some kind of license or some kind of experience, or are they simply looking to
have you house? What does that look like?
So you have to have experience.
Yeah.
And my experience started like in, I would say like 2008, when I was having people that was getting out of jail, they would come stay at my house.
Yeah.
And everything that I'm doing now, I would do it for them, you know, because I went through my own situations and I met a lot of people in that same situation.
Yeah.
I was fortunate enough to have God in my life and, you know, the faith that helped guide me through a lot. And so I tell everybody that spiritual piece is very intricate in this particular type of situation.
For sure.
And so, but yeah, I was doing this for years.
Yeah.
People come to stay at my house, and men, women, and I would just help them. I would take them to get their IDs, get their birth certificates.
Yeah.
I would let them, you know, put a air mattress on my floor, and I had an office which was like in a whole big bedroom, and I would just close them in there. I would feed them.
Nice.
You know, everything.
And so, and that's what you do now. Like, what are your responsibilities, you know, to run a group home like this?
Honestly, it's just like any other responsibilities. Of course, you have to take care of your you know, your rent, your mortgage, and your light bills and all that things. But I make sure that my guys have the best of the best when it comes down to services.
Yeah.
So I make sure that they're able to get their IDs.
Right. Super important.
Yeah. I provide their transportation.
Yeah.
To and from work. I make sure they get work.
Right.
I make sure they get the services that they need, whether it be physical, like NC Fit, or mental, through Killing. I also connect them with different resources like maybe GTCC or Goodwill, Jobs on the Outside, who can provide like GED services. I mean, you know, educational services for those who want to go back to school, and if they want to take up a trade.
Yeah.
Also, we do that.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. I like it. So you help them. It sounds like you help them find a job. It sounds like you help them establish. You know, you get their license. That's super important. I think people downplay that. Helping them get their ID back. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's super important. Yeah. And then you help them set up accounts and things like that too?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes. We actually, I have a girlfriend who comes in and do a financial workshop.
Yeah.
You know, every quarter, she come and do a financial workshop for us to help get my guys together, because most of them been in prison for years.
Yeah.
And some started, you know, early. Yeah. And they don't have no sense of direction when it comes to money. And so she just kind of teaches good tips on how to do it. And so in the interim, when she's not here, we don't have those classes, I actually go over those tips and things with them, set up budget and everything.
Nice. If you ever need help with that, let me know. I'm definitely down to pick up a session.
For real?
Yeah, I'm definitely down for that. That'll be dope.
Thanks.
Yeah, because I'm definitely down for that. Cool. Now give me some downsides, okay? Because I know every business has its downsides, okay? Including the heartfelt businesses, okay? I keep saying that because I know that's a big passion for yours, is to make sure we're actually helping the people, okay? Because it's one thing to start a business and collect, and great, it pays well, but it's another thing to actually provide the services, implement the services, and then make sure the services are going well. You know, so that's a totally different thing. So what was I saying? Jesus Christ.
You were asking, what are the downsides?
Yes. What are the downsides to running a business like this? Because I'm assuming you don't have 100% success rate with everybody that comes into the house.
Right. That's one of the big things, but you have to have an open mind when you come into it, knowing that you're not going to pretty much, as everybody say, Sean, you can't save everybody.
Yeah.
You know. So with that being said, you have to come in knowing that there's going to be someone that you pour into who's not going to receive it.
Yeah.
But that's because they're not at that place. And you have to understand that it's not your fault if you've done all that you can do to help the person. One of the things I tell every guy to come through here, I said, listen, I want you to win.
Yeah.
I want you to win. I said, but I'm not gonna win for you.
Right.
Because it'll be my victory.
Right.
I said, this is your life. It's gonna have to be your victory, but I got your back with everything you do.
Right.
And so
nice.
that's one of the big things. It's very taxing on your mind and your heart.
Yeah.
Every day I listen at a lot of guys.
Yes.
I listen at their situations. They have access to me.
Yeah.
They have my cell number. If they need me, I tell them, if you having a crisis moment, before you go do drugs, you go do anything, just call me.
Yeah.
And the thing about the Holy Ghost and your discernment, I'll know, when there's something in the atmosphere that ain't right.
Yeah.
And so sometimes I'll just call them, hey, I was thinking about you all right? And one of my guys, he's like, well, Shawnee, I was just feeling kind of today.
Yeah.
I said, I knew it was something.
Yeah.
And we'll talk. And by the time we're done talking, he started here at low, but he's like, I'm ready to go now.
Yeah.
Nice. So it can be very taxing.
Yeah.
And so.
Well, this is a big need, though.
It is.
Yeah. This is a big need. I honestly don't feel like there's enough.
True.
Yeah. I honestly don't feel like there's enough. Why? From your guys' perspective, why are transition homes like this good for them? Like, how do they really benefit?
Okay, that's a good question. One of my guys, who I call him my golden child, his name is Blue. He's from this area. He's been in and out of prison a couple of times, and he would always go back home.
Yeah.
To his family, and he said, and he would always end back up where he started.
Yeah.
In prison.
Yeah.
And he said, but this time he came here. He said, and it gave him an opportunity to have life in Greensboro, but not at home.
Right.
And so he was able to focus. He was able to
Yeah.
reroute his thoughts.
Yeah.
He was able to get into a routine that he had never had before.
Yeah.
And he was able to just get his thoughts together and really just focus on himself. And that's one of my biggest things. I tell her, I said, listen, I want y'all to be selfish this 90 days.
Nice. Nice.
I
Nice.
said, you've done things to help other people. You've done things for habits.
Yeah.
But I want you to be selfish with your time, your money, and everything. Your mental health, be selfish.
Yeah.
Because this 90 days is to build the foundation. You don't want to build that foundation on sand. You want to build it on some good, sturdy ground. So when the storm comes, you won't move like
For
you
sure.
moved and sifted before.
Yeah.
So, be selfish. I said, right now it ain't about your mama needs some food at her house. Well, she needed it a month ago. She needed it 2 years ago.
Right.
But guess what? You weren't here.
Right.
Oh, I want to take my sister out to eat. Yeah, I'm sure you do.
Yeah.
But right now you ain't got time for that. You ain't got no house yet.
Right.
You ain't got at least $3,000 in your account.
Right.
That's one of the things I want them to have a couple $1,000. At least $3,000.
Yeah.
Because that can get them a first month's rent
Right.
at least, and a deposit.
Right.
Take care of all of your stuff. I want you to be able to have something
Right.
when you leave here. So I tell them to just plain be selfish. Don't.
Yeah. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah, I tell people the same thing. Don't, it's okay.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, everybody that you want to help are only as good as you are.
That's
You know what I mean? So if you focus on being selfish and getting yourself to a level of, you got a strong bank account, you got a strong standard,
Yes.
you got good stability,
Yes.
then everybody that you help can come up to you, come
That's
up to where
right.
you are.
That's right.
Yeah, I love that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's hard sometimes,
Yeah.
because when you've been locked up, I don't know if you've ever experienced it. I've experienced it before.
Yeah.
But if you've been locked up, you're away from everybody that you love.
Yeah.
But it's also a reflection
I
time.
was locked up for a weekend. It was the hardest weekend.
You went
It was it was the hardest weekend. It really was tough for me.
Yeah.
Mentally.
Mhm.
Mentally it was
Yeah.
tough, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Cuz they, you know, it was the number one, it was the routine.
Yes.
You know, it was the routine. It's like, wow, they're really just pushing us from room to room, schedule to schedule. And so I didn't like that hamster wheel feeling.
Yeah.
And you know, and like I said, I only had to deal with this for 3 nights. But it made you feel some kind of way by the third day.
That's
right. By the third day, it was mentally hard.
Yeah.
So I could only imagine having to do that for years.
Right.
And then have to shift all of that, you know, all of that like sterile, you know,
Right.
let's just call it sterile.
Yeah.
You know, have to change all of that mentally coming out. So huge need for what you do, you know, honestly. And that's why I like partnering with you to do it. You know, really, for real, I think it's dope. I really do. Now you mentioned 90 days. What's that about?
So, my guys, when they come here, they have 90 days at my house. If they need an extension, then we can do that based off of their behavior and where they are in the program.
Okay.
So, when they come in, we set a plan for them. We go over some things that we need to do to get them where they need to be by the time exit comes.
For sure. So, okay, let's talk about money real quick.
Okay.
So during this 90 days, now, are their families paying for you to keep them at this point? Or is it more like government contracts or?
Okay. I actually have a government contract.
Nice, very good.
Something that I didn't know was possible.
Yeah, well, a smart man told me if there is an industry, the government is in that industry. I was like, yo, that's heat.
That is.
That's heat. That's heat. You know, so literally every business that we all operate, no matter what it is, the government has a need for it. It's just your job to connect with them.
That's right.
You know, so that's dope. So, when we're connecting with those companies that you mentioned, I think one was Keelam.
Yes.
Another was, what was the other one?
NC Fit.
NC Fit, and then there was one more.
Reentry.
So when we're connecting with them and we're letting them know that we provide this kind of homes and we have this experience and we have this heart to help people, right? Are those the ones that are funding it, or do we go somebody else for funding?
No, we go to the state.
Go to the state.
Yes, they just changed the name. I honestly, I heard it, but I don't know what it is because they just changed. It used to be Department of Public Safety.
Okay.
But it's a whole different name that they just reintroduced to us back in the 80s.
Yeah. Now let's do it. One thing we didn't talk about was with the house. What do they want you to have in the house? Because you can't just have like a vacant house, right? Okay. Okay. What do they need you to have in the house in order for you to pass? Is it like an inspection?
Yes.
Okay.
You just have to have your regular, honestly, your regular general contracting.
Yeah.
Inspections.
Okay.
And your fire department inspections. It has to pass there before,
Okay, so just like smoke detectors and yeah, and I see you got the fire hydrant on the wall.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the stuff that if you ever been to a group home or rest home, you'll see certain things.
Yeah.
All of that type of stuff, like you just said, smoke alarms, carbon monoxide alarms, your fire.
Your
extinguishers.
exits.
Yeah. Your exit signs. What is it? Extraction plans. Things of that sort.
Does it have to be furnished as well when they do their inspection, or?
No, it doesn't have to. When the city comes out, they're actually just checking the structure itself.
Okay.
To make sure that it's a sturdy structure.
Yeah.
Make sure it has all the things that. Before you move in your house, the owner of that house or your landlord, they've already been through that. So as a regular person renting the house, you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
But it has to be done. So that's why every house you move into have smoke alarms and things of that sort because it's a standard.
Yeah, I like. Okay, so I want to move into what you're just saying. Okay, this is people's typical mindset about business. Okay, they say, well, I can't do that because of this. Okay. And then so they'll use the word that you said, regular people can do this. So just to break it down, okay, how much money did you spend to start your first one?
Okay, just so you can understand. Number one, you already did a good job by realizing you didn't have to own the property and trying to take years to fix up credit and save X amount of dollars. You know, you said, hey, great, I can rent a house. And I think that's dope because that's speed of implementation. You can do that quick.
Right.
Literally, you can have you can do that quick.
Yeah, you can.
So how much money did you spend?
Honestly, and so when you asked me this question, before, and I honestly, my brain was going so fast, my fingers were like Medea in that play, Diary with Mary Lou. She was like this. So
she was adding up. She was adding up all the money up.
Yeah, and I never even hit the total button, but I would say because I had some money that I had already, so I just went in. I took care of my lease.
Yeah.
And everybody don't have to do it like this.
Yeah.
I paid up for like 6 months.
Right.
But you can just pay as you go. I did it that way because I was anticipating, God doing something for me.
Yeah.
With the contract.
Yeah.
So I didn't want to be caught with that extra overhead and not have money coming.
Right.
So I did it that way.
Nice.
And so that was about 8,000.
Yeah, that was 8,000. Yeah.
Yeah. Furniture that you see now. And I actually did this just off of a payment plan.
Amen. Yeah.
I just took a little payment plan, and I think this little set was probably about $1,400.
Yeah.
With the rug and all that stuff, and
did you have to put any money down to get the furniture?
Yeah, I just put $1 down.
Boom. There it is.
$1.
So at $8,001,
Yeah,
I like it.
yeah.
I love it. I love it. And then was there anything else that we had to pay for? Any of the inspections or?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think I probably spent maybe $200 for getting the inspections done.
Okay.
Maybe $200.
Nice.
And like a $125 fee for the another form of paper. I forget it. But you can go to your city zoning department and they can guide you.
Nice.
With that. So, and then of course I bought things like TVs and beds. You gotta have beds and nightstands and things of that sort. And I spent probably I have nice mattresses.
Amen.
They're real nice because the guys, they were sleeping on cots, and so when they sit down on my bed, everybody's like, oh.
Yeah.
So, and I wanted that reaction because I wanted them to be really comfortable. So I put a little change in my mattresses.
Yeah, I think that's important too.
Yeah, it's probably about maybe about $300 or $400 per mattress.
Per mattress.
And I have about 6.
So you have 6. So this is a 3-bedroom. So you have 2. Is it like twin size beds?
Yes,
So
I got the twin XLs.
Okay, perfect. Nice.
For the long people.
Amen. I like that.
And so everything was extra because it's the twin XL. So I mean, I honestly, I spent a couple.
About 12,000.
It was probably a little bit more than that.
Yeah.
Let's just say you'll be safe, 20,000 or under.
Okay. And now, so let's say you spend 20,000 to get everything set up. How long did it take you to get operational? Because like we said, it's the setting up portion, it's the going through with the zoning, it's going through with the inspections. How long until they say, hey, you're ready to go?
Honestly, it depends on you.
Yeah.
It depends on how fast you move. Now me, I'm real big on the door of opportunity.
Yeah.
And so I don't procrastinate. I go in on the boom, 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 and actually, this is no lie. The city and zone department, it was like, wow, this was fast. We've never had people to do it this fast.
Nice.
They always get extensions because you get a 6-month period from where you do. I cannot think of the name of that letter. A letter of intent or something of that nature. It's a 6-month window.
Yeah.
And so when I came back, I think I did that in maybe June.
Yeah.
And I was back by August, September.
Nice.
And so they were just like, no one ever does this fast. You were rolling. I was like, yeah, I was serious.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
And so so it depends on you, the person.
Yeah.
If you're a procrastinator or if you just want to take your time and ease into it because you're not sure how you're going to fund it yet or you haven't gotten all that stuff together.
Yeah.
It just depends on you.
Nice. I like it. So pretty much about 4 months to get up and running.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the day you got your first client and you got funded, what went wrong?
Listen, okay.
Just because it never goes as expected, you know. I know everybody has this like crystal ball and it's about to go perfect, you know. But the first day is when you're working out the kinks.
Yes. So let's talk about it. So because I got a government contract, after you've gotten your contract, you normally get 30 days.
Yeah.
I found out August 26th, and September 8th is when I opened.
Yeah, on my birthday.
Yeah.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. And it was not planned that way. And so, you know, God is so funny. I ordered my beds and my mattresses, my deep freeze and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And it was supposed to come that Thursday, which was the day after I opened.
Yeah.
That Thursday and that Saturday. But everything was at my house here that Saturday before, and I was out of town. And so my neighbor called and he was like, "Hey, you got all this stuff out and people keep riding past looking like they're gonna get it.
Right.
If not, we're gonna get it tonight."
Right.
You know? And so I had all these beds and mattresses and boxes and stuff right outside the house. So I had to drive in from out of town just to come on and get it.
Yeah.
And so when I talked to the lady in Raleigh, she said, "So listen, I have a guy who's gonna get out tomorrow." This was on the 7th. I said, she said, I'm gonna send him your way. I was like, but I don't have nothing ready. She said, "Oh, you'll be fine."
Yeah, right. Good.
So yeah.
Well, and praise God for her.
Yes.
Because what if there would have been somebody that let you miss that opportunity?
Yes.
Oh man.
Yeah.
So praise God for
Yeah.
her because I think sometimes we need that.
Yeah.
We need to like. It's right. It's time. It's not now. It's now time.
Yeah. That's right.
Not tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right now.
Because she threw me out there.
Yeah.
And so I mean when she said that, and this was at like 4:58 p.m. right before she left that day, and I was like, okay. Right. And so I was preparing for one. I called one of my girlfriends who I used to work for, Apple.
Yeah.
And I was a manager for that. And so I called one of my employees. I was like, "Girl, I need you over here right now. We got to do this." She said, "Shawnee, I'm in." And so she came over. We broke down all the beds, put them up, put the mattress. We just got it right. And so when I bought linen, I had to do everything.
Yeah.
Because I thought I had 30 days.
Yeah.
You know, and whatnot. And so the day of, I got a call, you know, from the probation officer saying, you know, we're going to be here by 4 o'clock. I was like, okay, that's all right. And so I had forgot about we got to have food. I forgot. I was like, oh, okay, we got to get food. So, but my craziness on the first day was I was expecting one person.
Yeah.
But as I was out shopping for everything, I got a second
You got
call.
another call.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And he said, we'll be there around 1. I said, wait a minute. Who are you, sir? He was like, well, I'm bringing this guy. I was like, I don't know anything about him. I'm only expecting one person. He said, well, they told me to get him and bring him to you. I was like, okay, all right, okay, all right, okay.
It's
and
on.
so yeah, and
It's
then
on.
after you know he called me. Then the email said, she said, oh, there was one, but now there's 2. I was like, okay. So I was running around. Thank God for my friend, you know, Ronnie.
Yeah.
He came through.
Yeah.
Man, we went shopping. He came and got my TVs and all
For
that
sure.
stuff. His guys built my nightstands and everything for me.
Nice.
He put all the food up. He said, I know how to, you know, unload groceries and all that stuff and pack refrigerators. So he did all that stuff while I was trying to get my life together, making sure my phones were right and everything, and the phone's ringing, and I'm just like, it wasn't overwhelming. It was a lot.
Yeah, but it was on.
And it was on.
Yeah,
it was
on.
exciting.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. I love that. That's what's up. Shout out to Mr. Ronnie.
Yeah.
Shout out to Mr.
That's
Ronnie.
my guy.
You know, anytime somebody
cool guy.
mentions group homes, I send Mr. Ronnie. And if Mr. Ronnie doesn't resonate, then I send Mr. Derek. And you and Mr. Ronnie definitely resonated. Mr. Ronnie's my dude.
Yes,
he got like 80. So I'm grateful to know him because he thinks at a higher level.
He does.
You know what I mean? He got some street sense, but he got a lot of smart sense.
That's so true.
I'm so grateful for him.
Yeah, me too. Me too. He and his guys actually came and put up all of my smoke detectors. And it had to be wired. So he had to go in the ceiling, mess with electric and stuff. And you know, they did all of that stuff, and all I had to do was buy them lunch.
Nice.
But that was
That's
a
what's up.
blessing, yeah.
That's what's up. I love that. I love that. So look, I want to give people, because I don't want to take up too much of your time.
Oh, you good?
I want to give people a quick 5 steps of how they could start. Okay, we're just gonna call it a heart business. That's probably what I'm gonna call it. Okay, but before you give them the 5 steps, okay, I know money is always tough to talk about, but per bed, how much is the government willing to pay someone per bed to help out someone going through this?
Well, with that question, it varies.
Yeah.
You know, it varies because there's a bidding process.
Yeah.
So, and you never know what they're gonna give you. They may say yay, they may say no. I've known them to just this past time, my first time doing it. And it's still an extensive process, and it's something that comes around every few years.
Yeah.
I was just in my timing.
Right.
You know, that it failed last year for me. And so my steps were ordered by God. But it varies.
Yeah.
And you have a max, I don't know the max that you can be up to, but I know someone that was over the max and they were told, no, you need to bring that down or you won't get your contract type of stuff. So, but it varies.
Typically, how much?
I'm not going to tell you.
Okay.
They're going to be sitting over here trying to count. So if she got 6 beds, you're not about to understand.
No, I totally understand.
Oh yeah.
Because you know, some things are definitely meant to stay in house.
Oh yeah.
So like I think it was probably after I have been doing real estate investing probably for about 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I love to share. Okay. And I want to share it all. Okay. I told you that on the phone that night.
Yes, you did.
I like to share it all because most people aren't going to do it anyway.
That's true.
Okay.
That's true.
But the people that do something, they get really inspired by how authentic it is and how genuine it is. But one day I went to church. I was, you know, I believe in. I go hard with offering and tithes.
Oh, me too. Yes.
I go hard, and one night I had made a, they stood up and was asking who was gonna give $1,000. It was only one person. I didn't raise my hand, but I gave 1,001.
Yes.
And because that's just what I do.
Me too.
And that night the guy touched me and he said, I don't know what you do. He said, I don't know if it's in finance, but I see numbers, and but God wanted me to let you know you can't tell everything. You got to keep some things a secret.
That's right.
And I said, yo. So I totally understand that.
Yes.
But let's give people five steps of how they can start creating, if they'd like to, if they got that, heart for business, how they can open their first group home.
Yeah, well, so Juan said the first thing. You have to have a heart and a passion for this population. That is number one to me because they deal with so much. If you think about someone, if you've ever seen someone get beat up or whatever, you see they might get kicked, and then they might get stomped on, and then it might be, beat on. So that's when I see this population, that's what I see. And they don't need someone else that's gonna beat on them, stomp on them. They need someone that's gonna reach down and give them the hand and help them get up. And so you have to have a heart and a passion for this particular population. Some people have a heart for the geriatric, the elders, and they do well with the elderly. Some people have hearts for children, and they do well with children.
Right.
But you wouldn't put someone who don't like kids over juveniles, because it's not going to be a successful situation for either parties. So you have to have a heart. That's number one. Number two, find your location. Maybe do some volunteer work to get experience because you need experience to be in this, to really understand. Three, I would say, start partnering with your NC Reentry Council because they have all the information.
Yeah.
They have everything to tell you who to go here, all the connections. They're like the place that everybody, all their stuff is put in one bowl.
Yeah.
And you can just come over and get what you need. Oh, you need this right here, get it out the bowl.
Nice.
So they're like the big mixing mixing bowl.
Yeah.
With information. I would say 4, save some money.
Yeah.
You don't have to, just if you think about the amount of money that you might spend for your next house. What going rent is about 15, 12, between 12 and 1,500.
Yeah.
Save that.
Right.
Save that, because that at least get your down payment.
Right.
On another place.
Yeah.
And 5, have a plan.
Yeah.
Have a plan as to exactly how you want to go. You could go with transition housing. You can go with partnering with someone else to do classes for this particular population. There's so many different things you could do with this population.
Yeah.
We got what they call people that teach classes for people who got a driving record.
Yeah.
That serves that community. We got people who do what we call MRT, more recognition therapy. I'm actually certified to do that too, and I'm going to start doing that here as well. And that's just kind of putting in perspective what you've done, where you were 5 years ago, where you are now. Just putting everything in your face to help you move forward and progress. And so, that's I guess that's my 5. Is that okay?
Yeah, I love it.
Okay.
No, I love it. At the end of the day, guys, my goal behind doing videos and sharing information is to, number one, so you can understand that everyone who has faith and who believes can have an abundance. You okay? Your cup literally is supposed to run over. Okay? It's supposed to be so full that it runs over, that you can help someone else fill their cup. So literally, this is one way that I help fill you up, okay? And also get a chance to partner with people that I partner with, literally, so you guys can see who I'm doing business with. Because at this point, we've brought students on that have had success, partners on that have had success, private money people that have had success, and literally connect them to you and show you that, hey, you guys can do it. Okay, literally, you don't need all 3 to do a deal: time, money, or knowledge. You just need 2 to do you. And I'm gonna leave the links below so you can reach out to Miss Shawnee if you have any questions, or if you might want to help her expand her business, or if you might want to partner with her to where you guys can start your own together. Okay, so look, you guys have an amazing day. And Miss Shawnee, I appreciate your time.
Always my pleasure. It's always good talking to you. We have such good conversations.
I know. I really do. I love you. She from the 252, y'all. Yeah. Already know.
Almost did it.
2? I got 2. Hey, well, look, y'all have a blessed day. Y'all have an amazing day. Peace.
Take care.
Hey, great day, guys. Today we are talking about subject to real estate investor. Okay, and first, my name is Sawan Belcher. This is me taking action on Instagram, and I'm a full-time wholesaler, landlord, rehabber, whatever you like to call me. I am a full-time real estate investor. Okay, and this subject that we're going to talk about today is one of the catalysts that took my business literally right here in the climax. Okay, and I say that because it's a really good strategy, for beginners to scale very quickly. When I mean scale, I mean not just to do more in business, but I also mean to increase your bottom line. Okay, now what you're going to get over the next 4 videos, okay, we're going to drop 4 videos on you, literally teaching you the ins and outs, the details, the nooks and crannies, things that most people don't talk about, for free, okay, right here in these videos. Okay, so now I want you to, number one, first of all, I want you to make sure that you got a notebook, okay? This is very, very important, because when we're taking in information, right, on the daily basis, a lot of the times it doesn't stick. Okay, and it doesn't stick because we're hearing it and we're doing whatever we're doing at the time. Our minds hasn't had a chance to come down off of just dealing with the kids, off of just getting in with work, or off of that excitement because you just got a new deal under contract. So one thing that we can do to help slow our brains down so we can process things more easily, right, is to take out a notebook. Okay, write those things down. I like a nice thick leather journal. Okay, I'll put it in the link, the one that I actually use. But you want to write everything down that sounds interesting to you. Okay,
anything down that you have a question, about that you need to learn more about. Okay. And then also just the 1, 2, 3, 4 steps from A to Z that you need to take, that you can take action on to make sure you're able to, apply this to your business. Okay. Now, if you don't know what subject to real estate investing is, okay, let me introduce you. This is the big player. Okay. This is what the beginners should be doing that every guru is maximizing on. Okay. So subject to is what happens is the seller has something that they owe on. Okay. I don't want to limit it to mortgages. Okay. But the seller has something that they owe on. Okay. And it's backed by the deed of trust. So it's attached to the house. They're making some kind of payment. In most cases, that's going to be a mortgage payment. So they're making a mortgage payment every single month. Okay. And out of that payment, there's principal, there's interest, there's taxes, and there's insurance that's coming out of that payment. And it's going towards the pay down of that house. Okay. Hope you guys are sticking with me so far. So, and for whatever reason, something happens in their life, maybe death in the family, maybe divorce, or maybe something mentally challenging happens where that debt, where that payment, those items, the responsibility of taking care of a house, the maintenance and the insurance and taxes and all those things, for some reason, that weight is a little much to burden. Okay. So, I typically find that these deals are coming from people who are just purchased a house within the last 5 years, or those that inherit a house that comes with a mortgage and they already have their own house, but they can't afford to pay or don't want to burden themselves with paying grandmama's mortgage. Okay. So what you're going to do is you're going to be buying these houses by taking over these payments. Okay. Now, stop. This is not an assumption. Okay. This is the beautiful part. This is not mirroring, one loan and now you go get your new loan. This is not using my own credit. This is not making a down payment. This is not anything that you're used to. This is something different. And so that's why I want you to hear and understand what's going on. So you're going to take over someone's payment. Okay. And now, since you're going to take over their payment, the mortgage stays in that person's name. Okay. But the house is going to be titled. It's going to be deeded to you or your entity. Okay. Now, just to be clear. Okay. When you're doing this, I always want you to put it in a trust. Okay, but don't let that blow over your head. A trust is just an entity that someone owns. You're going to own some entity that owns this house. So you don't necessarily own the house. Your entity, your business owns that house. You control the trust. Okay, stick with me. This is the strategy that you're going to need to go up. Okay, now I came out of college. Okay, I didn't finish college. Okay, if you didn't finish college, drop something high in the comments below. Okay, now I didn't finish college. Okay, but what I did finish college with was a lot of debt. Okay, I literally went to North Carolina A&T Aggie Pride. Right, took out loans. Right, took out grants. Got a band scholarship, took out additional money for books, took out additional money for food, took out additional money to have a place to stay. And then we get this nice big fat refund check. So you got that stacking up 1 semester, 2 semester, 8 semester. I'm an extra year. Okay. I went an extra year. So now I got extra debt on my shoulders and I didn't even finish. So once I decide I'm not going to finish school, I have a large amount of debt on me. Okay. Mind you, this strategy is not hindered because of my debt. It's not hindered because of my credit. Somebody else is coming to you with a loan packaged already up just for you. Okay. So you don't need to let that be an excuse for you. All right. So now you're thinking, okay, well, I don't have the down payment. I don't have the cash right now. Okay. In these series, we're going to show you how you don't need to have any of your own funds. Okay, you can use OPM if you need it, other people's money, right? You can provide value to someone else by having a good deal and having them bring you the funds for the deal. Okay, and then a lot of the times I bought these kind of deals and the mortgages were current. Literally, there's no back payments. Okay, everything in the house is pretty. Okay, and we're going to talk about that in the last video, this brand new construction that I purchased is subject to. Okay, now that's why this strategy is so important. It's not just for one category of person. This strategy, subject to real estate investing, is for everyone who's willing to take the time to learn the strategy, who takes time to get better, and who takes time to actually practice this actual knowledge. Okay. So now I will tell you, now every good thing isn't all gravy. It's not all 1,000% whoop-de-doo hoorah. There is some bad things about it because I've been sued before behind it. Okay. Now, luckily we came out strong because we had the right paperwork. Paperwork really does make the paper work. Okay. And that's why it's important that you pay attention to video number 2. Okay. So the downfalls to this is the mortgage is actually staying in the seller's name. Okay. Most people don't even understand how this is possible, but it's possible because I think it was like the 50s or 60s, people were starting to use debt and they were starting to use collateral. That way they can use other people's money. Cash wasn't really cash at that point. Now they're actually lending, people are lending money at this point. So they needed a way to pass along the mortgage if somebody died, right? And the kids had to take the property over. So now instead of making the house, one piece of paper, now is a house, which is the original warranty deed. Okay. And now is a deed of trust, which is the mortgage. So that's 2 pieces of paper. You got the owner on one piece of paper, says, hey, this is my house. You have the deed of trust, which is the mortgage, the person that lent the money who gave the funds on another piece of paper. So since there's 2 pieces of paper, simply one piece of paper can change without this one changing at all. Okay. So that's why it's possible right now. Okay. Now the downfall, like I said, is you have to leave that mortgage into the seller's name. So that means that the seller might not be able to buy a house, 2, 3, 4, 15, 20 years later when you still got this mortgage in their name. Right. They, for whatever reason, you didn't have the right paperwork, so you might not be able to talk to the bank freely about a certain issue. Like COVID came up 2 years ago, and one of the benefits to mortgage owners was the forbearance plan. Okay. Now, you wouldn't have been able to do that as a subject to real estate investor if you didn't have a limited power of attorney for the seller that you could simply give to the bank and say, hey, I'm power of attorney. I'm guiding everything that this, borrower has dealing with this particular property. I'm taking care of that for them. Here's why you can talk to me, right? But if you didn't have that paperwork, if you didn't know, then you'd be stuck. You had to make that payment, even if your tenant wasn't paying rent. Like what happened to millions of people. They said it was okay that tenants didn't have to pay rent. So you bought this house subject to, they're not paying you, and you don't have a way to call the bank to use that forbearance plan that everybody came up with, right? So there are some downfalls, and especially the downfalls don't really happen at the front. There's a couple, like the due on the sale clause, because you can have a mortgage call due, right? What happens is in the mortgage itself, when the borrower originally signs the loan paperwork at closing, there's a little clause that says due on sale, and that is the protection for the bank. So that way they actually get paid when the house sells. Okay. So this is not necessarily, considered a sale, so you need to make sure you're doing it. You're structuring it the right way. You're putting it in a trust. Okay. So that way you can have privacy, right? Where the trustee is you, Sawan Belcher, and the beneficiary is my LLC, Belcher & Belcher Properties. But no one can see that, not even the bank, okay? Because if they see that now the deed changed from Mary Jane Sue to Sawan Belcher, now they know the deed changed. So now that clause comes into effect. Now you're getting a letter to say, hey, give me $150,000, right now in the next 90 days, or we're going to foreclose. Not good. So there are some downfalls that you have to be aware of, like what happens if you actually can't make the payment, Of course, the seller's credit is going to be impacted. Okay. Now there's a lot of things that can go on in this particular transaction. So you just need to make sure that you're being organized and that you actually are aware, so that way when it does happen, you can tackle it. Okay. Now let me tell you the benefits. Okay. I always like to tell you the bad stuff before you tell you the good, but the benefits is, it's other people's money. This is how America's capitalistic system works, right? We use other people's money to leverage, so that way we can use their money to make money. And now we've just got an infinite return because we didn't have to use any of our own money to make $30,000, to make $50,000. I've even made $125,000 on one single subject to investing deal. Okay. And that's another benefit to you as well, because if you're on the grind, marketing for motivated sellers, talking to the sellers and only assigning contracts, only wholesaling, a lot of wholesalers are only making $5,000, $10,000 a deal. What if I told you implementing this one strategy is literally going to add an additional, right? You do 3 deals, it's literally going to add an additional $250,000 onto your bottom line, right? So you need to bring this in, as a strategy for you while you're marketing for motivated sellers. Okay. Now, another benefit to to buying houses subject to is instead of you just being a wholesaler now, you can become a real estate investor. You can do so many exit strategies with the subject to method. Okay. You can buy a subject to and just go ahead and put it back on the market as is. Okay. That's called wholesaling. Now you're actually the buyer, you're the investor. So of course you're going to make a, larger deal size. See, the downfall to wholesaling is you have to sell your contract in 7-10 days. So you got to have a crazy deal or crazy connections. The deal is so good, people are willing to pull the trigger right now, buy it sight unseen, right? But when you're buy a subject to and you make these small payments, $500 a month, $600 a month, $1,000 a month, you can literally wait 6 months, a year to get the number that you want, which means that you can request more, which means that you have time to find the right buyer that's for you. Okay. Now I'm telling you that because the easiest thing in this business to do is to make an additional $1,000 on every deal. Okay. Think about it. You do 50 deals this year. You do 50 deals this year, which is only what's that? 3-4 a month. Okay. 1 a week. Okay. If you add $1,000 to every deal, if you make $1,000 additional on every deal, now you're up $50,000, all right? You make an additional $2,000, all right, on every deal. You make additional $100,000. So it's important. It's easier to make more money on that one deal than it is to go find a new deal. Okay. This strategy is going to help you go from $5,000 average to $20,000 average. Okay. Now look, there's another video, coming right up that you need to pay attention for. Okay. Now this video is why sellers should not sell their properties to you subject to. Okay. Now you need to go look at this video because a lot of sellers are going to object that this is not a solution for them. They don't think it's a good solution for them, and they definitely don't trust you. Okay. So the next video, if you'll click right here, right, it's going to take you to the next video and go through that objection training so you can close these deals, make more money, and change your life. Okay. Let's get it, guys.
How can a person as young buy 12 properties before 30?
The most important part is that we have a deal. When I say a deal, we need to have equity. A lot of the times you don't necessarily need to have your own cash. So like right now, I have 6 properties with a business partner, and his problem is he has too much cash. So for him to not pay, as much in taxes, we partner on deals. I find the deals, he pays for the deals, and then it allows me to, have a rental that I own with him that we can use to generate cash flow every single month. So I used OPM, other people's money, to buy properties for myself to rent out. OPM could also be other people's mortgages. Crazy. So in the real estate world, on a HUD document, I think it's line 501, it says subject to existing. So you can buy properties subject to existing somebody's mortgage, right? And you can technically buy their property, keep their mortgage in place, and you pay for their mortgage that they already have. and you own that property. So the deed of trust doesn't change. Their bank still stays there, but the deed changes. The general warranty deed changes, and you're now the owner. So great day, guys. Sawan Belcher, we're here at our newest rental. Actually, it's already rented out. It's a crazy thing because we haven't even finished the rehab just yet. But I wanted to show you guys this house because this is the best deal ever, right? And of course, I know you're gonna wanna know what the price was. We're not gonna tell you just yet, okay? First of all, how was I able to find this deal? Facebook. I know, everybody else is using it, but not real estate investors. Crazy. But look, let's jump right into this. I want to show you what this house has to offer. It was a 3, but now we've made it a 4, 2.5. It's crazy. Let's come check it out a little bit. Now, one thing that you guys have to learn how to do is when you're looking at these properties, you have to find the value add, okay? You kind of have to go where nobody's going. And where we're at right now was the attic, right? This was actually an attic space. Behind you was just another space, which is now a half bathroom. And then behind you was just kind of another empty space. But I mean, come on, it's 1,500 square feet. You know, so we can make this a bedroom, right? A bathroom with a full-size closet and then an extra room, which allows us to get that boost in rent, right? Which allows us to get that extra playroom to get the family that has kids that don't want to move for a long period of time. So imagine how long that tenant is going to be staying here. So as an investor, you got to find the gems like this, okay? The extra areas to add value to. So this property's been a great feature. I mean, it's been crazy, okay? First of all, if you didn't see before, it sits on 1.5 acres, right? Completely fenced in. And when we found it, believe it or not, because I know you saw the pan, but believe it or not, the grass was about 6 feet high, right? And now we finally got it manageable, right? We finally got it looking nice. And this is definitely my favorite deal, you know, by far. And I'll tell you, it's been my favorite deal by far because of how much we paid for it, okay? And I'm gonna give you the complete details on this, but you gotta stay with me, okay? If you wanna ask me how, but you're not gonna believe it, okay? We made the offer. We got the property for $6,000. $6,000, crazy, 4-bedroom, 2.5 bath, 1.5 acres in North Carolina for $6,000. We actually just got a tenant that signed up yesterday, put her deposit down and her first month's rent for $1,100. And we're getting $1,100 every month for the next 12 months on this property. When you're an investor, you have to know the game, okay? She's been trying to sell this house for the last 3 years and hasn't been. And she hasn't been because of the IRS. She owed them money and they came for her, okay? They found out that she had a property that was paid off and they put liens and judgments on the property. But you, the smart, savvy real estate investor, you know that liens from the IRS aren't really liens, they're judgments, okay? And you, the smart, savvy real estate investor, know that they drop off. All right, so if you're able to negotiate such a low price and make it so sweet that you could hold on to the property until you're able to clear title, you'll make a pretty nice spread for yourself. All right, so drop in the comments below. What do you think? Good deal or no, right? So I know you guys, guys seen the house. You understand, how we found the deal, how we funded the deal. Now you're probably thinking, oh my gosh, why does this make sense? Okay. Now let me tell you how everybody wanted this situation, because this literally was a true win-win for everybody involved. So first, the seller, she went through a divorce. So the IRS lien that was attached to her name came from her husband. All right. So she hadn't been able to sell because of that and his medical liens, right? And then because she got this divorce and he took care of things, she hadn't been able to pay for the property taxes for the last 5 years. So the city literally kept sending her notices over and over again, and this is finally her year. You know, March 26th, right now we're coming up on, and March 26th, the city was gonna take the property away from her and her not getting anything. We were able to catch her up as far as the taxes go and put money into the seller's pocket without having her do anything. You know, with leaving the grass high, with leaving several water leaks in the house, we even allowed her to take the appliances and take the boiler and even sell the HVAC because she wanted those things so she could recuperate some money. And we told her that was okay. So the seller was able to win because she was able to, you know, recapture some money and not just, you know, give the property away to the city. Got an assignment fee from our partnership, right? Us, the buyer, me and my partner, we also won because we got an extraordinary deal, right? And even our tenant that is now gonna move into the property next week, they're also getting an incredible deal because since we got a good deal, we can pass that along to our tenant where they would normally be paying $1,300 or $1,400 for this house. Since we got such a good deal, it meets our numbers, we can go ahead and just, you know, kind of help them out and get $1,100 a month, you know, for this beautiful acreage and this wonderful house. So, I mean, this is such an incredible win for everyone involved. You know, you as the smart, savvy real estate investors need to find problems you can solve and create win-win solutions for everybody involved. So go out, take action, and remember, you don't need all three to do a deal: knowledge, money, and time. You just need two to do you. Okay, have a blessed day.